Yes, karibuni kwa show yetu siku ya leo. I want to welcome you. Today was a busy day, both foreign and international, foreign and local. There are a number of things which have happened, and we should be able to understand them. Most of them, they seem or they look like political persecution. So, and we now need to look at things more keenly and carefully, because at times we have now to start asking ourselves, sisi kama wapinzani, are we on the right track? Are we having enemies from within or enemies from outside? Those are some of the things which we have to start now asking ourselves. Are we being sabotaged or we are sabotaging ourselves? And karibu sana Acacia, congratulations, you are the first one. And before I start my show, I want to pay special tributes to the departed Senator of South Carolina, Mr. Lindsey Graham, who we learned of his death today in the morning after his trip from Ukraine. Once you die, you die, and there is so much suspicion which is being put on his ordeals and on his last hours. The statement which has just been released, both from his office and from a number of people who are working with him, they are saying that Mr. Lindsey Graham, the departed senator from South Carolina, one of the states coast, is that it was from a brief illness. It was from a brief illness. They say they are brief illness. Yeah, it was from a work tour in Ukraine. One day ago, he was seen somewhere with Zelensky, and also he also released a statement on July 10, saying he wanted to work with the Democrats. He was to call Mr. Blumenthal, one of the senators in the upper states, and they were to work on additional sanctions for Russia. So we don't know if it's a geopolitics thing or what, but from this day, I've also come to learn that wazungu wana behave kama sisi tu when it comes to issues surrounding death, and especially these deaths which cannot be explained. I've gone to many podcasts and many comments in the YouTube. That is what I was looking at, and actually that is what actually delayed me a little bit, because I was really trying to dig, and everybody is just suspicious on that death. Sasa kumbe wazungu wana behave kama sisi tu wa Afrika. In Embu we say Njamba. I don't know what is Njamba in English. Maybe Anne, you can interpret for me that Njamba. What is Njamba? Njamba haikufi kama ijarogwa. So Njamba, I don't know. Njamba. So in Embu we used to say that. It looks like hawa wazee wa kitambo ni kama walikuwa wanajua kile wanasema, so acha nisijifanye mwerevu. There is too much suspicion on that death. So Bwana Robert, there is extreme suspicion on that death. Yeah, giant iweze kufa kama ijarogwa. That's why, and you need to be here at least unanisaidia haraka kwa hizo vitu. So from that, I want to begin with a very serious, detestful thing which has happened. Yeah, sasa naona Acacia na Ann sasa wameanzia sasa kumuvisha dialogue yao hapo. Unajua, I have also noted that Acacia na Ann sometimes wanawekanga dialogue yao huko juu and kama sasa they want even to outdo what we are doing here, but ni sawa, mimi sina shida. Unaweza kuta yani wamegonga ka discussion hapa or it can be mjamba so but I wanted somebody from Nyanza or Kalenjin to understand that, because we also want them to start understanding. No, it's not about that, Bwana Robert, or I just said kumbe. I just expressed kumbe hata wazungu wanakuanga na ile mambo sisi tunafikirianga. I was giving a comparative. I was not saying, I was not giving it in terms of supremacy. No. Yeah, it is true. Everybody is a human. We also have the same lifetimes. Kama huyu amekufa at 71 years. And many human beings die at such ages. So hapo sikatai. So I am not trying to say that. I just said kumbe, because nimefuatilia podcast mingi sana za wazungu, and they are also speaking in the same way we speak when a high profile death happens. Unasikia watu wakisema huyo mtu ni kuuawa, ni kurogwa. So when I went to their social media, they are reacting the same way some of us we reacted about Raila, because hata sisi wakati sasa tumesikia, when you hear like the breaking news, Raila dead at 81 years old. I remember when I was speaking with some friends, hata saa hiyo we are having very scanty news about the death of Raila Odinga. Imeletwa tu hapo tu kwa TV vile kana kujanga hapo kwa Citizen takimove hivi, breaking news, Raila dead at 81 years, breaking news, Raila dead at 81 years. So yule jamaa sasa tulianzia kuponda hiyo news na yeye, tulianzia na nani huyo amekamata Raila? So Roberto, I was saying it in terms of the way we react to high profile death. It begins with nani huyo ameua huyo mtu? When Joanna Ngeno the other day, he died with a chopper, we began with nani ameangusha hiyo chopper? So even the other stories about there was bad weather na nini, because I was just putting it into the context of how my society we behave, and we say Njamba haiwezi kufa kama ijarogwa. So that is what I was putting. So I thought that it is an African context peke yake. Kumbe hata wazungu wako na hiyo mambo ya also transposing that. So that's what I was saying. And in any case, I did not try to give a supremacy battle here. I didn't try to give a supremacy battle here, trying to overemphasize that something is serious, because nimesema kumbe hata wazungu wana. That's what I did. So I think Bwana Robert Oino, you misplaced my judgment on that. Yeah, so wacha nifuate hii discussion. Naona pia Ken Daniels ameingia. These are some of the people who are really supporting our show here very much. Day night. No, day night sikuwa nasukumuzia mambo. We were just reacting to that because it's a high profile death. So it's a high profile death. So I was just reacting to the news of that death of South Carolina. So just a day or two after Gachagua said that it was not necessary for Leader Mwananchi to be seen close to Oljoro Rock, now I'm hearing, or the news which came to us later in the day today, was that the other alternative site where Irongo Kangata and some Leader Mwananchi people decided to go, they were heavily attacked. Even some news came, or some images started circulating online showing that a guy had been shot in the chest. Then later on, I saw some images which were being shared to me, and they were even being shared by people close to our show, and they actually wanted me to comment about them. Unajua siku hizi kuna vile nataka kwanza kupiga msasa kidogo kabla ni comment kwa kitu. There are some people who have tried to send me some images about the comment of Irongo Kangata, and I was not able to respond to them in time. And I think I can read that comment now because nimetumiwa na wafuasi wetu wa show hapa, and then you can react to that. I hope it is Irongo Kangata who said this, because saa zingine tu inakuwa tu nika excerpt. It's just a small excerpt which is sent to you, and somebody expect you to react to it. So this is what was sent to me. News update. So somebody sent me this. I don't know how true it is. There is a news update. Subukia yetu. That one is news from Subukia yetu. Ati Irongo Kangata is reacting that and claiming that goons were sent by Gachagua. That is something which we will have to react, and that is a message which was sent to me. Pia we should also understand, pia Ruto anaweza jiingiza hapa so that he can destroy our unity. So naona, let me see, Moses Kuria, let's see how this sloth is talking today. I can confirm that the violence against Leader Mwananchi in Nyahururu was not planned by the opposition. The truth shall set us free. So I don't know, Moses Kuria is saying that in which dichotomy. So I'm trying to ask myself, or we can try to ask ourselves, because that is something which should be important for us to react to. Where did this violence come from? Naona Mbudhi amefika. So that violence which was meted today to the Linda Mwananchi battalion, we need to look at it closely, and we start interrogating this goonzim mentality. Maybe Bwana Roberto, we have also to start asking ourselves now, where does this goonzim stop? We agree that Gachagua has been a bit accurate on that, especially when it feels like maybe there could be some threat from somewhere, and we need to start understanding now this goon's attitude, where it is coming from. The only problem which I'm having with many of our political actors now is that, and there are some people who come from this show who I speak with them closely, who actually I share with them some of my feelings. I feel that viongozi wetu wamefika level they cannot protect the people. Kiongozi, kazi ya kiongozi sio kukuwa press secretary peke yake. In any case, a leader, the way I understand politics is that a leader has a press secretary. So a leader cannot be kazi yake ni kusimama na kusema ile mambo inatendeka. Leaders over cover. Leadership offer protection. Leaders offer maneuver strategies. That is what leaders do. And today I want to explain to you the reason why I feel our leaders are not doing enough. I have said, even in American politics, the president does not come and speak about things which are happening. Most of the time, there is a press secretary who handles that. So a political leader is not meant to come and brief you about the current news. Like, kuna watu wamepigwa pale, kuna watu. A political leader is supposed to overcover, help people to assemble machinery, help people to protect themselves. Hiyo ndio kazi ya kiongozi. But kazi ya kiongozi sio kutokezea na kuanzia kusema watu 10 wamepigwa hapa, watu 3 wanachapwa hapa. No, that is not the work of the leader. We have subordinate people to leaders who are supposed to be doing that. The leader is supposed to offer a safe haven when people get attacked. And that is a model which is used globally everywhere. So I feel opposition leaders are not doing enough to offer cover to opposition followers. They have to offer cover. They cannot allow Kenyans to be brutally beaten, killed, maimed, and they are not bringing strategies to offer cover. What they are facilitating Uhuru to, not Uhuru, Ruto to suppress people, and eventually they are going to lose all those people. Hao watu watatoroka. Wataanzia kusema basi kama Ruto anatupiga hivyo, wacha turudi kwake. A politician cannot be on a lamentation wheel throughout their life. It reaches a time where you have to gouge out your eyes high and you start defending people practically. Not by rhetoric, practically. Otherwise, those people, because what Ruto wants, he wants people to submit by force. Unataka Gachagua aruke mbele ya gunfire. Then he should not be our leader if he cannot offer a defense platform for people. At times, if you have no capacity to offer defense line for people, unaweza ondokea na watu and the people can have a response platform uko mbele. When there was no one to protect people, Gen Zs were, unajua saa zingine unaweza kuwa mbele ya watu and then ukue and you are not doing the right thing, and then ikue you are blocking the motion of reaction to what people are facing. So if you cannot be able to offer protection to people, wachana na hao watu, they will be able to offer their own solutions na uko mbele. They will get confused, hawatajua chenye cha kufanya, then after a few series of attacks, they will know what to do. But because if you are a leader and you have no capacity to mobilize those people to defend themselves, and those people are always being attacked and attacked and attacked and attacked, and the only thing we can say ni tuangalie tu, we are offering press conferences of saying we are being attacked, and we are not offering solution. Those people will be suppressed. And once people get suppressed, they no longer follow you. So eventually you lose them. So that is why the level in which tumefika
no, I've not watched the Gachagua interview, but the level in which tumefika, opposition leaders have to start mobilizing people for defense. Bwana Robert Oino, and that one I will say without the blink of iota of my reasoning. The level in which we have reached, we are now in a dangerous zone. The opposition has to let the wheel loose. And they tell them, mujipange. Mujipange. But there's no way in which citizenry can allow itself, and the leaders are there watching, or maybe just talking about things which are happening, and defending yourself is illegal. It's a global standard when you are being attacked. Defending yourself is illegal. Myself, I have a jurisdiction, or I need to protect my family when they are under attack. Kama tuko nyuma ya Gachagua, he has the moral jurisdiction to offer the reasoning cover to us. That is what Bwana Robert Oino najaribu kusema. So unajua, some of the people who want to attack me wakianzia ati kusema ati nataka Gachagua aruke mbele ya gun. What I'm trying to say is they have to start, because much of the violence is being meted in central Kenya. If we continue in this trajectory where we cannot defend ourselves, Ruto is going to mummify everybody. And eventually, people will succumb to Ruto. And we are going to lose all the support which we have been getting in opposition. Because hakuna mtu anaweza fuata kiongozi ambaye ana meno. Let me tell you, you are a leader because you can offer. Hakuna mtu anaweza fuata kiongozi who is guiding him to go and get killed. I'm saying this ili watu wakae wakijua sasa. Unafuatanga, let me tell you, we are not having leaders watupeleke in a court working season, in a cat walking season, or in a beauty contest. You are not a leader to take people into a beauty contest. You are not a leader of people. You are not a leader if that statement is right. You are not a leader of people to just have them as the flower girls or as best men. That is not the reason why you are a leader. You are not a leader or just kuonanga watu ati mimi niko na kikundi cha watu kinanifuata. You are a leader so that you, in times of, and leadership is scaled in different platforms. There is a time when a leader says, kutoka sasa hatutaki ujinga. Why are they mincing these words? Kutoka sasa. And you don't just give threats and you don't do. The way the government is doing, you also do it the same. Tunaona majangiri wa serikali wakionekana na miti na wanapiga watu. Hata wewe enda kwa press conference ukiwa na watu wako wakiwa na hizo miti, na waambie sasa, hata sisi muko na watu wako na miti, hata sisi hao watu wako nyuma yangu hapa wako na miti yao, na tunangojea hao watu wenyu tuonane. We cannot be explaining security. Security is never explained. Anarchy is never explained. Ruto has decided Kenya is an anarchy republic where people are, we can no longer be assured of clean and civilized election. We cannot be, we are not assured now of a clean, and up to when are we going to allow ourselves to be suppressed to submission by Ruto crowns? Up to when are we going to allow to be suppressed by Ruto crowns? Bwana, tuache ujinga bwana. Tuache ujinga sasa. Tuache ujinga. I'm asking myself, kwani hao watu wa Ruto ndio wako na monopoly ya violence? Ati watu hawezi jikinga? Kujikinga, I said it yesterday here. offering defense, protecting yourself is ethical. Kujikinga ni ethical. Kujikinga is ethical. So there's no way in which tutaruhusu mabibi na watoto wetu wakuwe suppressed na Ruto, waumizwa na Ruto, and the only thing we can offer ni kusimamanga tu kwa kamera kusema tu watoto wetu wanaumizwa na mabibi zetu wanaumizwa na hakuna kitu tunaweza fanya. That is the stupidity of the highest court. In fact, finally hawa watu wanatakiwa na Ruto wataanzia kusema afadhali basi tuende kwa huyo, kabla ya tumalize tu, acha tu tuende kwa huyo. When you cannot offer security and a strategy for people to defend themselves, you lose those people. We cannot just sit down and we be repressed and suppressed by Ruto in that manner. We will watch videos of what happened in Nyahururu, and this, we have over talked about goons in Kenya now. This story should be done by now. We have over talked too much. A time of opposition figures to come out and squarely give a strategy to handle. It is simple. Have a press conference and be a watu. Let me tell you, because I know these people, they don't want to speak because they think they are going to be profiled. My friend, let me tell you, hakuna kiongozi ambaye analinda watu hawezi kuwa profiled, because that is what Kenyans want. If today you are a politician Mkenya mashuhuri na utokeze useme watu wangu, the way we call them, let me use the same language, watu wangu, hata mimi nimekubali, jikingeni sasa watu wangu. Let me tell you, ile level tumefika, we cannot talk about election. And I want to advise Gachagua today, because sometimes it's good to advise these people. And Gachagua, if you are able to take advices from people, even if some of us hatuna mambo kubwa sana kama ile mnaweza kuwa nayo, but I have taken some moment of introspection and I want to advise you. Whatever you are seeing in Kenya, whatever you are seeing the government facilitating in Kenya, there is nothing like we cannot be talking of an election in such an environment. So history ya kusema ati tunaenda kung'oa Ruto through uchaguzi, kwanza hiyo ground weka kando. Story ya kwenda kwa uchaguzi tung'oe Ruto, hiyo hakuna. With the operating conditions as they are now. Story ya kusema sasa sisi tunataka kwenda kwa debe tushinde Ruto, hiyo condition Ruto ametoa. There's no that condition. Sababu utapiga Ruto utaenda kupiga kura huko umengojwa na watu wa rungu. So the condition, and let me tell you, our channel si ya kupembeleza watu. Ati sisi kazi yetu, we are here to be to follow the narrative. Tuliachana, that's the reason why tuliachananga na zile machannel zingine, because the other channels we used to be there by being moderated and following the narrative of the day. Sijui viongozi wanasema maybe. We are not here to follow what the leaders are saying. We are here to follow the ethical reasoning of human beings on a condition or on a situation. Hello, and sijui kama unashika hiyo. So story ya narrative hapa hakuna. So ati story tuseme atutungojee vile Gachagua atasema. Sisi narrative yetu sio hivyo. Narrative yetu, and I want to explain to people, maybe because sometimes watu wananiuliza unataka Gachagua afanye nini. Our work here is to look at the situation in a area view. So tunaambiwa kama Gachagua kulingana na vile tunaona hapa mufanye hivi. Lakini sisi si ati tuingie kwa box ya Gachagua, we start reasoning within Gachagua. That is not our channel. Our channel is not to reason within Gachagua mind. Our channel, sababu we used to be in channels where we were reasoning within Raila mind. tukawekwa kwa akili ya Raila until we could not think, until the time when kura yetu inaibiwa, bado tunaambiwa anajua. We have evolved, ladies and gentlemen, we have evolved. So wale watu ambao wanataka kutuingiza ndani ya akili ya Gachagua wajue sisi hatuwezi. Wale watu wanataka kutuingiza kwa akili ya Matiang'i, sisi hatuwezi. Wale wanataka kutuingiza ndani ya akili ya Kalonzo, sisi hatuwezi. Sisi tuko nje ya akili zao. Now we are outside the box. Sisi sasa we are entities like them. Hata sisi tunaangalia story venye wanaangalia, and we are reacting the way they are reacting. So we compare reaction. Naona Ana amejazika. No, Ana, I'm trying to tell you, hatuwezi kaa kwa akili ya Gachagua. We will die. We will become imbeciles. Lazima tukue nje ya akili yao watu. Tunaweza kujiuliza so saa zingine, if you are a very strong supporter of Gachagua, if you are very strong supporter of Matiang'i, na unasikia saa zingine ni kama mimi naongea vitu ziko nje yao, nielewe, we are beyond kuwekwa kwa akili ya Gachagua. We have evolved. We have held these shows for close to 3 years now. Na ile experience tunatumia hapa ni experience ya kina Raila plus. Tuliumizwa na kina Raila sana because ya kuingia kwa akili yao na tunajifungia huko. We were in places where ambayo tulikuwa tunaambiwa baba anajua. Na dialogue inaishia hapo because unajua baba anajua. Kumbe tukasema baba anajua bwana. Tunasema hiyo ni kura inaenda, unyimu zinjari, baba anajua. Wewe Ndeto, wewe Ndeto, wewe usinikumbushe wewe Ndeto, wewe usinikumbushe wewe Ndeto, you among, wewe ulikuanga among wale watu walikuanga wanadunga watu mashindano, wewe ya watu walale. Hatuwezi fikiria wewe Satan. Munatundunga. No, Roberto, hilo sijasema kwa vibaya. I've just said we have evolved beyond the problems which we had when we had Raila. I have not brought it in terms of details. And that's why I'm saying even people like Akina Gachagua, they are supposed even to give us a better platform because they should run from Raila and perfect that system. So I'm not expecting Gachagua to be making simple mistakes or maybe mistakes which Raila made. There's no in which, hivyo ndivyo tunasemanga, by the way, you should be better than people who are there, who came before you. Bwana Roberto, you should be better than your parents because you are using better tools, and you are in better timeline. Wewe Martin Ndeto, wewe usinikumbushe. Nikikumbuka zero grazing ile umetuweka wewe naweza kutoanga sana wewe. You know what I mean. Let me see what people are saying. So Roberto, I respect Raila Odinga. He politically he did much more than what many people can do in our republic. I get that, but I'm just trying to draw inferences. Sasa we have to evolve. So Phantom Anasema, Njiro, please have evidence before discussing issues. So which evidence? I'm not trying to say that which evidence, because unajua mimi siwaelewi saa zingine. No, that one is okay, but me, I'm trying to discuss about Imena Sasa. That's why I said we are viewing these things the way they are viewing. So it's not about I discuss things without evidence. Me, I'm not looking for evidence here. I'm speaking my mind. We're in a free society where people speak their mind. So Phantom, I don't understand what you mean. I'm speaking my mind without being induced by by somebody's reasoning. So that's what you have to understand. So talk about being outside the box. Muturi is becoming a pain. No, Bwana Roberto, you know what I'm trying to say is that we have to be beyond this politician. The day we will allow Gachagua to think for us, we are dead. The day we will allow Matiang'i to think for us, we are dead. The day we will allow Kalonzo to think for us, we are dead. The day, because unajua, human beings are limited. So, and that is how we limit 5 million people. That's how we limit to use akili ya watu milioni 5. Tunaanzia kutumia akili ya mtu moja. Mimi hiyo level nimetoka. I will listen to you, but I will judge. Phantom, this one you have to be clear. I will listen to you, but judgment is for me. I'm the one to. Gachagua atakuja kwa press conference hapo. Gachagua atakuja. I'm saying that because we have been this narrative for long. I'm saying this because of the level of anti-duation which was done to us when we were following Raila Odinga. Bwana baba amesema, bwana mutulie sasa, baba amesema. We cannot flow on that cycle. Ni baba amesema lakini bado amesema aje. That is where we failed, and we participated in making sure Raila Odinga did not become a president in Kenya, because sasa sisi we allowed baba not to use our mind, and na tukaruhusu atutumie akili ya baba peke yake. No man is an island, so we were not able to expand the platform of thinking, and hatuku expand the platform of thinking juu tulisema akili ya mtu moja haiwezani. So Phantom, that's why I want us, let's engage each other in a kind way. All what I'm saying is tusitumie akili ya mtu moja. Let's open the thinking lanes, tuone vile tunaweza tumia akili zetu sisi wote, na let's not Christian human beings and say that huyu akisema hivi, yes, they could be consulting, but remember there is no platform to consult everybody. There's no platform to consult everybody. And the few people who maybe even Gachagua could be meeting in Iswamunyoro, some of them could be Ruto sympathizers, you don't know. And he can receive wrong advice. That is why Gachagua and Matiang'i themselves, they have to open this platform of reasoning, and they have to do wide comparison. Sio tu kusema ati nakaa para wa Munyoro na ngojea watu. Unaweza tumiwa agents bwana. Unaweza tumiwa agents. So that is why Phantom in good. I know we respect each other. Sisemi hizi vitu kwa vibaya. I'm saying this, wacha nitumie watu wanataka. So Bwana Martin Deto, hiyo mambo nyinyi ndio mlikuwa mnatundunga mashindano za baridi. Tuna relax. Ate muturie. Nyinyi turieni bana. Bwana Deto, we cannot. Ann knows what I'm saying. Ama Ann ujui, unataka kujifanya ujui. Tumedungwa shindano za sijui ni shindano ya maji ama ni shindano ya baridi. Tuna relax bwana. Hatuwezi, ndio nataka kuja kwa hii show, fungua akili yako. Think orthogonally. Think laterally. Unaona, let me tell you. Unaona akili ya binadamu ina move in all directions. So when the brain of a man is thinking, it moves in all directions. That is why we say the most extensive, juu hata kuna watu wanajaribu Budi ametokezea. No, Budi, what I'm trying to say ni tulitumia akili ya mtu moja na tukaumia sana. Yeah. So tusijaribu sasa kutumia akili ya mtu moja. Let's open the thinking platform na tuone vile tunaweza tumia akili ya watu wengi. So Bwana Budi, you know That is statement. And Robert Oino, I'm saying it with a lot of humility. Lazima niseme because ile kitu ambayo imewaumiza tusirudi hapo. We now should be happy. That's what I'm trying to say. Fighting Ruto should now be much better than what used to happen before. Before tulikuwa tunasema baba anajua. Baba anajua. Baba hata akikwambia bibi yako ako na mimba, enda ununue diapers. Okay, ni sawa because that one was in reference to the intelligence which you used to get. So you also want to. But sasa story ya baba anajua, lazima to evolve beyond that. So the worst thing people can do to us ni kuanzia kutuambia Gachagua anajua, Matiang'i anajua, Kalonzo anajua. You get? Please, let's get out of that box. Let's now, I know they consort. But let's open thinking lane. Sawa, Robert, I was just saying that past informs future. Today informs future. So you have to connect the two. But unajua tuko na watu ambao wanasemanga sisi hatufuatangi sisi hatutakangi historia, tunataka mambo ya saa hii. Kama unafuata mambo, kama ufuati historia, unafuata mambo ya saa hii, utakufa vibaya wewe. My friend, history shapes your path today. Unaambua vizuri, kuna mtu alikalia pale akaanguka kwa ile damu. 1989 kuna jamaa 1989 kuna jamaa, ni kama vile tunaambia England saa hii, maybe nirudi kwa World Cup kidogo, ni kama vile tunaambia England saa hii wachungane sana. 1986 England walikutana na Argentina, ile wanakutana nayo semifinals, but walikutana quarter finals. I'm using history. And in 1986 Maradona aliwafunga na mkono. 1986. I'm using history. Tuko hapa na nyinyi next week. Bwana Mkenya Mkora, tuko na nyinyi hapa next week on Wednesday. England is meeting Argentina. Na nimewaambia from history, 1986 Maradona alifunga England na mkono na wakang'olewa katika hiyo competition. We are in 2026. 40 years. Siongei historia history, lakini you know what I mean. Mwana mwerevu, mtoto mwerevu hana story ya kuambiwa story. I've just said England. Look at the history. It's not good. It's not good ahead. It's not good ahead, oh. It's not good ahead, oh. Mulifungwa na mkono na Maradona. We are in 2026 na munakutana na hao watu tena. England, oh. Sijasema chochote. I'm not but unajua kuna watu wanatuambianga tusifuate historia. Nimewaambia a case scenario. We will be here on Wednesday night. Kuna vitu mtakuwa mnaongea. England wasipojichunga, tutaimba ruere ruere ruere, oh ruere ruere ruere. Hebu Alex, kuja utuimbie bwana. Haya bwana Mkenya Mkora, sasa kuja utudunge mashindano yako.
How is your Sunday? Naona uko na ruere na England na football.
No, I just used the history to declare something horrible.
Mimi nataka kuuliza swali. Who sent the goons to Kangata?
You can open that canyon of worms. With a confidence percent limit, I would say Ruto. Because he would want to perpetrate that narrative and deflect it to the opposition. With the 95% confidence limit, I will say Ruto. But
So-
watu wa Ruto wanasema Gachagua. So we are having those two narratives. So it is you to believe what you want to believe.
So if you are a court of law and you are told to investigate it, or if you are just an officer to investigate that thing, how would you put Ruto into that? I've never supported Ruto, but how would you exonerate Ruto?
I use history. I use history to inform future. And the president which we have been having, many of the goons have been mobilized from Ruto quarters. Right now,
But-
many of the goons have been.
But Gachagua went on record and said, usikuja hapa.
Sorry?
Gachagua went on record akaambia Kang'ata usikuja hapa na kierere yako.
So does that mean that he is the one who unleashed goons for him? It could have been a point of caution for them. Maybe kuna kitu alikuwa amesikia ama anaje. Maybe it was put, unajua ni kama wewe let me, okay kidogo bwana Mkenya mkora. Nithi, wacha nilete story ya Nithi. Nithi is a very serious black spot. Sometimes I drive going to Meru. So saa zingine when I tell my friends or my mother or many people that I want to drive to go to Meru, there is one thing which people tell me, na nitakwambia leo, mkubwa, na pale Nithi ukue makini. Then suddenly, in the unlikely event, tuseme kitu mbaya initendekea hapo Nithi, are we going to say that my mother aliniambia nichungane nikipita hapo Nithi, my mother ndiye alienda akaniwekea mitego hapo nianguke?
No, Njiro, stop laughing. It's not a laughing matter.
Umeanzia sasa kukuja kunifunga mdomo tena?
It's not a laughing matter.
No, lazima tukue show na tucheke bwana. History ya kuniambia nisicheke, kucheka lazima.
Najaribu kueleza, we do understand and me, I've been supporting Gachagua because I've always said a Mike and he's a truthful man. But I think after this one, I think Kiburi Mungia too much and he needs to slow down. Right now, I'm not saying he's the one that sent the goons there. I'm just saying that everything looks bad at him because he's the one that went on media and said, Irungu Kang'ata usilete sijui kierere hapa and everything, usikuje huku and everything. And we've seen him go everywhere else and they traverse the whole country. Nobody else anamwambianga Gachagua usikuja hapa and then kitu inafanyika. So he's the one that spoke.
Can you
I
open
mean,
that?
all the evidence looks so bad at him. I'm not accusing him.
Fungue your statement. Stop mincing your words. Just ifungue. We are in a free thinking society. Hata ukitaka kusema ni Gachagua alileta goons ni sawa. Open that statement. Haina shida. Ifungue.
I've watched it so many times. I mean, I even watched it before and so I was even hata nilikuwa naongea na watu nikiuliza huyu jamaa anasema nini?
So according to you, unajua kidogo, I like gauging out what is not being said. Unajua, from what you are saying, I can gauge out what you are not saying. This is what you are not saying, and maybe you can say yes or no. This is what you are not saying. What you are not saying is Gachagua alitumia Kang'ata wakora sababu alikuwa amemuonya. True or false?
Did you hear that come from my mouth?
But that's what you are not. That is what you are not saying. But that is what you want to say.
I'm saying it looks like that. I'm not accusing him. I'm saying it looks like that.
Yeah. So when you say it looks, the word looks means that you are closer to that conclusion. with
I
over
am.
0.5% confidence. Do
I
you know
am.
that?
I am.
Yeah. So
I don't miss my words.
that's
You're
why
not going to
that's why
say
I wanted
something.
you
I
to
don't
open
miss
it
my
more.
words. He's
And
actually disappointed me because the other thing that I'm really on that thing, why I even started talking to it before it happened was first of all the Linda Mwananchi side of Kangata, they were coming to campaign for his own person. So are we united? Are we not united? Is Gachagua just wanting to be his own thing in Mount Kenya? And because we can do that, we leave him there.
Mukenya Mukora kidogo. Mukenya
Hmm?
Mukora. Are you aware that what you are saying, Roberto Hino nitakuingiza, give me 1 minute nitoe hii comment alafu nikuingize. Are you aware that Ruto can do those things so that weak-hearted guys like you can actually buy in that narrative? Do you
No,
know
I
that
don't
actually
know. Listen,
Ruto can actually do that so that he can achieve exactly convincing
I
guys like you?
listen. Let's be. You're a smart person. I don't care what Ruto can do. I already know his capability. But the thing is that the words that come out of your mouth is actually what people look at. Ruto did not speak for Gachagua. Gachagua came on national TV and warned. Do not. So where's the perception? The perception is that
But
Ruto did not say
you are
anything.
planning. I can warn you, Mukenya Mukora, ujai kanywa kitu na mtu. Your mother hajai kuambia chochote. Your mother hajai kuambia utanyongwa na nini ya samaki.
He
Ukikula
doesn't
vibaya
have,
when you are growing up. Does it mean
he doesn't have Kamata's number? What the heck are you talking about?
No.
He doesn't have Kamata's
Kenya
number.
Mkora,
live
the
in
problem
Houston.
is
So that
We
he
live in
watched
perception
the
Houston.
cannot
latest
look like
interview
this.
from Gachawa. You know what? Gachawa was right. He had intelligence. And you can see whatever. Even look at when the conference at the Linda Manaji in Nyahururu. It can just tell you Gachawa was correct. Let us not come here. Let us Kenya Mkora bwana. Gachawa was right. And the government was behind it. It was confirmed. That's why Kibagend said, time for even us to start defending ourselves.
Yeah, of course we have to reach that level. Bwana Roba, I'm not missing my words. Itabidi sasa watu wa mlima muchukue marungu.
Sio marungu. It's time. If the government has to stop gunsim, or to wants kuambia watu wetu wants kununua guns pia, so we start arming ourselves. Hakuna kitu, when you see, now people are starting attacking people at church. At church. Hiyo ni nini sasa? By the way, these people, Linda Wananchi, were not in Olkarau. That's where Gachawa said, Olkarau mkienda huku kuna shida. Unaona? Lakini what happened was in Nyahururu. Guess what? Who shot the guy, the driver? It's a sniper, the same man who almost shot Gachawa wakati alikuwa kanisani. Hata yeye ndio ametuambia tu side in the interview. And even he called Irungu kumwambia to be careful because he knows what's going on. So Gachawa, he has been he has been proven here that he was right. Sasa unajua ubaya, hatutaki kusikia mtu akisema kitu kidogo. Sasa kama Muturi, vile Muturi amekuja hapa anatuambia juu ya Kalonzo, is a freaking I don't know what. Huyu Muturi mimi simpendi sasa. Yeah, aende kifi yake. Ati yako na haraka ya nini kutuambia ati Kalonzo nini akuwe announced. Mkiweka Kalonzo, we are all dead.
As Muturi said hivyo leo. Niliacha hiyo ni vitu alisema last week ama?
He repeated the same thing leo. The same thing. Unajua it's kind of
Amesema hivyo
now.
tena leo.
Yeah. Hata even he went fast saying tukiona all opposition ikikuja ikikwambia tutawapatia viongozi waulize watawapatia lini. Unaona? Karosa akakuja akasema you know Muturi unaniweka kwa nini? Muturi is becoming a pain. He is somebody who's just like been bought. And alishindwa huko Mbeere North. Alishindwa.
So Mukenya Mukora, can you continue accusing Gachagua? Because you use the word it seems like. I want you to focus on that dichotomy. I want you to explain to me Can you give me the methodology which Gachagua would use to assemble goons in his backyard to fight an always called governor who cannot actually win an election if he is not supported by a powerful person? Are you aware that Mukenya Mukora Kangata cannot win in Mount Kenya if he is on the wrong side of politics? Are you aware of that? Unajua kuna watu wanafikiria hapa ni kama Kangata ako na umaarufu sana. Kama Kangata ako na umaarufu sana, mwambie ingie UDA.
Njiru, we don't care whether it's powerful or not. Let the fact remains. Hii mambo ya kusema nani he was attacked, he was not attacked. Wao waliambiwa ukweli. By the way, where are they in miezi yote almost 3 months the campaign was on? Walikuwa wapi? Ni wanaenda or karabu to go on campaign. It's good they never went there. Walifika Nyahururu, they were attacked. They were attacked by the government goons. Kisumu the same thing. Time tuchukue bunduki na sasa kama ikwe. Huwa ikwe sasa ikwe mchanganyiko. This is nonsense, and that's what Ruto wants. Let us go that way. Kwa sababu time has come in our constitution, one church, and the church is free. Everybody's protected under the constitution. Kama wanatuambia church ya watu wengine kama mahali Sifuna anaenda na watu wengine is valueless, ndio wanatuma watu, people like Raymond Omoro and everything there. Ruto should be accused in the international community right now. The country has lost it. We want international troops wakuja Kenya kuweka amani, because it is become before a civil war starts. That man is a dictator. He's lost it, and you anataka hivyo. But before it gets out of control, we hope UN can come and intervene. You also want the African Union to come up and say out the country of Kenya is out of control right now, kwa sababu Ruto cannot govern the country. He has surrendered to the goons. The police are not there. They are behind. The goons are the police. So because of that, we have new people. We hired 10,000. They are about to get out of college. We can go and prepare for hii mambo ya goons na nini. That's nonsense from what I'm seeing from the so-called internal secretary. Chinga kabisa. This country is out of control. There's no peace anymore in our country. And we keep on just saying, Nina, what Gachagua said. What Gachagua said was minimal. Look at what, kama tunaona watu wanakuja na misare, watu wanakuja na panga, something from sisi 207. Sasa tumefikia hapo. Why not let Fari? Yeah? Leader mwananchi is just like they're shaken the whole thing, now wanaanza kutishwa. Who's Ruto? Kama ni hivyo na sisi tuanze kurusha na guni simu kwa Ruto mahali anaenda basi. Ikwe 50-50.
So, Roba ameenda. So, Mukenya Mukora, let me ask you a question now. So, what way to the good? So, tufanyaje sasa? Because, okay, let me take that assumption. There is a probability close to 50%, as you said, Gachagua anaweza kuwa alituma au magoons. So now, what do we do to fight that attitude? And can they be trusted if they are the sources of goods? Go ahead.
I mean, we can go the Jago law that when the goods come, like what happened in Kisumu, we counter them. Is that the way to go? Maybe, or maybe not. Tunapita na wewe pia, ukikuja na hiyo gunisimu yako unabeba mshale pia, si tunakubebea mshale na tunakuweka chini mpaka kwanza unaanza msamaha. Or we go back to the source and we watch our mouths. That's where I'm coming with Gachagua. I'm not accusing Gachagua of anything. I'm just saying it looks bad at him. When Mimi Mkenya Mkora come here and say, Njiru nisikupate kwangu, then you come at my place and then you fall and hurt your leg. And I've said it public. Who's gonna be looked at? It's obviously me. because I'd already said something. So hata kama tulimwambia shikange mic na atuambie vitu, he needs to limit on the things that he says. Because the whole country right now is looking at him like, okay, this Kangata thing, what happened here? Even me, I'm looking at him in a different way. He's the only person that says, Kangata, don't come here. Usilete kierere huku. And then all of a sudden something happens. And anyway, Kangata is coming to help his own candidate. I was in a different forum where people were saying, I think ameingiwa na nini, kiburi sana, that he thinks he's the only person who can run Mount Kenya. So if you're not going through him, you don't approach Mount Kenya. I'm just saying, he needs to slow down. And that's the reason I still respect Raila. Raila, it will be very hard kabla aseme kitu. People will be asking, even Kibaki, even Uhuru today, it takes a long time before you say something, because you might say something and then it comes to bite you. Kasi yeye sawa, lakini the fact that alisema na ikafanyika, it looks bad at him. And Njiru, wait for this. Wait until Ruto touches that microphone again and wants to address, or not even Ruto, Kinamur Komen, his back dogs. Once they touch that microphone, it's Gachagua that minted that thing for, I mean, it's Gachagua that minted that on Irungu Kangata. You wait, hata tumalizi leo ama kesho. See, we'll be here tomorrow. I will remind you. That's why he needs to limit his words. Come on, pigia mtu simu. Njiru, I don't have to come in this show and tell you something that I can actually call you and I have your number.
Yeah, that one we agreed yesterday. That one we agreed that it was overboard for him to question, first of all, to connect the two, Leader Mwananchi and Kangata together. We already handled that yesterday. But even though he said that, we cannot hold somebody. I'm not saying he can't. He is a human being. Na binadamu anaweza panga chochote kile anataka kufanya. Having said that, I didn't say that he cannot. Yes, of course, he's a human being. But I'm trying to ask myself, what supremacy battle would Gachagua be wanting to do with Kangata? So, like, I think Gachagua is way up there. So I don't, so mimi nikijiuliza, maybe pengine comment section munisaidie hapa. Is there a contest between Gachagua and Irungu Kangata? Is there a contest, like, in terms of who is who?
Yes, I can tell you.
Yes,
You ready for it? Yeah. Remember, Gachagua is going through issues of vying or not vying, but he also wants to be the Mount Kenya. And I stand corrected. The Mount Kenya kind of kingpin that you have to pass by him if you want to do anything in Mount Kenya. But again, after his impeachment, Section 6 of our Constitution does not allow him to hold any office. Now, Irungu Kangata can actually hold hold an office, and he is also rejuvenating into a movement that has come to light for the people. So you never know. Maybe and I feel, huyu jamaa anaweza kuja anipite, you know, because he's viable to do anything that he wants to do.
I don't think I don't think Kangata can assemble a political machinery which can outwit Gachagua right now. Even Gachagua with his loose mouth, I don't think right now you can outwit him. He has managed to galvanize those people. That is the truth of the matter. I might not agree with his methodology of leadership, but I acknowledge his embrace and his groundwork which he has done in that area. I do not agree with this approach. But
Bro,
Yeah,
5, 6, 7 years ago, you would never have thought Sifuna would become who he is today against a lot of people that are actually in that arena, including even James Orengo or even Babu. So these things happen, Bwana. I mean, who would have known Raila would have been bigger than some of the people that he was fighting with at that time? When he quit his Langata seat and went again by himself. Yeah, these things happen.
Aya, hebu tusikie Gachagua kidogo vile amesema. Although kumbe interview ilikuwa ya Kikuyu. Sasa si nyinyi mtaanzia kuniaccuse naweka interview ya Kikuyu. Gachagua spoke in Kikuyu today. Si wewe hata Mkenya mkoro unasemanga you are Kikuyu. Acha nikuwekee. Utaambia watu kile unasikia. Si unasemanga hivyo? My daughter is a Kikuyu, ngadwe. Si unasemanga hivyo all the time?
Yeah, me I understand Kikuyu. Me I don't have a problem with Kikuyu.
Ambia watu
kiugate kwagĩa ngahĩha o kalau kana andũ mathiĩ na mbere na kuoya mahaki nĩ akũrũgamia gĩthurano. Twacokire kũmenya nĩ kwĩrwo erĩtwo auge ũguo tondũ arerwo atĩrie gĩthurano kĩu nĩ UDA tondũ ndĩngĩhotana nĩgetha ĩheo kahinda ĩhote gũthiĩ na mbere. Na nĩrĩo twakĩmenyire atĩ agĩkĩra thirikari gĩthurano gĩtingĩhota gũtĩrĩka gũtarĩ gĩtũmi gĩa kũigana. Nawe mwene akĩheana gĩtũmi akiuga kũngĩgĩa ngahĩha. Na gũtikoretwo ngahĩha kara gũkoretwo tũmaũndũ tũnini akiuga kũngĩgĩa ngahĩha. Nĩrĩo twakĩmenyire nĩ kũbangĩtwo bunjo mũnene mũno Karau mũthenya wa ũmũthĩ na rũciũ nĩgetha gĩthurano gĩkĩ gĩtĩrio. Na kũretereirwo niĩ tondũ nĩndĩrathiaga Rigathi wa Gachagua kũrĩa kũndũ gwĩtagwo Ngũrika na thiĩ kanitha gwa Kĩongo. Thigari ciĩkĩrĩte nguo cia raia cioka ithũkie na irokire hwaĩ na ciatinda kũu Ngũrika. Ũngĩũria andũ a Ngũrika nĩ magũkwĩra ciuma kũu ciĩkĩrĩte nyamũ ciĩtagwo hood atĩ mũthigari ndũramuona ahiana atĩa. Rĩrĩa ndĩrakinyire Nyahururu hwaĩ tondũ nĩ hĩndĩ ndĩrakinyire Nyahururu hwaĩ niĩ ndaugĩte ndigũthiĩ tondũ no ndamenyete ndeto icio. No mũnini wa Inspector General wĩtagwo Lang'at akĩruta statement akiuga nĩ gũkũgĩa na thayũ. Niĩ ndingĩmwĩtĩkia tondũ nĩ ndĩmũĩ na nĩ njũĩ ruto wega. No Methũ na mwanake ũgwĩtwo Kamau ũrĩa ũrarũgama marathaitha mũno. Maranjĩra andũ a Karau nĩ marenda kũigua kiugo kĩa mũico kuma kũrĩ niĩ na maranjĩra thiĩ Karau na ndĩrauma gũkũ hwaĩ ndĩrakinya hwaĩ-inĩ. Gũkinya kũu tũrakora thigari cia nguo cia raia iria ikĩrehwo na marori na ciĩkĩrĩte mask na cirakĩbangwo kũrĩa guothe ndĩrathiĩ moke kũu mahũre andũ na niĩ mwene kũngĩhotekeka mandathe no matikanjũrage. Korwo nĩ kũgũrũ kana nĩ guoko nĩgetha andũ a Karau ndingĩrathwo mambarũrũke mahinge bara marehe thĩna kũgĩe gĩthagathago nĩgetha mũthenya wa Jumatatũ chairman wa IEBC atĩrie gĩthurano. Rĩu niĩ rĩrĩa ndĩramenyire ũguo hwaĩ ũtukũ kĩndũ thaa thita cia ũtukũ rĩ ndĩrauga tũtingĩka mĩcemanio ĩyo tondũ tũtingĩtĩkĩra kũhe thirikari gĩtũmi gĩa gũtĩria gĩthurano kĩrĩkũ gĩkĩ. Rĩu niĩ ndĩrauga ndigũthiĩ mũcemanio niĩ ngweterera njĩke kĩrĩrĩmbĩ hwaĩ-inĩ. Rĩu rĩrĩa njagire gũthiĩ rĩ tondũ no ndĩrakĩrũmĩrĩrwo kũrĩa ndĩmona ndinathiĩ kũrĩa ngwetereirwo rĩ nĩgetha kũrutwo mbara na andũ a thirikari othe ma minister ma PS ma MP andũ arĩa othe marekaga siasa ya UDA othe marauma Karau hwaĩ tondũ kũrendagwo hũrwo ndathwo gũtarĩ mũndũ wa thirikari ona ũmwe. Gũcoke rĩu kũgĩe na ngahĩha nene mũno andũ marehe thĩna tondũ Rigathi wa Gachagua angĩtuĩka nĩ arathwo gũtingĩikarĩka. Maroro othe marauma Karau nĩ hĩndĩ rĩu maracoka nĩ hĩndĩ rĩu maracoka. Rĩu rĩrĩa gũkinyire thaa cigana na mona ndinathiĩ kanitha rĩ kwamenyeka nĩ ndatĩra. Gwagĩtuĩka tondũ nĩ ndĩreka kĩrĩrĩmbĩ rĩ kũrĩa gwĩkĩra kĩrĩrĩmbĩ kũrĩa mũgumo gũke kũhũrwo gũke gũikio tear gas kũhũrwo rithathi andũ mahũrwo kĩrĩrĩmbĩ kĩharaganio nĩgetha andũ marakare nigetha kwanjie ngui nigetha githurano gitirio riu nirio hurire thimu kuri anene anyu era mundu wakwa hure thimu orie na gitio tondu ni tuona uria kubangitwo kirimbi kiu handu ha gwikira mugumo tuhe andu acio a thirikari mweke wa kuhura andu wa kurehe ngahiha nigetha kume bara nigetha githurano gitirio tariu kwanza kungihurirwo kwina kiririmbi riu andu othe ni mamenya kundu kuu ni kuru nigetha riu chairman wa IEBC atirie ki githurano na riu ndio tucenjirie na ndewona ni mugukinyite karau na ni pole ni sana ndakiuga ndahoya na gitio ndauga atiriri handu githurano giki gitirio na tutirenda gitirio tondu ni kiega ri na andu ni anogu ni campaign ri andu marenda guthurana macoke mara-ini mao ri ndoria na gitio tuke riu ri ni kiuria kiria kuragia kuma ngahia githumo
no mbere ya tukinyite hau hari ngahia icio cia githumo mheshimiwa ngahia icio wagweta uhoro wacio ri muthenya wa Jumamothi ni waheanite mukana ukauga kwaya gukorwo ni kubangitwo ngahiha kuria kaunti-ini ya Nyandarua na ni ukoretwo ukiheana ndumirite ici mbere ya undu ucio hanikite no mheshimiwa gutire ikinyo gikinyukia nigetha riboti ici wina cio mbere ya uhoro uhanikite ri hihi makinya make watho makinyukio kana nginya guthio igoti-ini iri tangira kurigiriria
riu mucoki ukwira u na borithi nicio irarehe ngahiha ni huritwo maita 21 njiguaga minister ucio warutwo akiuga ati ni ithuĩ turahũrana ati ithuĩ tubangaga kuhura ithuĩ ni kuhũrwo tuhuritwo ni huritwo ngihũrwo Limuru Ruto atumanite njuragirwo Limuru Ngai akindeithia ndiakuire agitumana kanitha-ini mwiki wa PCA ngihũrwo kanitha-ini thiini Ngai akihonokia ndiakuire ngihũrwo kanitha-ini wa Kariobangi PCA ndiakuire ngihũrĩrwo airport ngiuma Rũraya Mũkomeni abangite goons ndendaga kuragirwo kiwanja kia ndege ndiakuire Ruto agitumana witima thigari cietagwo Nairobi Sierra na nicio icio cirikana nicio ciaratha muthi nicio ciaratha ndereva wa Kangata thigari icio citongoragio ni mumbunge wa gwetagwo wa Mumbi na ni arete aranywa njohi akauga ati ni akuhurire thimu ati akunengera ciuria unjurie mumbunge wakwa nawe niguo arauga akinywa njohi ku girigiri handu ari mukawa-ini ati ni ahurire mucoki thimu ati ni ana ciuria njurio no ndamenya no wabibi riu ri witima mucoki.
Aya, Budi, you can come to the show. I will put that show later so that umesema usikie and I agree. So Mukenya Mukora, you can interpret what you have heard because I want to give Budi an opportunity to come and react.
Yeah, anyways, I need to leave, but from what I'm hearing, this guy, this is what you call damage control. He spoke way too early. He's saying that alikuwa ameona mashida, but the things that he's saying right now, what he said is wrong. I mean, it's two different things. Hiyo alisema mtu asilete kierere hapa, which we know who he was talking about. I mean, he mentioned the name is Irungu Kang'ata. He was very specific in the things that he was saying at that time. And that's why Nico at in a difference of opinion. I understand what he's trying to do. He's trying to do a very good damage control, saying that alikuwa ameona kitu ingefanyika nini, but that's not how you want people. The way he said it, he was like, we don't need you here. Do not come. And that's why I have a problem. Whether he was involved or he wasn't involved, it's just the way he had said it. Right now, he's doing a very good way of doing damage control. Furori and all that. And because I understand Kikuyu very well, he's really saying that he was just giving a warning, don't come. There's some things that were planned or are planned to happen. For me, it was not what he had spoken in English and Swahili. What he's speaking right now in Kikuyu is what we call damage control. Because it might not even be him that actually caused that, but some people might have actually taken advantage of that. And that's why I was telling you, Mr. Njiro, you watch when Ruto catches that, takes that microphone, and Kina Murkomen and the Sudis of the day, when they get it, you will see who will be blamed. And that's why nilikuwa nakwambia, he better be careful in the things that he says, especially in media, because it looks bad to him. And you know, Miss J Konashida, and when I hear him right now, he's just doing damage control. That's all it is. I think he's realized that, well, hapa kumeenda vibaya. That's all I'm hearing from me. Anyway, Njiru, let me exit. I gotta go somewhere. Have a good Sunday. I'm gonna be listening to you guys from the back. God bless.
Okay, you have reacted and you have told us, according to you, you think Gachagua meted that violence. Anyway, that is your own thinking. I would want to still hear other people what they have to say. So maybe Bwana Mbudi, kama uko na time kuja, so that you can react to us, because I don't know what to say. Ile ni ya goons which cannot be controlled. Somebody has been, akina Mbudi, you have been here telling me that kila kiongozi anakuanga na goons wake, so inategemea ni nguni mgani anafanya kazi kubwa. I think you even told me even men in black used to be goons. Yeah, so me, wacha I don't want to do Gachagua speech, but rather let me do Chebet. Let me do Maisha. Wacha niwaekee Maisha because so Mbudi, let me put Maisha TV, Maisha. No, niliona tu Budi is like he was not comfortable with an explicit Kikuyu back to factory setting. So how does help us Eva to ski? Yeah, I think Budi would want a video which he is hearing everything. So let me respect his confusion. Wacha nimwekee zile ambazo anasikia.
My driver was injured by police.
Breaking right now out of Nyahururu, a governor's own driver is lying in a hospital bed with a bullet lodged in his chest, and nobody can even confirm if it is live ammunition or a rubber round. Murang'a Governor Irungu Kang'ata's convoy was stoned, blocked, and hijacked by goons in broad daylight on a Sunday, straight after church. Senators scattered, MPs fled, the dais stood empty where a crowd once roared. And this is not happening in isolation. It is the second political ambush in a single day.
Okay, Budi, let me give you an opportunity to react, because maybe you must be privy to this information. Kuliko nikuweke hapa na pengine mdomo yako inaloa kusema. You can go ahead. I will focus with the video after you finish your first round of inception. Could you react to partly? You can also react to Mkenya Mkora, insertive idea. Gachagua also has a stake in it. Go ahead. Budi.
Yes.
Go ahead.
Hata nikusalimu. I wanted to ask Ndito something because he just said some ridiculous statement there. Amesema kuwa Kangata and take over the mountain. In as much as Gachagua has made a mistake, even I was holding Gachagua more accountable is Nanjia Gachagua has built himself as a politician. And, unlikely of what him actually was saying, this guy is a criminal. He cannot contest an office, ABCD. I mean, many people dismissed Gachagua from onset. And even us, I'm still surprised that Gachagua has been able to take over the mountain, even when Uhuru has revived and even put so much money and even endorsed Matiang'i and did all these changes within Jubilee. If you look at the mountain right now, the reason why actually even Matiang'i a little bit convinced the rest of the country that he should vie from Jubilee was that capital asset that we thought Jubilee could have. First of all, countrywide offices, but at the same time, we were also looking at the rich mountain vote. The truth is, Rigathi Gachagua may be doing damage control across the country, but it's not doing it within the mountain. Within the mountain, I think Rigathi has secured a place. And that is why you are seeing the government spending 10 billion on a by-election. 10 billion. Remember, one constituency receives about 300 million. So that is how much in Njiru. That's 100 times. So you cannot just say that Rigathi is not giving Ruto a walk of his money, but also sleepless nights. Irungu Kangata, even if you look at his sentiment, more especially in Western, that was last weekend in Wamboka's brother's funeral. He gave the history of how he came to politics, and he said numbers matter, but how he connected his numbers in terms of winning the second term vis-a-vis how the country is going is he finished by saying, and actually by telling Sifuna kuwa huwezi toboa mlima, enda uongee na wazee. Na hao wazee ni nani? Wa Munyoro. Sasa Ndeto anakuja kutuambia. Sasa unajua sasa Ndeto is reaffirming what Gachagua has been telling us, politics is local. So in the end, I think Ndeto has confirmed Rigathi Gachagua was right when he said politics is local. that the governor, the governor for whichever, Nikierere, and I think that is what is affirming or confirming. I think at this time, we in the opposition, whether we support Rigathi Gachagua or not, whether his sentiments were good or not, we risk the factor of thinking that we can replace him. And I think you asked a very good question. 1 year too, and I think we are still in our wet dreams saying, yes, we can. Sifuna, see what he has done. I mean, every region has its situational ethic and moral ethic and situational moral that obviously dictates on their voting patterns. But for the mountain, for me, my perspective, without a lie, we are not taking it out of Gachagua. I mean, not even Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, not even PLP, not even Martha Karua, nobody, not even all these coalitions coming together, including Kindiki, all of them, they know Rigathi is a force and DCP is a force. And that is why the reckless statements for us really dented, and we didn't actually placate him as a bad person. We said, look, it is going to be used on bad taste. And I've looked how it's being now used recklessly. I don't know what he said. If he's doing damage control, well, that's good. It may not have an effect right now. And the more he will do it, and how he's going to behave with the rest of Linda Mwananchi, it's going to replicate. Ukiona Sifuna kept off, it tells you that obviously Rigathi had a talk with Sifuna akamwambia, no, this person you're bringing here, hii itakuja kuleta shida na sisi wote. So I think it looks it was also a choreographed plan that actually also worked. We don't know. But I don't see completely. Man, I don't, this one I can put my money even to a bet. There's no way you can tell me that Irungu Kang'ata can become a force to reckon in the mountain. I don't know how that math come, but maybe you guys can help me on that.
No, of course, and that's why I even asked Akina Anna Paswari, Karibu sana Eric, I asked them like, is there supremacy between Kang'ata and Gachagua? Because some of the things which can make people to start fighting each other, and that's the reason why, to some extent, I'm trying to exonerate Gachagua from this violence, especially those people who say that maybe because I can only accuse Gachagua of this violence if there is supremacy battle. Yeah, when people are on a cross path of supremacy, you can say they can make violence to each other. When those people are almost on equal pedestals of reasoning, maybe like you can say like Kang'ata is a threat, Gachagua here is they are threats to each other. But from where I sit, I do not see Kang'ata as somebody who has christened himself as a person who is a threat to Gachagua, because actually Kang'ata had shown some gravitation to Gachagua, and that overwhelmingly accepting Gachagua as his leader now. And that's why you occasionally said, Namutafuto wa Monyoro, Namutafuto wa Monyoro. He wanted to gauge out his own path, but he was still referencing himself to Gachagua because he was seeing the maneuvers which Gachagua has been able to do in Mount Kenya, and he was able to appreciate the earthwork movements which Gachagua is doing. Let's leave that.
And another strong point that I have, Irungu Kang'ata's seat is a toss-up. If the senator, are they from Betu? Are they from the same county?
Kang'ata is Muranga, Gachagua is Nyeri. They are neighbors.
Betu.
Medu is Nyandarua.
Yeah. After the speech, the death of the Olkarau MP, I said this. Metu has positioned himself that if you want position himself as a alternative candidate, Irungu Kang'ata should be very scared. That's my view. The way that boy is coming up with those songs, there's power in songs. And not only power in songs, there is power in I think it comes out like more especially traditional songs. There's a way that boy comes out, like a true Mau Mau. I don't know. It just looks like, he doesn't need to tell you like as a Mau Mau. He represents the Kikuyu. Not only apart from as a Kikuyu. I don't know. I mean, even when he takes his TikTok funny songs.
Let me tell you, that boy, as we call him, because he's a young man, manywele shage hivyo. It is a statement he is saying. He is saying without saying. You see like the way anaweka hiyo manywele yake hivyo, very rough here.
Yeah, and that's my point, Kwa. I mean,
That's a,
Metu is very likable. I think he understood posture and looks. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, and also he married right. You know, Akorino. I mean, everything works for him. So Irungu Kangata is doing his maths very wrong. First of all, because if he's using Linda Mwananchi, okay, to hold his seat, I think it's very wrong. If I was him, the ultimatum, if he really wants to win, as he said, the ultimatum that he was given, if he really wants to win, and that is my position, mimi maneno ya siasa ya mulima imenishinda. I'm only saying as an opinionated person, he cannot win through Linda Mwananchi. I don't think, because if you look at how the mountain wants to position itself too, is what Kalonzo also did. Like you gotta win 3 governorship or 4 governorship in order to access the national party finance. So I think it's a done deal. DCP should win all gubernatorial, senatorial, and maybe MPs in order to be accessed, because that is their homeland. So I think Irungu Kangata, I think is using a wrong path, which is popular, but I think after the Olkarau by-election, it will not be sustainable. That's my view.
okay, sawa. So Bwana Mbudi, you can relax a little bit, upate kikombe ya maji hapo. Let me usher in His Highness mtoto mkakamavu. Unajua hawa ndio walijenga taifa, hivyo ndivyo walituambia. So I take him very serious. So Bwana Eric, can you react to what has happened today? The dual violence which we have seen in Nyahururu and Kisumu. And by the way, Bwana Mbudi, you did not comment about Kisumu. So maybe in your next excerpt, think about Kisumu as well, and maybe you can try to connect the two as well. Are they isolated events, or it is one system working together? Eric, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Gino. You're holding me the highest regard. Yeah?
Sio bana, ulituonesha mzee yako hapa mpaka ukashtua ani sana. Unajua some of our people here in a light note, some of our people here in a light note are gold diggers. They go to dig where gold is. Na wewe ni kama umebeba gold na sina maoni nyingine. Go ahead.
Anyway, I think you are the next kingpin, yeah, Kingpin Junior, after Medhu. Okay.
Mimi ndiye nimefunza Medhu kuweka hii nywele sharp, eh?
Yeah, nilikuwa niseme alikukopi.
Yeah, you copied me. Yeah. Go ahead.
So I don't know if you talked about it, about I followed the interview of Digi J, and he said like he tried the diplomatic way to talk to Gachagua, to talk to Kangata, and then Kangata is like he didn't listen, and after that he sent the senator of Muranga, and the senator. And then Kangata still did not listen, and that then after that he called Kangata and talked to him, and then after that's why he brought this matter public. I don't know if you talked about that according to the interview and his word. So I don't know. Maybe I can take it in 2 ways or 3 ways. What happened in Okarao? Number one, I would say, like regarding Gachagua didn't want the the chaos to happen, and bring like his argument was the IBC, like if there will be chaos when the Linda Mwananchi go there, the IBC might maybe cancel. The second argument I think was like if you find like from today the Kangata's name again kind of went up a bit. And Gachagua, I think, prefer Medhu. Like he's mentoring more Medhu than any young person in Mount Kenya. The third reason maybe could be, I'm not sure, but some people, the way the government argue that maybe is the Giji who didn't want the Linda Mwananchi in Mount Kenya. About the Western, the Nyanza, in Kisumu, I don't know what happened much, but maybe in Kisumu, I didn't see them blaming Gachagua. So sometimes, I don't know, like Gachagua I think is the boogeyman. Like, you know, the way the people of Mount Kenya used to blame Baba in everything. Like when this happened, oh, it's Baba, huyu mtu wa fujo. So I think right now Gachagua is that man in a way. Then I also noted like Babu did not show up in the two meetings. I don't know if what's the problem there. Babu's absentia.
But I've seen his comment where he talked about, he criticized the use of gun to Sifuna and Orengo in Nyanza. So I have seen his comment in social media. I think also these people are also trying to take cover. Unajua kulingana na vile mimi naona Bwana Eric moving forward, sasa hizi mararis, you will not be seeing some politicians attending. So you'll start now seeing politicians. If this gun environment continues, people will not be attending rallies, especially politicians. So utakuwa unasikia Matiang'i yako na rally hapa, and some guys don't come because it is expected there will be violence. So Bwana Budi, do you know that ile level tumefika Kenya saa hii, there is a close to 95% chance of getting violence in a rally? Ile level tumefika.
Not 95% chance. If you're looking at actually where it has gone into, the police are openly supporting the goons for the government. I mean, this is what Dismas Baraza, and I wish you could put that interview of Dismas Baraza with Obina. It was quite interesting. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, and now I take it intentional because I like Dismas Baraza to say such kind of thing. I think he was sent there to say it. He said, there are what the national government cannot do without the goons. There are two scenarios I saw. In Kisii, the member of parliament who sent goons in Jaumbo was in a funeral actually today, and the Secret Service were taking care of him. And at some point, they asked everybody, his goons were around him, but they asked other people to get out so that the goons can protect him openly. I just took a microphone, said, Sisini police, we are taking care of him because of the situation. He needs extra security, but these are his security. Who are the goons that we know? And then they pushed people on the side. So what does that tell you? It tells you that I think now the goon culture has been normalized, more especially in some areas. The person who has normalized the goon culture is Raymond Amolo, especially in Luo Nyanza. You saw this, was it last month or a month or so? I think it was May, when the MP, second MP, Sumo, the parent died, and Professor Ojienda, who is actually a ranking member of ODM, but also Senator for Kisumu, came with the goons. And even the Anglican bishop was saying, you came with the goons here openly. Why? And he kept quiet. And even the family, at some point, the family of Mama Aida and Ruth Odinga complained. They say, you can't wait when everybody's seated, then you come with the goons openly. We know them. We've used them before. Stop disrupting. And they are coming with the police cover-up. So what we can say is not 95% chance. Now you can see the pattern, or the government has confirmed that, beyond the police that they have, they will have to have what? The goons, and these goons are going to be protected. The goons are going to beat people, uh, you know, crudely. And if you're going to retaliate, and then now the police will take advantage, now use bullets and ammunition to protect the goons, and they will call that violence caused by the opposition. You have seen that in Kisumu at that church. You've seen it in Kisi today. You've seen it in Naivasha. You've seen it in Olkarau. I mean, that pattern was all over this weekend. It's a script that was said on Thursday or Friday, but now it has started running openly. So the 95% chance plus 5, that is 100% chance. That is what the government is doing. And we don't know what to do. Should we have our own goons? I have said over and over, there's no option. I mean, mahali imefikia dawa ya moto ni moto. I mean, you've seen some places whereby goons have been used openly by the opposition, and sanity has come. In Kisi right now, I mean, uongo ikuwe ni si kidogo. Onyunga and other people are going to go some places. They must use goons because the county commissioner and the county commandant, all of them, more especially in Keumbu, were all changed overnight. We don't know everybody that is security within the county government. All of them are new. They don't know the place. So if they are new and they don't know the place, it means somebody has to do orientation for them. Who does the orientation for them? The goons. So are you going then not to be friends with the goons? So if you change the entire police force of Keumbu, which was about 12, 13, to totally new people who've never been to Kisi since they were born, and you bring them anew, and then who is going to orientate them? If everybody in that unit is new, who's going to tell them ABCD? Obviously, it is the goons who will tell them this is how we operate here. So they have effectively left our police station to be run in some places by the goons.
Wow. Okay. So, Eric, do you have an addition to that?
Not much. Maybe I think maybe I can compare with what I used to hear in Mount Kenya. And, they were very organized. Like the Mongeke, they were very organized, and like they were. It's like they were also doing the recruitment. So also I heard about the drivers and those people who are over 18. So like it was like a big movement. So I think even this one, and I think this one will be actually more dangerous because it's not organized. So if it's this MP come with his goon, another one like goons, I don't know how they are going to know each other. So I think it's total anarchy.
And I like that word anarchy because I think what Ruto wants to do, they're going to test Olkarau. I don't know if it's going to be successful or not. One thing I know for sure, it's been said in the political circle more often than not that had Raila not joined Ruto that particular time, Ruto was hell-bent to declare a state of emergency because that was the only way he could have survived. Because he had not fully succeeded in harnessing the army so that they can be fully on his side. He has done a good job though by eliminating Ogola, and I'm saying allegedly because Kalonzo is on the record on the podium saying that the person that eliminated Ruto is Ogola, and I think you can see that Ogola was shortchanged in how he's playing ABCD. I mean, even how he was buried, all that was a very strong script. Now, what you can see is that Ruto and politics is a tactic, and you've seen it in East Africa, now run in East Africa effectively. I think those violences are going to be normalized, and I think towards the election, just like Southern Sudan, Riek Machar, just like Ethiopia, where elections were never declared completely. Lights were shut off for a couple of days until people cried and said, just turn on the lights. Our phones are off, ABCD, and nobody, the prime minister just continued to be there because the people are tired of being in blackout. Just as in Tanzania, where election was declared 95 or 97%, and the opposition leaders are still in jail. Just like in Rwanda, Burundi, and right now you see in Uganda. So I think that script is going to run deep. I'm not sure if they will succeed in putting people to jail. I'm not sure. I don't know the effect it will have. But I think so far, the intelligence, in as much as people, the mouthpiece of Ruto like Sudi and the rest have had a strong voice. And if you look at sometimes, even if it's rumors, I think there's a voice out there. Kuna watu wametaka sana Rigathi Gachagua alale hata siku moja ndani, lakini I think they know they would have rattled. They would have rattled. So insecurity is going to be the biggest antidote and advantage Ruto is going to use by causing mayhem. Now, look at how the Mbeere and Malava by-elections were declared. It is through violence and insecurity. Look at what Roku or Ruku, whatever his name is, did there single-handedly. You know, that was a criminal act. That's goonism at the highest order. So if you want to think that goons are different people, the state operators themselves are goons.
Yeah, I think this goon mentality, maybe I would also want to ask this question. Has it been used anywhere else in Africa? Or Kenyans, we are trying to invent it? Hii maneno ya goons inatumika pahali ingine ama tu hiyo ni story ya Kenya sasa? Is it an important strategy or it's a strategy which we have always lived with? Ni vile imeanzia kulipuka saa hii.
Yeah. I mean, if you look across Africa, in Uganda, you saw what is his name, Larry Madowo. Basically, there is videos whereby Larry Madowo went to a rally for this Ugandan Bobby Wine, and the goons basically took over his people. The security was just there, and these boys throughout their rallies, more especially the last week, it's only goons who are controlling and taking them in. I mean, most of them died, and nothing was reported, so on and so forth. And it was just not coming even from the police. It was coming effectively from, X page of Muhoozi. So it could be worse, And one thing we forget, and we have had these discussions before, the only two communities that are capable to take the government without soliciting the help of another communities are two. Those are Kalenjins and Kikuyus. Now, when Ruto took over, what we have refused is to remember what Martha Karua said openly. The elite squad is what we used to call the defunct CID and also the Nyayo torture chamber houses, which actually is where our children are taken when they are abducted to be tortured. And now they are so secret to the point whereby you don't find them. And families are even hell-bent scared. One of the things that Raila wanted is the compensation. And I don't think Ruto was going to do that. And he has played the game very smart. And Sifuna was saying that, the moment Albert Ojwang was killed, that was the end of what? Because Ruto was not going to stop abduction. Why? Because the elite squad, and you have to understand, if you go back to that clip, that Martha Karua essentially spoke about it. I think she was so privy about it, about where they come and who they are and what they do. And also Gachagua has also said, I think At one time, he said they operate from this building, 12th floor, and their names are this and this. He went further even to speak and say who they are and where their headquarters are and where they are operating. Obviously, they are not operating from there anymore. So you can almost see that, you know, this is a script that has been copied from Uganda, Tanzania, and also effectively where it has worked for years in Rwanda. You know, Rwanda has very strong, what we call benevolent dictatorship. The guy has a very good PR, but over the years has persecuted anybody, including women, who come out as opposition. If you look at the records of Rwanda, it's so bad. So is Ruto manufacturing or inventing these? No, these are scripts being copied, okay, and pasted, you know, and being made a hybrid now. Why? Because now they know how to thrive in them better. Why? Because of how the politics, you know, of East Africa has become. Museveni was declared. Suluhu was declared. The urinating and the Alzheimer's president of Southern Sudan was declared. Somalia, you saw what happened, and why not Kenya? If Kenya misses out the script, it will injure the rest, and the rest will not be happy. So the unfortunate thing about this is this: Uganda, Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, Southern Sudan, and Somalia will want Kenya to do that so badly because Kenya seems to be the beacon of democracy. And Ruto is willing to work with anybody who can support him achieve that.
For experience transfer, yeah? Right? Experience transfer.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. And you can see how many times actually Ruto has visited. You know, sometimes this meeting between Ruto and Museveni, me was in any, I don't know, like they're like weekly until even the media doesn't report anymore. Have you realized that? The Museveni and Ruto's meetings, they're like weekly. You will just find Museveni in Nairobi and you wonder what is going on.
History of Magoons, because it has been used in other countries. Like now, let's talk of the opposition leaders in those countries, because now they have met that thing coming to them earlier than us. There is the opposition in Uganda, opposition in Tanzania, maybe opposition in Southern Sudan. Ilikuwa watu kama kina Riek Machar, who tried to. For me, I would say Riek Machar handled that situation better than all the other countries combined. So the question which I'm asking, when it comes to responding to that situation, because it seems they are being imported from all those countries, which opposition script can we copy and advance from those countries? Because the opposition should be the one which is having the mechanism to respond and fight that. So if you are an opposition leader in Kenya, which country would you be looking forward to see that these people are fought this? Because you have to borrow from somewhere. Because already they have somebody who has been fighting that problem before you. So like ukiulizwa sahi, which country is trying and what approaches are they using?
Kenya is using a sophisticated than both of them. If you look at what is going on in South Africa right now, the Madlanga Commission and all what is going through, I think Kenya has actually outsourced the blueprint of how the apartheid police works. You know, how it has thrived and controlled the black policemen, but with a white capitalist monopoly in South Africa. And you can look how deep-rooted it is. Because when you look at Kenya with the Lagat and all these people, they seem to be quiet. Ruto has hired some specific people within the police force that you and me may not know. What was the reason of Ruto completely refusing to fire Lagat, to a point that Lagat basically came back quietly and nobody has ever spoken. It is how we run it. Our police force is deeply institutionalized, okay, in terms of violence, but also colonized. We never came from the colonial patchet of policing. If you look at a lot of how we police, even what we call the police reforms that we were supposed to have, it's just the change of uniform, okay? But the practices and everything is there. If you remember, quite recently, we found out that in percentage, uh, 60 or 40, 60, I'm forgetting, of our police force do not have what? Police vehicles, which is very true. I mean, these statistics that are very accurate. Sometimes they do give us accurate statistics. I don't know for what reason sometimes. When we need the truth, they don't. So, but how do they operate then without? Now, they operate through what we call hidden forces, whereby the internal security has certain vehicles that operate through those police forces, not official vehicles. Obviously, you know, the official vehicles are supposed to be there. But now we have a parallel state police force that is not national. You get it? That is where this guy, if you remember a couple of years ago, because I've done a deep research about it, this reservist, what was his name from Nakuru, who had everything. What was his name? This guy was a reservist for many years during Uhuru tenure. You remember that guy? I've forgotten his name.
Bijiwe.
No. There's a name. Waiganjo. Okay. So Waiganjo operated in the dark, parallel but open. They have specific names for them. They have all the uniform. They have all the badges. They have everything it takes to arrest you. They have everything it takes to torture you. But they are essentially not part of what we call the elite police squad who are accountable in case you take people like Mohammed, you're taking them to ICC. They are not part and parcel of it. And Ruto knows that better because post ICC, Ruto knows how to operate. You see, every maandamano that are major, Ruto will get out. And his main people that operate the polices never speaks. It is this foolish guy who we call the DIG, the DG, who speaks.
Eric, do you have a reaction? Eric?
Yes, Jiro.
Budi amefanya mic drop. Unajua this very explicit speakers wanafanya mic drop. Anaongea na ananyamaza mara moja. Sasa mimi nilikuwa nangojea I'm not seeing it. Aya, sawa. So can you react to that, what Budi has brought about that, about the experience from other countries? And can we use their experiences to fight it?
I'm not sure that, like, I don't know if I give like sometimes I think we can change our strategy and how about we do this instead of fighting, because maybe the government may want to do that so that they can arrest, and I think if we copy the same, I think in Kenya, and the way I'm seeing things going, the government might find a reason just for like arrest, and sometimes you see some Kenyans are giving up. Maybe it's most of the leaders. How like I saw the, I don't know, is the one from Nairobi saying, where are some police ununiformed? And he said, oh, what police? the DCI. How about all the police? It doesn't matter the DCI. They should have a camera. How about we introduce those kind of rules? All the police, before they arrest you, they should have the yeah.
Hiyo body cam, hata polisi wa Kenya ukimpea body cam bana, haitatoa image, itakuwa black. Watakuwa wanaweka self-tape kwa kamera hai. Polisi Mkenya, the level at which Kenyans want to commit crime is in another level. Mimi hata nikiambua polisi wa Kenya wamepewa aticam body cam, siwezi amini.
But ukinini, for example, like you educate the citizen more and tell them the first thing, like that body cam or
hebu nikuulize, tumepewa CCTV image ya wale watu wameuawa. Media always bring CCTV image, right? Like when Jacob Juma was killed, always the media has this tendency of showing us the last event, vile ulichukuliwa, vile uliuliwa. Has any CCTV record in Kenya been used to mount a successful case?
No, actually, there's this interview. They said the only active cases, I think, they're about 3.
Why?
But I think, for example, the one for Bonfast, like that police was well captured.
Wengi maandamano yote mapolisi wanakuwa captured, lakini ndio nakuuliza wewe, hata ukiambua polisi wa Kenya akona body cam, hiyo body cam are you sure itatoa any evidence in Kenya?
But my question, like when they sit in the offices, what are they doing?
Let me tell you. The
Kenyan problem. Have you been to the police station in Kenya when you have a serious problem?
There's one time I was arrested. I remember that time.
What were they doing?
Like, okay, I don't know if I should give this story. We went to visit my grandma, and in my grandma is in a somewhere in a town somewhere in Kandara, and there's no DSTV there. It was a Real Madrid versus Barcelona, and my cousin said, when my grandma go to sleep, we open the gate and we go. So when we went there, the police came and said, if you don't have an ID, please come out. I tried to hide under the bench. But so the police saw me, and now they took us away. The worst part is, in those cells, the way they put us there, I was saying, if I have the bomb, I would better die than stay here more than even an extra second. They put, like, we were in excess. It was like a rally. The corridor was full, everywhere was full. That was the only time I was ever arrested. When I was like, I can say I was a child in a way.
Ulilala huko?
No. Sikumaliza.
Kama hukulala huko hakuna kitu uliona, because somebody even told us that mnalala na ndoo yenu hapo.
Huko hakuna space ya ndoo venye tulikuwa tumeshikwa. Hakuna space.
Si mnawekewa ndoo na mnakojoa wapi? Wewe ulikojoa wapi? Uko huko ndani, ulikojoa wapi?
Mimi sikukojoa, but the way kwenye kulikuwa kunanuka, I think watu walikuwa wanajikojolea. Like, unajua watu wameshikwa kwa DSTV, wengine wameambiwa kama huna ID, hata kama wewe ni nini ukuje nini. So by the time my uncle anakuja, tulitolewa after 3 hours. 1 hour ilikuwa kutoka. unatajwa, by the time unatoka ni kama 1 hour. So hizo polisi venye zinakaa sijui kama ni zote, but venye niona hiyo, and then venye walitushika
You are answering how do they look. The question you asked us, wanafanyanga nini huko? So I wanted you to answer what were they doing.
I didn't see much work. Like just the normal. Always take out your shoes, like belt. I didn't see much of the work.
Now, this is what the police do in Kenya, is to make sure that people and ni kuingisha na kutoa, to make sure the number they want to run at a day that will bring enough money for that police post for bribe is attained. So if you stayed there 3 hours, you can imagine watu ni kuingia na kutolewa, kuingia na kutolewa, kuingia na kutolewa, until if it is the hardcore criminals au wako kwa section inaitwa remand. Mtu anaweza kaa remand for years and years. There are people who have been hardcore criminals. Remand kesi yake bado iko na shida. Lakini they use those for the purpose of raping and threatening those who are coming. Ni ukikuja kule kama uko na kichwa ngumu, polisi hakupigi, anakuingisha huko ndani mahali wale wenye wako hardcore criminals, na you know they get paid for that. Wako na blanketi wao, wako na choo, wanapewa nini. The only thing is that they cannot get out, but they have the freedom, so they have the seniority. Kazi yake ni kufanya kazi ya polisi. So essentially the police force, they rarely do nothing, including kalamu. Ukitaka kuandika hata report, kama wewe ndio umeenda kule kureport, what they do is that wanakwambia hatuna kalamu, wanakwambia enda kwa kile kiosk, enda ununue, na hiyo ni kioski yao. So they do business with you, you pay bribe, and essentially you come, whatever money you had, whether it's M-Pesa or in your pocket, you don't go back with it. That is what the police do. Most police posts in Kenya.
You know, the reason why I brought that topic was there are some countries that I visited and I saw how their police mostly work, and I discovered that this pattern, like anywhere there's a police station or a police post, there's a hospital or a dispensary or something, and there is also a school, and there is like even the banks and many things are just there, because though some of those countries, like the people, they don't, the way the people stay in Kenya is different from like I'm putting there's a place set aside for residents, like the residential areas. So even in the countryside, you find like even the neighbors, they're also near, so then they don't look like the same countryside in Kenya. So that and when you go to their police station, you see the difference in terms of their work compared to Kenya. Like they're able to monitor many things. It's like even is in a countryside, but it's like a city in a way.
And I like how you have put it. When I don't know. I mean, there was a topic in economics when we were doing that. It was called region and urban organization, whereby how urban organization uproot. You know how they can decide to uproot or come up with a city. There are about 5 essential things that happens. There has to be a river passing through there or a source of water. There have to be a cathedral. Then you have to have a place for sewage. Then there has to be a hospital, and then there has to be a police post, so on and so forth. So I think our region and urban organization is so distorted that if you compare what those countries do and what we do, you will even be ashamed that the police posts are actually not even police posts. A police post is supposed to have at least how many? It's supposed to be OCS, OCPD, and what? But in many of them, they don't even have those ranks. They have only one tiny office. They're supposed to have about 4 offices. Remand for women, remand for the remand for kids. I mean, there is a structural and architectural formation that a police post is supposed to have. But in Kenya, I mean, we geared off. Those are not part of parcel that we follow. So if you want to compare police posts in other regions in the world to us, then I think we wouldn't measure.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like it was like a good way of like providing like the services. Like, you know, sometimes Kenya, they say they provide services, the government provides services, but like in some places it takes many hours for you to get those services in some places. And the way I was saying, like this one, there was you can see there's enough securities, even how they work, the cameras everywhere. When you go to the police station, you see even in the villages, the police are busy, like monitoring, like they know what's happening. Even when it's come again to providing securities in all these like auxiliary services, it's also easy. And there are many of them, like in every only every village, you find that's like that model is. I think it's worked very well and more efficient, and it also provide quicker services. But ours, there's some people who suffer, maybe actually more so even those in
If you look
Northeastern.
after 1992, the scrapping of Section 2A, two things became common. One thing became common, and two things were out of that one common thing. The one common thing was we started what was called roadside declarations. In these roadside declarations, we started declaring districts. Okay, you remember that? We started declaring districts. Everything became a district. Hello. Moi actually.
During my time, the district rural focus, was it that one?
Yes. Yes. And every area became a district. Now, post that, Ruto and Moi and also Kibaki enhanced another thing. If they come to your place and you say they're insecurity, they started roadside declaration of police posts, which actually did not follow the pattern for a police post to do what? To be open. So a lot of what you call police posts today are roadside declaration of political promises. So you can see the difference.
Yeah, and do you think so, Bwana Budi? Do you think that that concept helped Kenya, or it was just some political gimmicks which actually they retrogressed us and made us actually to use more economy, to use more money? Because you are creating a district, you are increasing labor force, because every district required like not only even district, Bwana Budi, hata ukisema hiyo kitu nimekumbuka, even municipalities. I remember like hapo kwetu ndio nilikuwa nikisikia wakisema sasa Embu and Runyenje, they have become
In fact, that was the worst divide and rule than colonization, remember. It really divided us. There's some, for instance, I'll tell you in Kisii, Kenyanya and Ogembo, we were promised a district there. My friend, until today, the people of Kenyanya and Ogembo, they don't look eye to eye because Ogembo still thinks it's a district and Kenyanya thinks, and people from Kisii can tell you that history of how Moi was very conniving in terms of how to divide people because he knew he was going to lose. And those roadside declarations still continue.
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we have really lost a lot as a nation, and Kenya, only a few people benefit with what we do, unfortunately. Ni watu wadogo sana the Kenyan system does not reward the good person. The Kenyan system looks like it has been set to reward the crooks and the criminals, unfortunately. Angalia, in Kenya, the guys who are thriving, wakora, wezi, wauaji, those are the thriving people. That's why even the Kenyan democratic process, I don't think it has capacity to allow meritocracy anywhere. So that's why, like, which civilized society will have Moses Kuria as a visible person in that society? Which society? It's only these funny democratic states. I don't know, but for me, I feel now democracy need to be sieved. Kuna vile mimi naona hii kitu tunaita democracy it's a hype for stupidity. It's a hype for stupidity. I really don't appreciate it so much. So like, but all the countries, like inchi kupata kiongozi mashuhuri, kiongozi anafikiria sio rahisi. Yeah, so this out of goons, maybe Budi, you can respond to this before you go. Nimesikia see you then. Na sijui kwa nini unanitakia see you then. Sijui kwa nini unataka kuniona baadaye. Now, can the opposition be able to nuke this? And you can reference to what are people like Akina Kibagedi have said today. Itabidi sasa, so like, what is the way out now? Sasa hii goonism iendelee hivyo forever to become another thing, ikuwe sasa it becomes an industry, because for me I now see goonism is becoming an industry in Kenya. It might replace tourism. Goonism could replace tourism, or it might very soon become number one revenue earner for individuals. Being a goon, unakuta sasa like people even thriving for that job to be a goon, because it is the only way in which you can be able to raise money, you can be able to do what. So question, can civilians fight it? Can the opposition assemble themselves as a people who can rescue the country from this? Budi? Elex? Erico?
Yes, Jiru.
Hii kitu hebu nikuulize sasa, wewe ni Gachagua, wewe ni Matiang'i, wewe ni Kalonzo, hebu pigana na historia ya gun sasa. Wewe ni raia, hebu sasa niambie utafanya aje historia ya gun?
You know, like anyway, like if they also confront that, the way Michuki said, when they must be also be prepared. There's some who, it can also create like kind of a revolution if they, because there'll be so much arrest, you know, when the two groups fight, like those in the opposition and those in government, the government will come for those in the opposition. I think there'll be also, like, the consequence is huge to the opposition. There'll be so much arrests of leaders and like intimidation of the goons from the opposition, and the level of intimidation, the way I had, and there's this Gachagua, I think it's like a security team, part of the security team. The way I had that kind of arrest, that it creates a lot of unrest. The way you are being taken, the torture, or you are being put some stuff, and you are being told, oh, you are selling this, and you are covered. I think the government is the one that's doing this. Maybe if the opposition do that, I think some people will be scared because of the kind of the example of, if the goons from the opposition are arrested, they're going to be tortured by the government. So I think it's a serious issue. For me, I don't have any recommendation on how to tackle it. I don't know how. Maybe you can give me your idea on what you think.
Calvin amekwambia hapo, zero violence begets violence. Calvin anasema tupatane na hawa watu omundu komundu.
You know, unfortunately, unfortunately, there is one thing we didn't know. Ruto did effectively. Whatever it was called a United Nations mission to go and help fight goons in Haiti was actually to go and train goons to help him. So for us, I think we were duped. I don't know if you have ever seen that issue like that, because there was no actually what we call, in the end of the day, the goons, the goons ended up working with the Kenya police force. And by the time they were leaving, they were very good friends. If you remember when we finished our mission there. So Gachagua sometimes has made me crunch, by how he says he has also his goons within the police force, security sector. Gachagua, when he became deputy president, him too, was able to hire a lot of people there, according to what he said. Raila Amolo Odinga used to have information and intelligence from the inner circle. So I think how our security and our police is structured, it's a neo-colonial police whereby the president does not have a complete autonomy, towards whereby he cannot sit pretty. He must be threatened also by the neo-powers. Because sometimes I wonder, if you have full state control, there are some things you can decide and say, I'll be a dictator, but I will not allow goonism. Why do you allow goonism and you have state powers? Sometimes it defeats logic. But I think to some extent, what Nani said, what Isma said, is the state intentionally or intentionally leaves it so that it's not a coherent police force or security for the purpose of what? Of using illegal means where necessary politically. That's my thought. So when you ask, will we ever achieve security? No, in politics, it is designed to do the dirty jobs.
But now, Bwana Mbudi, woni hapo kuna shida, when the dirty job becomes bigger than the main job. How do you reconcile
discussing how now we are just discussing how it is structured. Unaelewa? So now there is a moment like ours, the pivot is not balancing anymore. Unaelewa? That is what we want us to discuss. So before we discuss that, we must know that the state doesn't want complete disciplined state security. Okay, once we agree in that, then you start understanding how security in every country operates. Okay, how, for instance, when a state does a problem, how, for instance, Gachagua said there was money of corruption that was gotten, and Ruto went there and took the money, and that money was never taken as an exhibit. We don't know where that money went. So the state has a part whereby they should and they cannot have a disciplined force, because it will be its collapse, because the state does a lot of illegal things. So if we start it from there, then you will understand that insecurity is not something that is brought by you and me. It's actually enhanced and perpetuated by the state so that it can thrive. The problem is they don't know where to use it, how to use it for its benefit. So they will have to allow it to be everywhere, because at any point they're able to use it to its advantage, and they don't care if it's to your disadvantage or not, as long as it works for them. Does that make sense to you?
Yeah,
So when the
umenifurahisha.
president is very unpopular, so you must allow it to become even deeper and more.
Umenifurahisha. There is a video which is circulating about corruption. Sijui kama umepatana nayo. Yeah, there is a guy who is talking about corruption and he is saying, corruption is only bad if I'm not involved. But if I get involved, I will defend it. Have you met with that video? It is circulating in social media. It's a funny one. So let me ask you a question now when it comes to these goons now. And the methodology and the approach, especially because we can see it's a state thing to advance their own issues. Do you think goons are vital to a government which has lost the grip of its population when it comes to convincing them that they are still having a civilized government? Is it the only thing which can be used to suppress people to submission? Wanambudi? Or do you think like serikali ikimemewa sasa the only thing they can have ni goons sasa? Is it now the signs of beginning of the end of Ruto? This extreme use of goons. Can we say that? It's the early signs of the show of beginning to the end of Ruto. Budi, are you there? Ama Bwana Eric, hii maneno ya goons, is it the early signs of beginning to the end ya Ruto?
Yeah, I think yes. Is Budi here?
No, Budi ni kama ameenda
Uh,
kupata kikombe
I think yes
kikombe cha
to
maji
some
ama ni
extent.
vikombe za maji?
I think to some extent yes, but again on the other side, Ruto, people say Kenya is not Uganda, but I think the frequent visits that he visit Museveni, I think most of the time, I don't think they speak about the economic, like bilateral things. I think sometimes they speak about politics. I think most of the time maybe they speak about politics. And even you remember before Baba died, there was a time Baba, Museveni, and Ruto. They were somewhere in, I think maybe in Museveni hometown maybe, and they are there discussing, hey, how do you do this? How do you solve this? Yeah, how do you help? How do you help this? And many people are saying, oh, there was nothing going on there. Most of from the, I think from, was it from this channel? Oh, there was nothing. It was maybe coincidence. Baba had, many things. Let me go back to your question. Your question was? I've forgotten. I've lost the question.
Is this the beginning of the end of the are they the added signs to show that this is the beginning of the end of Ruto regime?
Yeah, I said to some extent yes, but yeah, the reason why I went to Uganda is because of what Uganda does, and like the people of Uganda keep on saying this is the last time of Museveni. This one, he must be defeated. Eh? So I don't know. I think if you go to the Uganda situation, maybe maybe he's even gaining, and the opposition are stealing the votes. They will steal the votes, and when he get about 70%, he blame on opposition for stealing some votes. I don't know if you understood my answer. I was trying to say, on one side, I was saying yes, but if I follow the Museveni way, and you know, Ruto, the kind of visit he always make there, he tries to copy Museveni in Museveni leadership. We may say yes as the people, yeah, he's losing, but in his mind, maybe he has a plan on how to handle this. You know, and already there are signs there. The signs like what's happened in Marava, what happened in Bere. Now we are waiting here. What will happen in Okarao? Yeah.
You know, we are in a precarious position than we've had in previous elections. Whether you liked Raila or not, he was a unique man when it came to the international relationship. At some point, Museveni could fear him and even tell him to come and campaign for him in Uganda. He had good relationship with Chama cha Mapinduzi, Magufuli, and the rest. To a point that if and when we had political situations that warranted that anarchy was to come, Tanzania will step in and maybe South Africa. The degeneration of those two countries, South Africa having one of the most corrupt regimes ever, the Palapala issue, and now Mama Suluhu, who hates the Gen Zs of Kenya because watu wamemtesa kwa internet sana. In case Ruto steals election, I don't think we will have the support we have had before that will let negotiations bring sanity. I think these people are held bent. Even if Ruto declares himself, they will even bring their own peace. IGAD will bring their own peace troops to Kenya right away. In fact, they will congratulate Ruto before the elections are over. Ruto was the only president who was quick to actually not congratulate Traore, and actually said he's been a very good friend of France, unlike the revolutions that are going in the Western Sahel. So your question now comes that at a critical moment, I think internationally Ruto is positioning himself as a man who will be rubber stamped, unlike Raila, who had contacts, which used to be a little bit difficult for other countries to come quickly and endorse the president that has been declared. Secondly, has done everything necessary that no president did before. Remember, Moi scrapping off Section 2A, it was also very difficult. He had to scatter the opposition completely for him to be declared in 1992. He did it effectively by making sure Chipuko and Matiba were not together with who. And that's history. We cannot diverge into that. So, but Ruto, what he has done, every institution that looked to be democratic, that could fight against rigging or the whole process of electioneering, has been compromised under Ruto. Today, you don't see the Law Society of Kenya as it used to be. The Human Rights Commission are people like, I saw one person write a very good op-ed about people like Boniface Mwangi. The human rights group activists we have today are people who sleep in big hotels in Arusha, and are not the activists that we used to have. So money has been poured into this, and we don't have that kind of accountability that we used to be. So for us to think that getting Ruto is the walk in the park, the way you have framed your question is very wrong. If I was you, I would emphasize in asking the question in the right way. Has Ruto done everything in his powers to declare him as a president? And then we will say yes. Then we'll say but. Then the but will help us get the answer that, you can do everything that you want. But once we start being secured that, we are Kenyan, CC, ABCD, without accepting that this man has done what no man had done, I think you're giving us a false confidence. Even when we thought the state was going to help Baba, it did not materialize. The point that we thought, honestly, this time around, hey, Baba Mejarib, it didn't work out. So what makes you think this time around? For me, I come from the point of disadvantage and the point of losing. Are we in a more precarious position that we have ever been? The truth is yes. Is there something we can do? Yes, we are doing it. Even with all that, Gachagua is giving this man sleepless nights. He will wake up at night and start ranting on Twitter. They are using goons. Why? Because with all institutional takeover, even police, the intelligence, and the army, they still have fear. So, yes, but we have made the man to become what? Psychopathic. So that tells you that, look, all these people still fear us. Yes, but the Gen Z movement, the insurrection they caused, was after Ruto had done all that. But yet these kids were almost taking over the government. So that's what should comfort us, that our unity is so critical that the only hope and the only tool that we have that Ruto will never have and can never buy is our unity. So I think we ask it in the right way, we answer it in the right way, and people end up knowing that what actually Ruto fears is our unity. And if it's so, let's do everything and anything in our capacity. And that is why you see all these bloggers every day. If you want to see some of the bloggers today the government has, my friend, look at Lee McQueen. You will cry. This is not the Lee McQueen of all the years. I saw Lee McQueen today put a petty video of just one man Kikuyu talking, anasema hawa Jaluo ni wajinga sana, they are the poorest people in Kenya. So Lee McQueen puts that and tells his people, this is what the Kikuyu thinks about us. Can you imagine? So the question is, why is the state doing that? Because it fears our unity. Raymond Amolo has bought your
And actually, Buddha, there is somebody who has said Ruto will never ever want to see the unity between Kikuyus and the Luo community. So he will do everything in his power to make sure that those two communities are as far apart as possible.
And give it to him. He has used a man who has known how to do it effectively. Any Luo will tell you Raymond Amolo is a smooth operator. He's a soft lander. Unaelewa? He operates in silence, almost like a genius. Unaelewa? And he has divided us than anybody has ever divided. Politics has not divided us. Raymond Amolo, single-handedly, where he got this man from, I don't know. Did he train him all these years? I don't know. Some people are just born evil, diabolically evil, like Raymond Amolo. So, yeah, he has succeeded. Ruto has succeeded. When you see people like Lee McQueen, who used to support Baba like crazy, and who used to beg Baba to talk to the people in the mountain, people who used to speak about the Mount Kenya Foundation very well. Today they are saying Mukikuyu is the biggest enemy of the Luo. I don't know. You need to put that video there and you see what these bloggers are doing and how effective it is. And we think it's a joke. Our unity is the force. It's the only force. It scares me that sometimes I wonder how it worked. I wonder if these tribeless, partyless, leaderless can still work. But then I say, partyless, no. Leaderless, no. Tribeless, yes. But how it was so organic, it's because of the unit that it created, because the finance bill actually ran the issue very well. And we have many other issues if we are to bring us together that could. But we have more things that divide us. If they have to use them against us, they could also use. So we better pick what unites us faster. And as Sifuna has said, our number one priority and only agenda is Ruto must go. Because we face existential crisis when Ruto continues to be the president. Whether it be propaganda or truth, we must run that and get ahead of it, because he ran with what we call Hustler Nation and Mama Mboga and Boda Boda, which was a lie. Me and you knew it was a lie, and he won by it. So I think one of the rallying factors that can unite us is we are facing existential crisis, and we may not live long enough with our children, with the abduction and so on and so on. That is one of the most uniting things. People remember Albert Ojwang, the abductions. People remember this young man that was killed recently, abduction still going on. They stop to think and say, tomorrow it might be me. But other things, it looks like they divide us sometimes. You saw how the sentiments of Gachagua divided us again, a little bit divided us. But if we look at and face Ruto and what he has done to us, we focus on him, not on us. Focus on him. I think, again, we can run away and take him out, and then we start dealing with our own issues. But at some point, I want you to put for me that clip of Lee McQueen. I mean, that was the best.
Before that clip, there's something I want to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Roba, you don't need permission. Wewe ndio baba wa
So what I was
DCP.
saying here, I'm one person. Mimi siwezi ya kuja hapa kuramba matako ya Raymond Omoro. He has done a successive job. He's effective. I cannot come here and ask kuramba nini kina Kasongo.
I think, Roba, you have not heard what I have said.
Never.
Roba, you have not heard what I have said. No, you are criticizing me from a wrong angle. I have said this man Ruto has used him to divide people effectively. That is what I have said. I have not said he has done a good job to Kenyans. He has done what Ruto wants most. Stop saying nimelamba matako yake. I have said the guy has done the job Ruto gave him, to divide us, to use goons to make this country to be ungovernable. That's what I have said.
Red flag. Miss Bado. Nimechukua red flag mimi siwezi kabisa. That's what I want to say. I would never come here and praise them. Never.
So Budi, I will want you to give me the title of ya hiyo kitu ya Lee McQueen, because naona Lee McQueen ameposti vitu mingi, so I don't know specifically the...
utaona tu hiyo yenye tu is not talking anything, but it's just putting one Kikuyu guy just talking. I mean, it's just a simple short video of about 2 minutes.
2 minutes, eh? Nialini, yeah. When do you think he put it?
It was today or yesterday. Okay. Go to his Facebook page, you'll see it, and then go to YouTube. And you know, me, I'm perturbed that Roba is telling me ati nalamba matako ya Raymond Amolo. I mean, honestly, kama yeye analambanga matako ya watu, I mean, let him come here and say kuna watu analamba. I mean, we will be happy about it. I mean, you know, we will give it to him.
Muko na mambo ya
Sio, tuko na mambo. I mean, me, I'm wondering. I have just said that. Look at what Ruto has done. Effectively, somebody who actually is dividing us, and nobody is calling for his resignation. Nobody even remembers that he's the engine of all this. Look at the monies that is being given throughout the goons. Look at how the passports were given in the goons that beat people in Kisumu, and the passports that were given and all these things. Look at the goons of Kondele, whereby Nani named them one by one, Babu Owino, and he attached them. Videos and photos were given to us that the proximity between Raymond Amolo with these goons, it's undeniable. So what I was trying to say, and I'm still saying, is Raymond Amolo continues to be a very divisive man. Look at his speech today. Was it in Kisumu? Soft spoken, but very little. Sasa hiyo ni kumlamba matako. Kama hivyo ndio kulamba mtu analamba matako, that means kila siku mi ulamba matako.
najua hiyo imeingia kama ile shindano ya Ann, tulikuanga tunandungwa na Martin Ndeto hapa. That's why nilisema hivyo. So bwana Mbudi, saa zingine ningesema kuna mashindano unakataa kuamini. Sasa kuna mashindano zingine zinaingia sana, you know.
Hiyo si shindano, hiyo ni ujinga. You know, if you don't hear a point, don't bring me your feelings here, bwana. Hiyo ni ujinga, hiyo sio shindano. Hiyo ni utoto. You have to gauge the government you are fighting and how they are effectively doing some things, and you are letting them go. And that's what Gachagua does every day.
Unajua bwana nani ni hyphenated for DCP, so wacha nikuwekee yeye mgongane. I need to put Budi and Robai on a collision path. Mgongane ishe. Inakaa ni kama mumepigana vita ya baridi sana. Sasa wacha sasa niwaweke sasa mupigane vita joto.
Alex, I can have na niko na support huko kwa, it's okay, but tuseme ukweli. Okay, my point I'm trying to make is Raymond Amolo is evil. Kasongo is evil. We should not even press them. We should even just find a way vile vichwa yao itakatwa. Vile vitu yao itakatwa. Kwa sababu they have killed a lot of people, and yet we are saying that their professions ambayo wamefanya effective, Alex. That's why I was coming from.
Okay, Robert, can I tell you something? Can you just give me a second? I tell you something.
Why, sir?
Robert, I'm here with my child. Unakuja hapa kuniambia nina kindly, if you have feelings, kuna comment section hapo, tuna deal na wewe mzuri kabisa.
I was saying me, Robert West nikapresa hawa watu. These people,
you insinuated
what have
that
done, they have
wengine,
people,
no,
they have
you
killed people.
You
We should just
insinuated
even
the
find
person
a
who said
way.
it. You insinuated the person who said it analamba matako ya Raymond Amolo.
Robert, umwambie basi analamba uso. At least uso ni better kuliko matako. Tafadhali badilisha. Maybe ni location, ulitanja location mbaya.
Mimi nilisema mimi siwezi nikakuja hapa nikaramba mataka nani Amolo. Sikusema Alex amefanya. That's two different things, bwana. That's what I said.
Yeah, sawa, go ahead.
Mimi sikusema Alex amefanya. You guys just
go ahead. Go ahead, sir. You are smart. Go ahead.
Mimi siwezi kwa sababu ameua watu wengi. Siwezi nikakuja hapa nikasema nini Alex, I never said you did this.
Tumesikia wewe haulambangi matako, kuna wengine wanalamba. Go ahead and say your point after that.
Naweza ramba matako yoyote as long as Kasongo asikue president. I can tell you that.
Finally,
If,
umeisema.
yeah, that time I was talking about me. No, I'm not saying you. I'm talking about me. If you see what's going on in the country,
Njiru kwa heri bwana. Njiru kwa heri. Another day.
Sielewi nani anasema another day. Ni Robama. Naona Robama amekimbia mara moja. Sasa inakaa nyinyi watu inakaa kuna pahali mmetoana, sasa mumeileta hapa, mumeleta semifinals hapa nyinyi.
Ndio nimeshangaa. Na wewe Jiro, ni wewe ndio unafaa ku moderate nini. I think umefuel, but I think uge-advise Roba mwambie Alex hajasema hivyo. Anyway,
No.
kuna topic I wanted to ask.
Okay, sorry.
Njiru, what can we do? We were just trying to deliberate on the state of the nation and how these things are being done. And I told you that Ismas Baraza came and told us that state is not going to operate without goons. And we got to a point, we said that obviously now goons are operating. I gave a case study of what we have seen Raymond Omolo is now doing effectively and openly. Okay? Towards what actually Dismas Baraza did what? Told us. I don't think I was praising him like I am happy about it. What I'm saying is whatever they are saying, it is true. And they are effectively doing it. Are they succeeding? Finally, they have succeeded because in Kisi we saw today, the Nyariba Richache MP being protected by the goons and the goons being protected by the police. So if we can effectively see what Ruto is doing, hiyo ni kulamba matako ya Raymond Amolo. So we should not answer your questions. So we should not answer. No, Njiru, stop running away from it, because sometimes you are a terrible interviewer and moderator, because you bring a question instead of bringing that person who is gearing off into the subject to understand how we got here.
I understand.
Unaelewa? Unaanza kusema wacha basa kuambia na kulamba uso. You know, sasa mpaka nakaa chini najiuliza. You know, and Njiru nimekwambia mara nyingi. We mwenyewe hii show umeattract goons. Tukivote huko chini wanakuambia funga show, unasikia vibaya because such sentiments.
No, unajua sasa mimi nikiona mnawekana vidole kwa macho, si hata mimi nijaribu kuweka kidole kwa macho sasa. So that's what I was just moving on the positive direction where you are moving. I was just moving in the same point where kule mnaenda. Unajua hata Mswahili
alisema to help you Njiru. Sometimes you have to put your show into sanity. Sometimes.
Unajua?
Not all the time. Sometimes.
Akinilia wembe mpe na akijikata atasikia mwenyewe.
Because you have attracted a lot of goons. Ukifanya pulse huko chini unafikiria ni sisi tunapiga kura. Na ni goons wako protected na Omolo.
Leo nitawekea hiyo poll tena. Juu siamini, nitawekea poll. Tufunge show ama tusifunge? I want to see what will happen. Na hiyo poll yangu. I don't believe that nawekea poll hapa na mnasema ati show ifungwe. That was yani mnataka kuniweka hata attack cardiac arrest for no good reason. And I even started doubting, kwani nimeanzia kuingia show ya mtu mwingine ama ni ile show yetu? That was tough though.
Jiro.
Go ahead.
There was something I was saying in the Giji interview. There's something I was saying, like, do Kenyans appreciate? Can you answer that question? Like, for example, those who died during the time of Gen Z, can you say, and if they were to resurrect, I know they can't, but if they were to resurrect and they wake up and they find Today they find this one joined this one joined this political party, this one. I mean, do Kenyans appreciate? And like Ricky J gave an analogy of an example of Dedan Kimathi, and like he died for, and still there people are still poor. So he was giving he was telling the people of Nyandarua, what if Medho is killed? I don't know if he was trying to play the emotion, but he was saying, what if these Kenyans, what if Medho is killed or I'm killed? And I know he was trying to do some politics with it and trying to act underdog. And there's a way Rigiji know how to play the political games. He also said, if Kenyans, like sometimes he's asking himself, if these Kenyans appreciate or the way they are taking Ruto money, and when they are called to State House, they come. And Medhu, like the Medhu's wife was saying, she was saying, why don't you allow the Tugati also to eat the money and also the vote they should give. When it comes to voting, they too can vote the way you are saying. I don't know if you get my point. Unmute.
I try to get. Go ahead.
In general, I was trying to say, do Kenyans appreciate? And Rigiji was trying to say, the people of Nyandarua appreciate him, or the way they are saying, they take the money and they vote the DCP candidate or the other candidate. Will they appreciate? And me, I'm saying in general, do you think the Kenyans appreciate in general?
You know, nimekupata bwana Eric. Kenyans appreciating or not appreciating is quite a bit subjective, because, you know, Kenya is a very divided society when it comes to leaders. And the problem which we are having is that Kenyans have seen extreme betrayal year in, year out. And to some extent now, me nafikiria now, we are reaching a level whereby Kenyans no longer trust leaders anymore. Because as soon as you christen a certain leader, then they give out everything which you have been fighting for. So to some extent, Kenyans no longer appreciate what is happening. And you know, Kenyans feel they need to change their own direction. Na mtu kama Gachagua was actually appreciated by Kenyans, because now Kenyans felt he has come and he might fight a better war even than Raila Odinga. And that's the reason why even I said, if Gachagua has to make any mark in Kenya, he will have to perfect Raila's script. He has to go beyond that. So Kenyans appreciate their issues, but they don't see any person who can fight for them, unfortunately. So you have to really prove to be that fighter who can fight for Kenyans. And I don't know who is that man who will be able to fight with them or fight for them, and eventually they win to remove, to work on the democratic space. I don't know if we are in 202. Gachagua was saying that 2027 will be an election which will be voted well, and the Kenyans will overwhelmingly vote Ruto out. But are conditions even of having an election there? Yes, Kenyans will vote Ruto out, but you can only vote Ruto out if there is prevailing conditions to go to a polling station and vote. Now you have goods and other things which are there. Oh.
Jiru umekwama ama ni mimi? Jiru umekwama?
Yeah, you're right, Alex. Yeah, amekwama huko. Alex, let me say something here real quick because in Mekwama. I think with the terrorism and the way the government's treating people, I think it's time for the opposition to come up with a framework how they can protect themselves. If it means what was Kununua guns, let it come that way so that this government can be told, you know what, you have gone too far, people want you, ukweli ni kwamba you are terrorizing people, innocent people, time has come, you either for what other governments have done before, or it has to begin mundo kwa mundo. That's what's left. Because there's nothing this government, our we Jaman because he knows he's going to lose right now, they are trying to see what works. Now they think that goonism is one way they can come up, terrorize the Kenyan people, do what they want, kwa sababu wako na government, yet we have gone back to Moi time. This man called Kasongo was against this constitution of Kenya. And now we know why he was against it. And yes, the international community is watching, looking at this man, and Kenya is headed in the wrong direction. This is something like it's about to break. It's about to break. Unana, I watched Kibageni the way he was emotional, and I like the way what came from his mouth. Time has come. We did this Marvin from Karenjin. Okay, you think nyinyi ndio mnajua peke yenu. If that's the case, na sisi tuanze kununua hiyo magans na kila kitu, then we can protect our people. Tuangalia then how far the country goes. Because however there's no security, the government is not protecting you, it's time to protect yourself. And opposition, tuko na nyinyi, come together. And huyu Mutuli, let him just atupatie time. From there, we can name who's going to be the flag bearer. Then give another 1 month. Arakaraka yake, it just like looks like it's one person. I'm not trusting anymore. Unana. So we can't go disorganized the way we are right now. But we should also talk to the boss about it. Kanga, the governor of Muranga coming on board, and some other people coming on board is a plus for the opposition. But unite them is one thing which we think, or myself, I think, is becomes more and more difficult. Like you said a couple of days ago, Alex, I'm seeing two camps here. Matiang Sifuna, Karosa and Mutuli, and now I think Gachagua is kind of running away, and I think his way of saying he's going to consult with Uhuru Kenyatta. Maybe that one give me hope that these people might unite. Could they? I don't know. But at the end of the day, if this conman wants to win an election, let him win properly, but not by terrorizing our people. Akiendelea, then assist tuchukue bunduki, then we say, you know what? We have to protect ourselves. Let me live there.
Okay, I think hii video ya Ali Makwinyi nimeipata, so for those who might want to see, not the one in Facebook, it's a short one. Somebody would have to still advise mtu aniwekee title ya, I don't want to go and listen to much of the videos which he is having, but wacha tusikie hii sasa ya Wakikuyu wanapiganishwa na Wajaluo. So you can imagine sasa kukuwe kuna vita ya Wakikuyu, Wajaluo na Wakale. Somebody here is so I think what Ruto is looking for is you want to unite is larger Kalenjin with the Luos to fight the Kikuyus. Nadhani maybe pengine with some assimilation of hii ni vita noma hapa.
Na mimi nataka niambie Na mimi nataka niambie Wakikuyu mahali popote huko, kama kuna Mjaruo
unajua pia there is difference between personal comments and group comment. Huyu jamaa, what is his status in a village, because who is he speaking for?
Maybe speaking for the government. You know, it's a
Yeah,
game.
That's a Raymond Amolo. That's a Raymond Amolo created Kikuyu Congrel, who is speaking, and Lima Queen is told to broadcast because he's reaching the larger Luo people. And now he's creating, and that's what I was telling Roba Kua. They are effectively creating hatred in some centers. Unaona, Lima Queen is saying nothing. Anaweka tu hiyo video alafu anaweka hiyo muziki ya matanga. You know, to up
and
emotion.
Kidogo karibu nikuite Lima Queen, pole kidogo Budi. And one stupid thing which Lima Queen is not understanding is that when he positions this, like this guy, who is he speaking on his behalf? Because, like, for example, this guy, he needs to place his context in reference to, like, Aseme, according to us, like the way he is speaking. Who is he speaking on behalf of who?
No, you and me can question that because of our, you know, not only our conscience, but at least we are, you know, we have traveled or we are educated, whatever you may want to use. But the context is this: when Lima Queen does that, what they do, they send to all groups of what? Of Luo. If you look today, a man like Otienda Amolo has completely made a U-turn. Completely. Why? When I say that Raymond Amolo is doing an effective job, I wasn't kidding around. I mean, bloggers, they are earning one video, 1 million. Why would they not do it? Ni time yako, ni time yao ya kukula.
Hata
Alex, I think
Makwinyi unataka kusema hii video alikula vizuri hapa for him to have this, tuseme hivyo, huyu ni mtu wako job. Yeah, but I think
kwani Temba anafanyanga nini? Temba ako job. Temba anafanyanga nini? Temba ako job. Call it around. Allowed. Wako job. Wako payroll.
Hii ni kazi mbaya.
Wako payroll.
Mungu asinipende.
Wende utulipangi hapa? Wende utulipi?
No, I've been paying people $20 wale wanaapia kwa show.
Mimi sijaipata mshahara yangu. Niko na area basi.
That is what was broadcast. I met with that news kwa show. I think Wekesa is the one who said that at the show ya Njiru ameanzia kulipa panelist $20 per show. So go and ask Wekesa how they activated that.
Well, I need my check too, Njiru.
Unajua watu wanafikiria kitu wanafanyiwa ndio tunafanyiwa. Unaelewa? Wanapewanga 10, so wakafikiria si tunapewa 20. Unaelewa? So they were kind of complaining kwa hata sisi they are bargaining.
No, mimi nilipatana na hiyo story nikacheka sana, ati hata mkiona hiyo show ya Njiru watu wanakimbia huko, mapanelist wanalipwa $20 per show. Msicheze. Huyo jamaa amejipanga vibaya sana. Nikasema bwana, lakini si vingine ni mzuri at least. Si vingine ni mzuri bwana.
Kwenye umefuata leo for like a period of time, like long time.
Oh, Eric, okay, sorry.
Yeah, just a second, then Lee squeeze ya Samangi anataka coffee. Walikuwa wanaita coffee ama chai?
Chai. Alikuwa anasema
chai.
Aniambie mahali unaita where you are following us from. Ukiweka USA na kutumia message back. Siku hizi tunamtukana, atusikii. He doesn't respond.
Na alikuwa anafurahia baka 5K those time. Sana.
Yeah.
Uh,
Lakini Eric umemaliza ama?
Nimemaliza. Go ahead, Robert.
No, what I was saying was, let's be truthful here, Alex. Unajua Raila could be the president kama Wajaruo walikuja wakapiga kura. So that's the hope ambayo niko nayo. They never showed up for Raila. So watakuja, they will show up, imagine kura ambazo they never fought in Noma Bay, Kisumu, Siaya, or Ganile, Migori, and those regions. They never showed up. Hakupiga kura, tuseme ukweli. Kama wangepiga kura vile iende way walikuwa Rochester, Baba angekuwa we could be talking about something else. So sahi, what I think Sivuna vile amesema, they cannot stop. I'm telling you, if Sivuna becomes the candidate, opposition ambaye it's going to support, hii imeenda, unaona. But kama mtu anatuletea Kalonzo, ui, asubuhi, mimi, I will not go through what I went through last time. Sitaki. Then sasa hiyo Raymond Amo na watu wengine they will be successful because
This time usinunue suit, nunua jump track suit ndio utakimbia nayo. Vile umesema ui.
So,
Ah,
Bwana Roba, according to you, why do you think Kalonzo cannot make it if he is
no,
supported well?
so here, let me tell you something. Not that because I don't like Kalonzo. Okay, so let's go back when Baba was alive. You and I, we were on this show or somewhere else saying when Baba came, Wakansi broad-based government. If you remember, we were saying now it's time for Kalonzo to seize the opportunity to take over. Did he take over? Wapi? Ati akienda huko anatafuta Eugene, anaenda huko Ukambani tu, every Sunday unampata hapo, every Sunday unampata huko Ukambani, nini na nini, ati hiyo ndio amefanya campaign. Then guess what happened? Then we came a time when there was impeachment of Gachagua. Unaona? So when Gachagua was impeached, so yeye alikuja hapo akaanza kumsupport hapo, he never seized the opportunity. How comes mtu kama Gachagua ametoka mahali ametoka, he has kind of seized the opportunity of being the leader of the opposition in the country? Something Alonso was supposed to do from the beginning. Did he do? Just look at where he campaigns. Just tell me where, even what you can remember, what has Kalonzo has done as a campaign with this party ambaye amefanya mpaka you can just say Kalonzo deserves this one here. Yaani tusikue umpatie kwa bakuli, ati anataka mpatie, Matiang'i ampatie. He has not proven to be a campaigner who can win an election. On top of that, recently, a couple of weeks ago, and we know Maureen, his wife, he has been sick for a long time. So I think this man should go care for the wife, because this wife has been all sick, and which means he might not even have time to campaign. Sasa tukienda with all this package ya Kalonzo, tutashindwa. I'm not saying people who have sick wives cannot campaign or they cannot seek office. No, what I'm saying is there's the reality. This one is life or death with most Kenyans. And that's why I said Kalonzo should just like, you know what? I have my wife, let me take care of my wife. He told us that his wife has been sick for a long time. And if you remember during Baba ameenda kuchiabisha huko, he was in somewhere in Europe taking care of the wife, which is very good. He was taking care of her. And the wife since then has been sick for all this time. So Kalonzo, he has never campaigned before. He has not campaigned, and I don't see him campaigning. And if you don't do that, we can't win. And that's why Ruto wants him badly, so that he can just crush him. So me, that's where I'm coming from. But if it is him, either way, I'm going to support him to Shindwe, as long as it's not it's not Kasongo who's taking there. That's where I'm coming from. Not that because I hate him. No, it's what I'm seeing, what he has done, and what made. And you know what? Another thing, I think the most important thing for me, if it is him on top of the ticket, these young people might not show up. But if they give this ticket to Sivuna, I'm telling you, you might even see a spike of people going wakichukua kura. And that one will tell you something. I mean, that's the way I see things. Even Matiang'i, katikati hapo maybe, but Sifuna will bring everything, and Kasongo is scared of him. That's why they don't want kuona Linda Mwananchi coordinating with anybody else, because they know they become powerful and they cannot be able to defeat them. That's where I'm coming, not because I don't like Kasongo. I mean, Karonso.
Let me ask you a question. Kenyan power brokers. Do you think Kenyan power brokers understand that? Because in every electoral cycle, they are power brokers. You may call them Kalenjin Mafia, Mount Kenya Foundation. In Kisii, I don't know if you have power brokers or not. Mutaniambia kama wako, the Nyachayas and the rest. Sijui munawaita aje. The Luo community, they have their own power brokers. So let's assume the critical power brokers in Kenya, do you think they understand the reason as which Sifuna might have, and they can actually push towards that direction if we want a winnable election, even in violence?
I don't know about Kenya brokers. If there are, the 2002 brokers, they should show up. And if they are or not, I don't care about them. I think the Kenyan brokers will be the Gen Z people, and those ones who are willing to save the country, and they show for election, wapige kura. Ndio hao jamaa wakisema ati wanataka kuiba, sasa tuende kuiba, mnaiba. You know what? Sifuna atajitangaza mapema. Game over. And there's nobody atasikiza Kasongo mpaka atoke. That's the way I'm seeing it. I'm saying we win a winning narrative, somebody who has momentum, somebody ambaye, even the international community will say, oh, something's changing in Kenya. Sasa akitaka kuiba hata yeye aweza. Sasa ukileta Kalonzo, it's just like bringing a snail to come and take over. A snail, what has he done since all this time he has been there? The problem is he has not shown himself to be a good campaigner. He has not. Imagine his party, Wiper, it's just you can barely win out of Ukambani. Unaona? So that's the problem I have. And I think even to tell you the truth, and I think from what I'm getting, Ada Yunani, Gachawa Miriara is that one. Now that's why we are seeing this consultation here, Uhuru Kenyatta comes in. You'll be surprised. You'll be surprised the lineup which might come up. Now Kalonzo akikubali, we will like him to now. We will just welcome him to continue. Kama is number 3 or a quest speaker, that's fine. But not him being on top of the ticket. He'll track everybody. Italeta shida. Yeah, people not showing up to vote. That's the way I'm just saying it. I might be wrong. I've been wrong before. Even I was wrong a few minutes ago. I don't know.
There are also very many people who are saying Sifuna can be the deputy so far in preparation of inheriting to be the president a few years to come. What about that arithmetics? And then he can deputize whoever we
Yeah,
have.
but not. I'm telling
Tusiende kwa
you.
Sifuna kwanza, tubaki hapo kwa Kalonzo. Now, Jiru, let me ask you a simple question. How many times has Ruto offered the deputy presidency for 2027 to Kalonzo? Do you know how many times Faruk Kibet have said it openly?
Yeah, walisema Kalonzo wachana na hao wa Kabila tutakupanga.
Now, let me ask you a simple question. If Kalonzo decided to be Mutula Kilonzo, obviously will support him, and Putua take it to the bank. Don't you think over time we have learned how the Eastern vote has been very critical, more especially to Azimio and God, that losing it again puts us in a danger?
Actually, it is the most reliable vote.
And that's what I wanted you to say, because it was more reliable than the Luo vote, okay? So coalition making is not it's not a high school graduation, whereby we rank people based on A, B, C, D, E. No. It's going to be a complex subject that is going to hit us so hard. It's going to be a conclave until we see the smoke coming out, unfortunately. And if you remember the 2006-7 nomination for Democratic Party, in fact, Obama was so bruised that when we were going to the convention, we thought that Hillary was going to ask for delegate votes. I remember there's one woman in particular who said, under my dead body, over my dead body. I'm not, in fact, she died hating Obama because Obama denied the first woman presidency. And many women in this country who are called soccer moms who are so bitter. But we went after the nomination and we went what is called the convention. We realized that our task was more noble than our division. So even as we criticize our people, we need to be balanced, because some of the criticism will use. You've seen some brutal criticism that Trump was used against by people like the late Lindsey Graham, the senator for Texas, ended up being the subject of the campaign than Trump himself of what they said. Yes, as of now, we are discontented with the guy. But how or what happens when he becomes our our nominee? Do we recant everything that we are saying? I mean, I'm a little bit afraid that coalition making, we just have to toe the line, that we criticize Ruto more than the candidate himself, because saying that Ruto will win against Musyoka is a lie. I cannot agree if we support him. Even a dog, even a dead person against Ruto, if we are together, I think they will win. That is my take.
Yeah, so, and that is the question which I'm trying to ask you maybe, Robert, no, not Robert, Budi. The main question which we should ask ourselves, why are we seeing this slow energy and some designed and serious orchestrated attacks on Kalonzo, including from Ruto, who specifically singled out Kalonzo?
I didn't hear that, and Roba went, and that was he's actually ranting here.
Yeah, as a point of attack. So ile swali najaribu kuuliza ni you know, sometimes it's good to analyze the strengths and weaknesses of somebody, and maybe a political path which somebody can use towards assembling a government, because you need a machinery and a platform to do it, and as long as the big weights will be able to support you. We have seen some gravitation of Gachagua and willingness, like for instance, Gachagua saying he can support Kalonzo and many other people in the opposition. So we have seen Gachagua tilting towards that direction. So the question which I'm asking, if today Gachagua declares he is going to support Kalonzo for presidency, and maybe with Sifuna also within the close proximity, are people not going to listen to that? Those who think
if you realize what is going on, I think Kalonzo has become a little bit cheeky. And the role that Gideon Moi played last time, Muturi is now playing it. Nanielewa? What is being offered to Kalonzo?
Zero grazing.
Yeah. Uliona vile Gideon Moi zero grazed Kalonzo last time. Unajua, we spoke about Kalonzo mpaka tukachoka. You know, last time we were so bitter about Kalonzo.
Na Kalonzo alikuwa anaenda.
Saa hii Kalonzo ameenda. Sio alikuwa ameenda. Hii ya saa hii ameenda pia. Unaelewa? Kalonzo ameenda.
Ameenda?
Yeah, Kalonzo ameenda. I've said it over and over bwana.
Wewe wacha no,
Watu
no.
waache mchezo bwana. Sometimes you have to tell Kalonzo the truth so that watu wake wakasirike. Kalonzo, the person that used to prevent
So,
him from
ameenda
listen,
wapi?
the person that used to, una remember hata the person was so bitter last time mpaka akasoma MOU yake na nani na Raila Amolo Odinga, Makau Mutua. Do you remember Makau Mutua being bitter mpaka akaanza the things that they signed in secret akaanza kuzitoa because Kalonzo was going. But where is Makau Mutua today?
On the safe haven of Ruto.
Yeah, so what do you expect? Where
So,
is
unataka kusema
where is the billionaire today?
Are you trying to say Makau Mutua alienda ku raise curtain huko kwa Ruto?
Unfortunately, that is what he is doing right now.
Ama alienda kupanguza.
Did you listen to the interview of Makau Mutua kwa JKL? My friend, it was so like I unajua ile yenye unasikia matako inaungua. Unakaa chini unasimama tu bure tu unashangaa huyu nini anaongea. You know, you just want to finish the interview. You are forcing yourself to listen to finish the interview so that you can understand the brain of somebody. But then you ask yourself, was this person along Baba all these years? Is this what we have been talking and thinking is intellectual mind? So that person today is with Ruto. Now, the second person that I want you to know is Mutula Kilonzo. Mutula Kilonzo is with Ruto, damu maji yote mafuta.
Mutula Kilonzo mgani?
Huyu mdogo, Mutula Kilonzo mwenyewe. Thirdly, Mudhama is with nani. So Kalonzo is having the safest path to work with who? As a DP, all these people will endorse him. Before what? Before he even finishes the statement.
Sasa unataka kusema kuna watu wanapanguzia Kalonzo viti?
Siasa ni siasa bwana. You know, kama mulifurahia Kalonzo 2002 akafanya chenye alikuwa amefanya, what makes him not to do it now? Like seriously.
I'm a bit shocked because now,
if he did it in 2002, the last minute to secure the deputy president, what makes him not do it there now?
No, it is in 2007.
2007. What makes him not do it now? Think about it. You must learn the character and the pattern of a person, not because he is making you happy, but when you are also disadvantaged, you have to put him into the test and remember, look, his ability to betray is very high. Even if he has stood with Baba, the truth is that even standing with his Baba, he was the most difficult person. Yani alikuwa, unajua umai tongoza msichana by the time unafanya harusi mnakuja kwa nyumba, yani hata una haja na yeye. Ani asiniue huko chini. Ani niko na haja na wewe.
Jia venye amekuchokesha na umepeleka mbuzi, umepeleka ngamia 500, ukapeleka wazee huko, wale wanakuanga na kabuti zimezeeka. You have done all the effort. Alafu bado unamwambia sasa harusi ni Julai. Na yeye anasema ni Disemba bwana. Ni Julai, ni Disemba. So unasema ni sawa basi shingo upande. So unasema hiyo Disemba ikifika unakuanga hata uitaki. Ulichoka kitabu. Is that what you mean?
Bro, iko wanawake ambao wanaweza kuchokesha sana. Unampenda ya ukweli kabisa. Yaani unampenda ile yenye umeambia kila mtu, mpaka umeambia pasta, mpaka umetuma kila kitu, mpaka umeandika harusi. Yaani unashindwa tu kumuacha kwa sababu kuna aibu nyingi sana. Lakini mko harusi amekuchokesha. Kalonzo alikuwa ametuchokesha mbaya sana last time. Like every day, you remember tukikuwa na Sound Candid, we used to discuss about him every day. Like every day, mpaka alikuwa amechokesha Themba mbaya sana, mpaka Themba anasema don't discuss about him. And then unfortunately, it's the only thing we need to discuss. So Kalonzo is not somebody that obviously, as of now, Kalonzo will show you mko na yeye. But as days comes by, you know, is people have said this, political people, wachana watu wa ground, the political people around him wamemwambia this time around, whether in the government or opposition, you must take anything. On many occasions, the governor for Machakos always lies to us. He works with Ruto day and night. Na kama hujui huyo ni bibi yake wa pili.
Gavana wa Machakos ni huyu wa Vinya Ndeti.
Ule ni bibi ya Kalonzo.
And is he working with Ruto?
Oh, yes.
Any place where they have been seen working together?
My friend, the governors, the moment we used to beat the 6 rebels for ODM, but let me tell you, the moment Ruto won, the entire brigade of Wiper in the Azimio started working with Ruto. Go to the record, ask anybody who knows that, yani who saw the pattern. At some point, actually, we wanted to take the Mutua seat. Is it Mutua or this Secretary General? What is his name? This journalist. This guy is also a tough nut. He knows how to negotiate very well. This senator. They almost took his seat because they were saying Wiper is basically supporting UDA, but Baba said no. Baba said no.
So the question which I'm asking now, what would tie what would tie Kalonzo Musyoka to opposition? If he has to remain to opposition, what would tie him? And maybe if in his mind he feels it's like Ruto has embossed himself on the presidency, and the chances of opposition outwitting or winning the election is not easy. So how does he maneuver that? Still to be in opposition? That is the crossroad I would want you to explain to me.
Buru, dear, your question?
The question which I'm asking you is, you can see what is happening and the way Ruto is trying to embed himself as somebody who cannot be defeated in 2027. So, in the event when Kalonzo Musyoka truncates and it feels like maybe opposition is facing many handles to fight all these things which you need to fight so that you can win the election, is it the time when he is going to close over? And how is he going to manage?
You know, the only thing that has helped us here in the issue of, if you look at, because I think about that a lot, because I know we are not going to go back as one unit. We are going to go as a fallout. The one thing that gives me hope that Kalonzo will remain is the rise of Sifuna. The rise of Sifuna has created one thing. And that is why now Kindiki is fighting with Wetangula. Now, the Murkomen and Farouk Kibet have started to have a BF activity and Western because the rise of Sifuna is giving them a lot of problems. And the reason they are going around with Wetangula is not because they want Wetangula. They've realized the only way they can detonate Sifuna is by bringing Oparanya on board. But bringing Oparanya on board, it means hata Ruto ako na shida sio sisi Njiru. When you bring Oparanya on the board and you leave Wetangula as the speaker, Wetangula is a very vengeful person. Wetangula can bring a motion of so you understand where I'm going. So the act of balancing here is also difficult. If you have heard on the corridors of power, there is the talk of Oparanya now being positioned to take over ODM so that they can do what? Neutralize Sifuna. That keeps Musyoka back with Gachagua. He has no option. Because if you go there, he's not going to play on the second of fiddle unless he decides to become a speaker, which actually the moment he goes that low, he loses the whole Ukambani vote. So that is what has kept Kalonzo with us. Not that Kalonzo loves us. Now, Muturi is playing that game of taking care of Kalonzo. That's why he's saying very quickly that Ata Kalonzo, because he understood the game Uhuru played with Gideon Moi. So Muturi is playing the script very well. And I think finally Muturi has found a script to play that is safe for us. I thought he was very useless, and I said it last time here, but now I have found where he can play. Mutienu has a place to So that is the precarious position that Kalonzo has. Hiyo sio turungi. Hiyo sio turungi walai. Hiyo sio turungi walai.
Nakuuliza Muturi, sasa si hata muliniambia na kunywanga pombe. Kuna jamaa aliniambia tena kunywa pombe hapa.
Finally leo umekubali. Lakini sio mbaya.
Kuna jamaa aliniambia mnataka nifungue?
Especially wakati England wanaenda kushindwa, usikue sober the whole week.
I just said it in history. 1986, Maradona produced the hand of God, and I don't like using that word hand of God because it is disrespect to God. Maradona alifunga na mkono na England, hivyo ndivyo walitolewa kwa hiyo World Cup ya 86. I just said England, I warn you. So Budi sijui sasa.
Unajua mimi ukiniuliza England na Argentina, honestly I don't, both of them they rigged their way to where they are. I swear to you. You know that, I know that. We don't want to go into soccer. Hii ni siasa iko hapa. So I don't really care. But ukweli kabisa between Argentina na England, tena mimi nataka England ichapwe hata kama Argentina ni wajinga.
Unajua mimi kama kuna kitu nataka, I want a replay of France and Argentina. Ili France this time round I know France will squarely beat Argentina. I really want that rematch. Naitaka kama kesho.
Hii soka saa ingine inatuleteanga ukoloni ingine mpaka tunaanza kusupport wakoloni. Saa ingine nasikianga vibaya bara. Yaani hii soka bwana. I don't know if I'll watch the final.
Tumeshindwa kujenga sasa, tumeshindwa na kujenga mataifa zetu, and you can see bana, other than Argentina, matimu zingine zote, do you know that kuna mtu alikuwa enumerate the participation of do you know that black players were 57% in the World Cup?
Njiru, wachana sasa hii. Unajua iko vitu zingine. Jana I lost $500. Wachana hii maneno. Tuende vitu zingine zitatusaidia hapa. Wewe tuende siasa.
No, naelewa, but I just wanted you.
Hauelewi bwana. Wewe wacha siasa, tuende vitu vingine. Wewe tuache soka.
Sasa hiyo dola yako 500. Sasa si afadhali hata hiyo dola 500 ungetuletea hapa tukule.
Hiyo mpira bwana ina.
Sasa wewe unapeleka pesa ile pahali haitajiki. Leta hiyo dola 500 hapa kwanza. Sasa hata ana angekupenda zaidi. Sasa ona sasa wewe
sio mtu. Anunuliwi.
Si atiana nunuliwi,
lakini ni mtu wa mapenzi ile hot.
Lakini anavunja mifupa. Sasa hiyo dola 500 sasa hata angevunja mifupa ya dola 100. Si hata leo angekuwa amefurahia hapa mbaya sana. Leo tu angekuwa anasema
ndio mkorino wangu. Unaona vile Metu wako na mkorino wake, waachana na mkorino wangu.
Haya, bwenda utafute Keremba sasa. Inaonekana kuna watu wako na some roll call of Wakorino. Na akeshe hebu muende muvalie hizo vitu za Wakorino. na kuna venye
na Acacia unajua tupendani, lakini yeye ndiye atakuwa best lady, akubali asipokubali.
sijui mlikosania na Acacia wapi.
Acacia is just a good person. Let me tell you, there is no passionate person kule chini kama Acacia. Acacia asipokuwa kule chini anaboekanga mbaya sana.
Unajua wamekuja wanafuro na frequency the same. Sasa hata amepata yule bado wanaweza changamkaniana naye. Sasa siku hizi sasa na Acacia wako na kaeko chemba yao wenyewe wawili.
Ndio tena
sorry,
umekwama kidogo ama mimi ndio nimekwama? Nilikuwa nimekwama kidogo.
So no, what I'm trying to say that Acacia na they are in their own frequency. Wana kazi ya sasa they are the real definition of is we work together and thrive, or we work separately and perish.
Ni kama juzi walikuwa wanaanza periods pamoja, walikuwa wakali man.
Kuna uwezekano ni kama they can share that day.
Walikuwa wabaya huku chini bwana.
Hata they can align them together. Kwanza is very positive. Ni yule mtu wa kuforce kila kitu. na unasikia, unajua is the only lady in this world nimesikia amejipronounce.
You know, wacha nikwambie, if we don't have women who are passionate, with politics like that, it's very unfortunate for the society, because the way wanawake wanadanganywa kwa, we've done campaigns like even last minute campaign. Wanawake sio kitu unaenda kukampainia, unangojea 3 weeks to election. Wiki ya kwanza ni malese, ya pili ni umbrellas, ya tatu ni pesa. 3 days to election, sasa ni chakula peke yake. People are not sleeping, and women will babble and vote for you. But when you have strong women in the society and they sit these women down, nakwambia there's nothing you can do. They will even refuse to take your money. Wanawake wakikukataa wamekukataa. Wanawake wakikukataa wamekukataa. So they have a role to play, but let them play that role very well. And it's very unfortunate for me this time around, especially when I look at least Party ya Martha Karua. So me, my thought was, throughout the country, it's quite to come at 20%, 30% of women rep, because that seat has become so useless. At least ingekuja in a way that ingekuwa na power fulani to see how he can truly agitate what matters before tuitoe, because your seat cannot be there forever. But I think it needs 1 or 2 cycles before tuitoe, so that we can redefine the issues of women once and for all. Tufike where Norway and Scandinavian countries ziko, and then now tuachie, women now to compete, fairly with everybody.
I think that one is good. So, hebu turudi kwa hii story ya Acacia. Na pole sana kwa kupoteza $500, ni mingi sana. I was just saying that one could have given a very good lunch for Anne. Anne, pole sana. Mtu wako amepoteza pesa mingi. Pole sana Anne. Pole sana. Pole. I say what Budi couldn't say.
Ndio siasa ya leo imeisha. The other thing I wanted to say is nimeangalia siasa ya Matiang'i, inaenda kuwa na division nyingine, inaenda kuwa ngumu sana, especially in Kisii. This young man Morara Kibaso, vision yake sio kama vision ya Kibagendi, and Matiang'i has to decide who to stay with, ni Kibagendi ama ni Morara. Morara cannot work with the rest of those guys because of what he has done to them previously. Morara is very sharp and he can be very surgical and lethal, and I think he has been. And this approach on how actually he will be elected as a member of parliament in Borabu, how he went and just disrupted that MP and gave him a name called Joyce. And all of a sudden now that man is being called a woman's name, and everybody just hates the man until the man rushed to court kusema Morara should not pronounce his name anywhere, and I don't know who gave him that injunction. It tells you that Morara has a vision and how he wants to do his things. If Matiang'i fails, he wants to take over Kisii, and he cannot work with the rest of those young people because in politics it's a competition, and that's why somebody like Osoro, I totally agree that there's nothing he's coming to do. Leader Mwananchi, let him fight on the other side. We still love him. He's also a very progressive person in whichever way somebody may look at. Politically, he has tried very hard because he tried his politics in ODM and Baba refused to give him a ticket. And as a politician, you want power. You try somewhere else. So if that's where he got his power, let it be. But the coming of Morara to Jubilee, in general, I saw him in Embu with Matiang'i. I don't know if it is good. I don't know who's telling Matiang'i to do that. I don't understand.
The question could be, Budi,
what Matiang'i is doing.
Let me ask you a question there. Morara has been surgical when it comes to fighting Ruto na zile mavideos alikuwa anapigana nazo. So the question which we could be asking is, there was a silent moment where Morara decided to go on his own. He became more business oriented. Because he was posting anauza viti wapi, so he went to business. During a silent moment, after he had become very popular, then he went in on a silent moment. Then tumemwona na Matiang'i. During this silent moment, could it be a moment where maybe he might have worked with another person, and there is a possibility? So is Morara
was never silent.
He is being used?
Morara was never silent. He was silent on a national platform, but Morara was putting his grassroots in Kisii. Morara criticized Matiang'i more than any other person. The narrative of Jubilee and DAP and all these parties, he brought out an issue that most of us didn't know. The title, the headquarters of DAP is in the title deed of one of the properties of Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. Now, the person who actually owns, who keeps the certificate for DAPK is Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta. So he showed us how many parties Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta had. So Morara is the one who actually was refusing Matiang'i not to go to Jubilee because he told us and he convinced some of us that Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta is working with Ruto and how they negotiated what? The ministerial, So Morara was never quiet. He was quiet on the issue of national, but the issue of Kisii politics, Morara was never quiet. Morara never criticized the person who helped him come into politics, that is the former Governor White. And he has been he walks on eggshell in criticizing Simbarati a lot, which I have never known why. The way he goes and shows projects, for instance, right now I've seen again he has started Vampire's Diaries in some areas. When it comes to Simbarati, he has been very benevolent. So if you thought that Morara had gone quiet, no, Morara was having roots in Kisii, which actually has succeeded right now. And he also went to wash money and build wealth. Whatever is called Morara furniture is not just a Morara furniture. Hiyo ni wash bila anawashia pesa inaingia vizuri sana, because remember last time tulikuwa tunamchangia anunue gari ya kukampeni na nini na big time what speakers. Morara hold on now. That's the main point I wanted to say. Morara now has about 16 Prados, 25 Prados that he goes around with in Kisii town. Now, in Kisii and Nyamira. Now, you tell me, where did he get them from? So I think, now go ahead.
I was saying, unajua umeleta hiyo story ya venye hata Morara alinunuliwa gari. He is conniving,
And he has actually disowned his party and his headquarters. Remember, he had a headquarters. He was given a house by a friend of mine in Kawasukari, a big-time house where he was operating from, where he had full-time staff. So the question is, where did he take his party? The question is, where did he take his staff? The question is, where did he take that vehicle, that one particular vehicle that we were fueling? So, I mean, there's so many questions about Morara that we should ask than embrace him. So, I mean, I I've seen people keep quiet about Morara. Now I have seen actually Matiang'i taking Morara everywhere where he's going. So they were in Embu, the Seventh-day Adventist Church, and they were told not to speak politics. And obviously, you know, our church, we don't speak politics completely in the podium. Even when Ruto went in Narok to Changia, we avoided that a lot. And I think the whole church told him, and Ruto stayed out of politics. But Morara actually spoke politics in the pulpit after being told, and Matiang'i was not able to control him. Now, the question is, I want to know if Matiang'i is bringing his downfall or Matiang'i has a plan. He just wants to get out of Jubilee and go to the party of Morara, because some of these things Morara is doing, for me, they are sabotage. And why would you allow somebody who is self-sabotaging all the time to be part and parcel of you? You know, there are people that are very sharp. For instance, we have had issues like with Malala, because Malala, yeah, is with, but you can't actually trust him. Unaelewa? So there are people like Malala, there are people like Barack Muluka, there are people like Morara. So the question is, what is Matiang'i having with Morara?
And let me add you that. Swali ingine, could also Morara be a weapon of destruction to Matiang'i? Kuna mtu anamutumia. Just being around. Could it be like he is working for another space outside? Ni swali tu nauliza Bwana Budi. Morara anaweza tumika na mtu mwingine.
Njiru umeenda wapi?
Sasa niwe nauliza.
Yes.
Could Morara be used by other stakeholders to destroy Matiang'i? To make sure that Matiang'i is not anywhere near a presidential candidate?
When Kasmuel was being attacked viciously by the Kenyans, and Kasmuel started crying actually because it works effectively, Morara, actually Kasmuel took Morara for a what? For a primetime TV show whereby actually Morara alitetea Kasmuel sana. Unaelewa? And akasema, sisi kazi yetu sasa hivi as young people, wacha tutengeneze pesa tafadhali. Because as a people, if you look at Morara, you know, Morara is so commercialized in his way. Say, watu wetu, tufungue party yetu, tuchange pesa yetu. I don't know how many times you have seen Morara speak about that. Morara is always talking about money and our party, our vehicles, and our properties. I don't know if you have ever seen that. So for me, I'm very suspicious of Morara. And, you know, there are people, you know, until today, let's be honest, we are not comfortable with Malala. You and me know that. In fact, Malala tunalalanga, lakini macho hatufungi.
Malala ama Malala? Yule Malala wa DCP. Okay.
Yeah, wa DCP. There are a lot of allegations have come about him, surfaced. But Gachagua has known how to deal with it effectively. Were it not for Gachagua, in fact, now it's the same thing. You know, when things started surfacing about Junet, Baba alitetea Junet, but you have seen what and who Junet has been. Unaelewa? So, for me,
eventually,
yeah.
after Baba amekufa, tukaona
Yes.
real image vizuri.
Yes. So, it's not a hidden thing.
Hata kuliko mtu mwingine yote.
Yeah, for me, it's not a hidden thing that Morara is a state operative. For me, what is Matiang'i doing with him? Because Matiang'i being seen with Simba Arati and Junet raised a lot of questions. You remember that? And more than actually Irungu Kangata going with Gladys Wanga. That picture of Matiang'i and Junet raised a lot of questions in Twitter. In fact, it was a big time disappointment that Matiang'i had to address it immediately. Unaelewa? For damage control. Unaelewa? And we know for sure the proximity of Junet and Morara. Many people don't know that historical contact. So my question is, what is Matiang'i trying to do? I'm just asking. I'm thinking out loud. It's not very clear to me what he's trying to do, but at the same time, I have this jiggly feeling that, no. And if you have seen, Morara is not even embraced in Linda Mwananchi at all, at all. Nobody wants him there.
So now the question begets, what about the Kisii community? Does the Kisii community appreciate Morara? Do they feel, do they look him as a transformative leader who should be near their consequential leader? Because Matiang'i seems to be like the most consequential leader in the Kisii community.
Yeah, Matiang'i is. But Osoro was crying the other day, telling him that please join us because the Kisii people have loved you. But join us to become a DP before you become the president, because the president is a big agenda for us for now. And it was like Simbarati was also saying, you know, I'm the one who welcomed Matiang'i here. I'm the one who brought him from America. And so you saying consequential, I agree with you. For now, I don't know about the future. For now, the truth be said, it's the most consequential leader right now. But the question is, why is he hanging around with Morara? What does Morara help? It's not like Morara has money. I don't know what Morara has that Matiang'i could be taking him for tours around, especially private tours. None of the way Baba used to take a few people. But Baba liked taking specific. There were specific things he could do privately with some people. If you see Baba with Junet somewhere, you must know that this is quite serious. And it looks like Morara is taking that role, Bwana, so quickly. And hii mtu yako saa hii imeanza kulala, wacha nimwache station, asikii vitu tunaongea hapa.
No, I'm hearing. Nile unajua sasa mimi I always take lazima ningoje uongee kabisa, sababu sitaki kukuingiza kwa crosspath, sababu unajua nimesikia wewe na Roba hapa vile mlienda. So I also wanted you to naturally heal because nilisikia umeambua maneno sio mzuri sana. Sijui kama umeheal because niliona ni kama bwana Roba alikuwa ameguza your ego now.
Unajua Baba, unajua kitambo wakati Baba alikuwa amefanya makosa, hapo anasema pole, anarudi jioni mapema na anarudi na gazeti. Sasa uliona Roba alirudi baadaye na gazeti na nyama. So Roba maneno yake tulimaliza. Roba alikuja aka apologize in a very smart way.
Yeah, niliona venye alitaka hiyo ni sukari alikuwa amepandisha ama ilikuwa chumvi? Both of them, mama ni mali.
Alinipea brown envelope ambayo iko mzuri, ni I'm keeping it. So nikirudi nyumbani watoto wa Ann leo watakula kama Waembu, sio kama Wameru.
Ani Gaito, umesikia?
Leo tutakula ngamia.
Ani Gaito, umesikia? You better.
It is 9 o'clock here. We have exhausted politics. Wiki inaanza, we will not be here. I'm concerned about my daughter. Sijui mlichukua daughter yangu wapi, sijamuona for 3 weeks na anapenda siasa. Alienda wapi? Where is Valerie?
Valerie?
Yeah.
Tulia kidogo, Valerie atarudi lakini sio saa hii. Once we are set again, we will have the 2 shows. Lakini kuna vile hiyo show ya jioni ya masaa ya mchana ni kama hamkutaka kukuja sana. So but she will be coming.
Watu natakana kuja walikataa, sisi tuko kazi. You know that. Hata we, that's why you allowed watu kama hawajalala. Watu kule walitaka show. They demanded the show. So they can't demand the show, then wakatae kuja.
Yeah, na sasa ndio nashangaa sasa audience yetu ya nyumbani wanatakaje, because hii show ya usiku ndio wanataka kukuja. There is even, sijui kama ulisikia, there is even a guy who actually wrote a very serious email to me, akaniambia bwana Njiru, hii show yako itabidi umoderate. Bibi yangu anaamkanga 3 am ati namkuta ameweka hii kipindi yenu TV kubwa yangu hapo 3 am.
Akwambia aje?
Ninakwambia kuna mzee alicomplain ati akasema ati bibi yake anamkanga 3 am ati kwenda kusikiliza hii kipindi yetu.
Hey. Sisi sasa tuko na Jakindu Bay hapa.
Ya, si nakwambia kuna mzee alisema bwana hii kipindi ni kama inamharibia mboma. Haiwezekani ati bibi yake badala ya asikilize yeye anasikiliza majamaa wengine, hata ana habari ni akina nani. Ati wacha nikasikilize mtandao. Yeye anafikiria bwana mtu ameamuka the guy did not understand that there are some programs which might be very famous than CNN or Fox News.
No, sometimes you don't understand how this can be a movement and how actually we made up. Unajua tukikuwa Mtembei tuliteteza Kenya ni ile tu hujui. You know some of the private letters and actually even threats tulikuwa tunapata. You know that we will get real time threats. You know?
Yeah, so mambo ilikuwa hivyo.
Wewe unacheka hapa unafikiria ni mchezo. Hii siasa saa nyingine. And do you know that there are things we have spoken here, unapata Gachagua na implement, unashangaa ni kama alisikia ama hakusikia. So huyo mzee wachana na yeye vizuri.
Mzee actually huyo mzee alinifurahisha sana. Aliniandikia email akaniambia bwana hii kipindi yenu bana, you know, because like he couldn't understand vile mtu anaamuka 3 am, but sasa unajua sasa nikamwambia hata tunakuanga na kipindi ya mchana kidogo, ni vile haina time, but nikamwambia don't worry, tutairudisha at least hata mama apumzike kidogo. But ni mzee yako Kenya, because he could not understand how mama anaamuka 3 am. So alikuwa anafikiria maybe mama anaamuka 3 am maybe to see this very transformative vipindi, but kuketi hapo kusikiliza bwana ni majamaa tu wanasema sijui Ruto this Ruto that. Akasema
sasa umeanza kuwa wewe umeanza kututukana vile Roba pia aliingia hapa. Ati anafikiria anasikiza watu wako very
umepotea. Budi, you have gone away. You have gone away. I lost you. Budi?
Sema we are very transformer. Wewe ni nani kusema we are not transformer? Mtu kuamuka saa 9 kusikiza lakini wewe unajidharau bwana.
No, si ati najidharau, unajua nile, yani huyo mzee venye aliweka hiyo kitu, it made me question ourselves. It made me question ourselves.
Hata nilikwambia wewe siku utavaa suti hapa na ukue serious for 2 hours for 1 week, you will know that this show is a very serious show. And you are very serious panelists ambao wanaweza hata tukana hapa lakini wachange njia.
Yeah, bwana. Unajua bwana, mzee ananiambia bwana mama anaamuka 3 am.
There are times we can have debates ambazo nikirudi baadaye to watch them. You know, saa ingine nikikuwa kwa kazi I can just put on saa ingine tu desktop, if I'm not kwa hizi za vibarua za jioni, if my daytime job, I can just put desktop just kusikiza what we discussed the previous night. I don't know if you ever do that. Sometimes the discourse tunakuwa nayo, even if the temperatures huwa zinapanda, inakuanga very interesting, by the way. Very interesting. It's because, first of all, we are unhinged, okay? And then we are not protected, or, our ethos, whether sometimes we act pathos, in a spice it up. So when you find two people on the opposing side and going on each other for like 10 minutes, it creates an environment of, they educate more. So you see the other side, more especially the emotions of Kenya. Kitu kama leo uende kusikiza ile party ya Roba, you can understand emotionally where Kenyans are. Naelewa? Where Kenyans are, they don't want to hear anything called Raymond Omolo.
Yeah, sure. So, and now, based on that...
So wewe umetuzoea uonangi kama tunaongeanga points, ndio maana unasema wacha basi tuiweke kiss on the face. Asa na unacheka tu unaendelea. No, it's a serious thing. Very transformative. That was very transformative. You transformed it from something to something else.
Unajua bana, huyo Muzendi hata amefanya sasa, he was, unajua these are some of the people who aliniandikia email mrefu nikasema huyu mzee bwana ni nini sasa. And when somebody takes his time to write for you an email, sometimes they actually mean what they say. Sasa huyo mzee akaniandikia hapo akaniambia bwana, getting my wife having woken up at 3 a.m. to listen to this kipindi has actually attracted me to write to you. Hadi sasa nikashindwa sasa.
So wacha nikuulize, do you want to tell me mimi my wife Annie asipokuja hapa shida zake zina increase? Yaani asipotype kitu huko chini comment section ni mimi analetea hiyo yote.
Ndio hivyo sasa, si maneno ndio hiyo sasa.
Sasa wewe mama ya mzee unakatasha, mimi sasa yangu nitafanya nini?
Now you start choosing this kipindi.
Ama mimi unataka niandike pia mimi email so that you can know how serious that is.
Haya ni sawa. Email ni converse@transform@gmail.com. Andikeni sasa alafu muambie kuambia wa mama bwana wa moderate.
On a serious note, Jim, let me tell you one. I want us to try something next week. I want our panelists and our people to talk hapa, tuende TikTok. Sisi wote tufungue channel yetu TikTok, tuseme tuende TikTok hiyo siku. Unaelewa? TikTok is more vibrant. Let's agree to it. People have moved from YouTube and Facebook, where people have debates in TikTok. You and me know that. And kuna hizi vitu za chai ujinga ziko TikTok. People don't want to have that. People are looking also whereby they generate a discourse, whether it's heated or not, but at least honest conversations that will unite us. And I believe there's a gift of Govt tuko nayo ya moderation. Hata kama zingine unakuanga mjinga, but there are times you can ask. At times you can ask very good questions. Naelewa? There are times you can ask very good questions. Yeah, kuna time yenyewe unakuanga shonda kabisa. Yaani unaweza kuwa very unreasonable. Unajua iko time unaweza amua tu ufunge tu show, ufungue show, ufunge hata comment section na ufunge kuingia watu hapa juu uanze kutusomea vile Trump ni mzuri. Unajua sasa hiyo na siachani nisiende. I really want to understand you. I will listen every bullshit you talk.
So you appreciate my bullshit, eh?
Yes, you have to know somebody's bullshit and know how to deal with him.
Wow,
You know,
wow,
and
wow.
that is what Bernard could not understand you with. Iko time ulikuwa unakujanga na mioto fulani, Bernard hakuunderstand you inakuanga temporal.
Now,
Akakufungia wewe akakublock badala ya kurusha comment section akakublock.
nadhani sasa ajui pia niko na watu wako nyuma yangu wengine wanawashwa wakisikia wewe ingiza Njiru hapa. Ajui bwana, kuna watu wengine tunakuwa na menstruation kwa akili. We could be men but tuko na menstruation kwa akili.
And I like the fact umesema watu wengine. I'm not that bad.
Kuna wanaume wanakuwa na menstruation kwa akili, so lazima muwasamehe.
Lakini unajua Bernard, it was hard to defend Baba that time. I think Bernard was doing the impossible at a price that was too huge.
Sasa hiyo unajua ni kupandisha gari mlima na ngia ya rivers bwana.
Hapana, ni kuweka engine ya tuktuk kwa Isuzu Fuso.
Actually, it is true, Budi. I accept. I think it is something which we have been thinking for long as well. Lazima tujue how, and I think maybe in the future we might think of Orchastrated being on TikTok completely.
No, we have to go to TikTok. We have no option. Mi nakwambia Njiru, wewe enda fungua kule TikTok, pate watu 3 4 for the first 2 days, 3 days. Na hapo watu unajua uzuri, we have to be paid. Uzuri wa TikTok lazima mtu akutumie ka flower, ka what. People will have to pay us. Kama hiyo ni ile issue ya kukuwa paid. Hiyo ndio uzuri ya TikTok, that it is very interactive, extremely interactive. Naelewa? Not only that, then pia unajua the audience in TikTok is more now. Is more because among ourselves. We have spoken among ourselves to Mechoka. If we are not reaching people, because it's not now that we can convince usivotie Ruto. I think the people who come here now, the 26 to 46, we are all convinced where we are. So we must now step up 1 year to the election and build a formidable platform, okay, whereby we can have a good conversation, a robust conversation. Itatuleta a more united state before the election. And I think TikTok does it better. The way the platform has been structured, and also the fact that it is free. Okay, and then the fact that in Kenya, you can subscribe for 1 day TikTok free for the whole day. So it's reachable. Unlike now, YouTube is very expensive to subscribe in Kenya. So the audience again inakuwa limited due to also poverty. Naelewa. Kuna watu wako addicted to TikTok, a day 20 shillings, they are capable of coming. Subscribing 1 day, they can be there the 24 hours. Naelewa. So they are reachable again. You can sensitize them, sanitize them, whatever it is, to bring them closer. Because a lot of people are buying this bullshit that Ruto is not defeatable. And it's because of the cliches and the short videos that Ruto is effectively doing in TikTok. So our place in TikTok will add the scope of education, especially civic education. And I think we are one platform. If we became serious on a daily basis for only 2-3 hours only in TikTok, we can grow in numbers. I believe that. I don't think we'll grow here. I don't think I've ever seen us being 100. But TikTok, I guarantee, if we continue pole, we can even get to 10,000. We can get. I guarantee you. What's the election? We can get, because if you look at even Gachagua, his mode of talking to the young people, it's been sometimes TikTok. You know, I saw Matiang'i the other day have a conversation with content creators in TikTok. I mean, TikTok is a place for young people, but not only that, I think even as we are embracing it because it's more versatile, you know, and not only that, I think your platform is accessible and also more interactive. And somebody can always, on the kwa wale watu wataki kuja huku juu, they can always put their political views through AI and through voices so that, you know, we can post them. Because our work, we can also post videos without getting an editor, you know. It's easier to post without editing, taking somebody's voice and only using words, because it's very good in doing that, using words so that somebody doesn't know it's you, but you're giving your views out in regard to how you view Kenya and how, you know, we should go forth if you don't want your face to be shown. And that's why I like TikTok, that even those people who want to remain, you know, private, they can still speak without us knowing them. And we can still take their message valuable because TikTok allows such kind of content. You can create such kind of content. And everybody has a voice. If we can all contribute to that voice, I think so. Na hii maneno tuta, wachana, wewe sema kesho tunaenda TikTok, tufuate kule. Or we can broadcast hand in hand, hapa na TikTok at the same time.
Actually, I will work on that. Trust me, give me 2 days, we will be in TikTok. Hiyo ndio TikTok yangu account hapo. Kuna siku mtasikia nikiwaambia leo niko TikTok. Yeah, so already kuna mtu anaweza fuata hiyo, nimeshare link yangu.
TikTok nitakwambia hatutakuwa less than 100. That one I guarantee. We will not be less than 100.
Yeah, that is at Kenyan Democracy. We still have the same account here at Kenyan Democracy Talk Room. You can follow it right now for now. So, would give me today and tomorrow, I should be able to, not today, tomorrow and the Tuesday. By the time Spain is defeated by France, I'll have a formula for that. So that now, after World Cup imeisha, we have fully migrated to TikTok full time. So tukue show yetu tunafanya huko.
Oh yeah. So, but for today, waja tukuachane hivyo. Politics na itafanya tukosane one day, next day sini marafiki. Temperatures zitapanda. Robert, today I kissed your ass. It's okay. Tomorrow you will kiss mine.
Yeah, no. And you are very agitated when you are being told that at umelamba sijui ya mtu.
My friend, ukiambiwa umelamba lolo. Lazima ukasirike bwana.
Yeah, but I know what it is. Because unajua bwana, kulamba hiyo kitu it has to be very specific. It has to be for a very serious person in your life. I know what it means. Najua vile uli feel because unajua that one comes with a lot of it is extreme love. That is what can drive you to.
I was kind of disappointed with Roba. That's the only thing that brought him up here. Me, I thought Roba was coming actually to debate. Yeah. So I was like, hii ndio peke yake meleta Roba hapa. Na sasa nikiona weight ya Roba na the way anavanga suti vizuri, I was so disappointed.
Na sasa na ni mzee Asima, ni mzee sasa, ni mzee pale kwa kanisa, mzee mashuhuri ambaye anaheshimika sana.
Ukimea nywele ya white kila mahali tunakuogopa. Unaelewa?
Yeah, right, of course I know that.
So sio kwa kichwa peke yake, nimesema kila mahali tunakuogopa. So Robani wale watu wamemea kila mahali tunamuogopa. So hawezi kuja tu hapa hivi atuambie hivyo na aende. So lazima tu demand, lakini uzuri ali apologize. Na hatumtaki sahi hapa juu. Naona anataka kuingia, usimuingishe.
Yeah, no, we are finished. So mi nitacheza hizo video za nini? Alafu nitacheza hizo video za Radio Maisha which are explaining the violence which happened today and then we call it a day, because actually leo pia nataka kujitayarisha for a very complex day week, and nataka pia congratulate our comment section which works tirelessly. Some of them who have become friends to each other. At least you need to thank this platform, because this platform imeweza pia kujenga huo undugu wenyu pamoja. Were it not for Kenyan Democracy, mungekuwa mnajuana, ungewahi jua Acacia. Ni platform imefanya mjuane, sasa ati mnajifanya girlfriend ama ni mnajifanya sijui ni talk girl, I don't know. Alafu na Ken Darius na Roof pia. So we have to appreciate the connection and the versatility which have been brought by some of these political platforms, even as we seek to grow more, the way Mbudi ametuambia. So Mbudi want us to now we go to TikTok, so we will have to abandon hiyo siasa tunakuanga nazo ambazo unasikia watu wakisema oh TikTok is not good, what you know, like maybe there's some, maybe like maybe especially like Bwana Mbudi, do you know that like here in America so many people have banned TikTok, so many companies have banned TikTok, like kuna internet za kazi mingi sana, like they don't want to see TikTok, so there is that
It is very
sorry, gone away. Umepotea Mbudi, you have to return to the voice
themselves, but I know we will, but that does not mean we will leave people not to have free speech. Free speech itakuwa, but then you know, usipo have boundaries, unajua una account yako inakuwa banned pia. So it's not like YouTube, it takes time. Ile unakuwa banned while you are still broadcasting. That's another thing. We have to be very careful.
Sasa na watu wa Ruto wataturuhusu kama ni hivyo?
No, I mean they have to. We will not have hate speech, but we will be truthful. You know, the process yaku, because we will say we are a political channel and we are discussing about issues that sometimes, because utaweka, unajua wanakupeanga option on what you are doing, especially as the moderator, as the host. So as the host, unasema, you know, you will accept AI content, you will accept you know, alcoholic drinks. Mtu akikuja yake hivi pombe kutaka tu account yako ifungwe, you've already accepted uko chini, so they want people. You can also say we'll use vile political language because we are discussing an election, and people may say things that, you know, they are their own opinion. So that is the person that will be dropped, not you. So it has caveats on how you can frame what your content is. Nanielewa? So I will teach you on how to do that. So watu wa Ruto, how have other platforms survived? Lima Queen yako nayo, other people wako nazo. How do they survive? It's because they know how the caveats wameweka, you know. So yeah.
Okay, good. Nitakutakia usiku mwema. Go and keep your family safe.
Sawa.
Yeah, both your real family and your online family.
My online family sasa they are very okay. Nimeona wako vizuri, wacha niwaambie good night.
Yeah, hii boma kuna na hii boma yako ya online usiachilie sana. Otherwise they might bring riots to your doorstep.
Hiyo wameshaleta. Iko siku niliona mtu anaitwa hapa Olo, nikawacha for 10 minutes.
Wow. Okay, we will try to diversify to TikTok. So trust me, that is something now which we have, because if we don't do that, we face existential threat of not being able to reach. And I think some of this content which we are doing here will be very important in a more wider scale, in a place whereby people can talk more. So we have no option, but other than now, guys, we are on our last days of being on YouTube here. So sijui, we have to look on all those scenarios. So sijui kama ni YouTube you stream to TikTok, or it is TikTok you stream to YouTube. So we will think of how to do that. Yeah, for those who might not be able to access TikTok and you can access YouTube, I think it is interstreaming to each other. So, but we will surely scale up to that platform. Yeah, so yeah, for sure, because hatuwezi endelea tu kujiongeleshanga sisi wenyewe, so we have to raise our bar. Lazima tupandishe calorimeter. Nani hapa anakumbuka ile mahesabu ya calorimeter? Latent heat of fusion, latent heat. So lazima tupandishe latent heat. Tulikuwa tunatumianga kitu inaitwa calorimeter. Calorimeter is something which absorbs heat over time. Kama kuna mtu alifanya physics hapa form 3 na huku kutana na hesabu ya calorimeter, you can pay me your school fees nikukumbushe. Akeshi, ulikutana na hiyo hesabu ya calorimeter? Najua ndio umetoka shule jana. Haya. Ninajua alikuwa anapenda maneno ya digestive system. And very soon nitakuingiza kwa show tuelezee story ya digestive system, reproductive system.
My driver was injured by police.
Breaking right now out of Nyahururu, a governor's own driver is lying in a hospital bed with a bullet lodged in his chest, and nobody can even confirm if it is live ammunition or a rubber round. Murang'a Governor Irungu Kang'ata's convoy was stoned, blocked, and hijacked by goons in broad daylight on a Sunday, straight after church. Senators scattered, MPs fled, the dais stood empty where a crowd once roared. And this is not happening in isolation. It is the second political ambush in a single day, hot on the heels of armed men storming a cathedral in Kisumu to hunt down Sifuna Orengo. Kenya are watching democracy get mugged in broad daylight. Stay with me, because this story just keeps getting darker. Let's rewind to how the chaos actually started. Governor Kang'ata and his convoy were fresh out of the church service at AIPCA when the first stones came flying. Not metaphorical stones, actual rocks pelting his vehicle's windows like hell on a tin roof. His car was blocked. Then, in a scene that sounds ripped from a heist movie, goons briefly seized control of his vehicle altogether. Picture that, a sitting governor's motorcade, meant to be untouchable, reduced to a smashed up shell surrounded by hostile hands. Then came the moment that turned this from political scuffle into a full-blown crisis. Kang'ata's driver, a man named Gitari, was shot in the chest. In the governor's own words, there is a bullet lodged inside him right now, and doctors are still working out whether it is live or rubber, which frankly tells you everything about how thin the line between roughed up and battered was today.
Last week we were in Kisii at a market called Keumbu. We were rained on stones. Today we came here to Olkalau and also Nyahururu town. We were first stoned while in church, AIPCA. My vehicle was blocked. It was also confiscated by goons. My driver was injured by police. There was a shooting incident where he was shot. He is currently in hospital. He has a bullet lodged in his chest. We had to ascertain whether it's a live bullet or a rubber bullet, and he is completely immobilized. It's very unfortunate. We came here in peace. We don't carry anything. We are only talking. We are only discussing. But it's so inhumane that what we get in return is being stoned.
He was rushed to hospital and as of this recording, remains there fighting through it. Before the convoy chaos, there was already trouble brewing at the rally grounds itself. Youths, some armed with clubs, attempted to storm the venue where Linda Mwananchi leaders were mid-speech, whipped up the crowd like a pot left too long on the fire right before it boils over and scalds everyone nearby. Vihiga Senator Godfrey Osotsi and Suba South MP Karoli Omondi were among those forced to abandon ship, fleeing a rally that just minutes earlier had drawn a thick, energetic crowd.
Very unfortunate that our government of Kenya Kwanza, has now reduced into a gangster government. You saw what they did to us in Kisii, Keumbo, where the police were clearly shown on video throwing stones and acting alongside the goons. Today now is another incident where the police in cahoots with the goons have attacked our rally using live bullets. They have injured the driver of Honorable Kangata and also one of the people who are with one of our supporters. All the two are in hospital now. I think this is very unfortunate, and the IG, the Inspector General of Police, should tell us whether he's in charge or he has left leadership of police to the goons, because we cannot have incidences back to back like this and the police is doing nothing. We saw it happen in Keumbo. We have seen it today where police, some in plain clothes, others even in police attire, are participating in attacking our rallies. What is it that William Ruto fears about Linda Mwananchi? What is he fearing about? Because nearly all our rallies, we have been threatened, we have been attacked, we have been shot at.
The photos tell a story better than words can. One moment, a sea of supporters packed shoulder to shoulder. The next, an empty dais standing alone like a stage after the actors have run to the exits. Organizers scramble to appeal for calm, trying to talk the crowd back from the edge and salvage what was left of the meeting. But by then, the damage quite literally was already done.
Nataka nione wanaume hapa. Kama wewe ni mwanaume, kujeni hapa, kuja hapa. Watatuua hapa Nyahururu. Vijana mukuje.
And the identities of the attackers, along with their motive, remain a mystery police have yet to untangle. Now, here is where the plot thickens into something bigger than one rally gone wrong. These Nyahururu ambush landed on the very same day armed goons, wielding rungus, pangas, bows and arrows, attempted to storm a cathedral service in Kisumu, targeting Siaya Governor James Orengo and Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna. Two attacks, same movement, same day, hundreds of kilometers apart. That is not coincidence. That is coordinated pattern, like two arms of the same octopus preaching for different targets at once. And Kenyans online are not buying the spontaneous chaos narrative either. In the aftermath of the Kisumu attack, Embakasi East MP Babu Owino confirmed that motorbikes belonging to the attackers were captured and set ablaze. A retaliatory shot across the bow meant to send a chilling message to whoever is bankrolling these goons. Whether that message lands where it is intended or simply pours fuel on an already smoldering fire is the question keeping political analysts up. Zoom out and you'll see this is not a random Sunday of bad luck. It is the latest chapter in a string of attacks that have trailed the Linda Mwananchi movement like a curse that refuses to lift. Stone convoys in Kisii, blocked airports, a senator once hospitalized after being attacked at a barber shop, and now, on the very same day, a cathedral under siege in Kisumu, and a governor's driver fighting for his life in Nyahururu. If this were a boxing match, Kenya's opposition would be bleeding from both eyes and still somehow refusing to hit the canvas. Critics have long accused elements close to the government of quietly mobilizing these gangs to strangle opposition momentum in his crib. The government, for its part, keeps condemning goonism on camera, but for many Kenyans, watching bullets lodge in a driver's chest, words on camera feel like an umbrella offered after the storm has already soaked through.
Sisi tunadina sini linda wananchi. Tunadina mundu kwa mundu siasa. Wewe ndio siasa anajaribu kudina. Hii ndio serikali lakini wanashindwa nao. Sisi ndio serikali. My friend, tunadina mundu kwa mundu. Hakuna kutoroka. Amepeana pesa lakini hakuna kutoroka. Hatoroki. Unatulia hapa. Mungu tunagira huko. Mungu tunagira huko nywe. Ukiona. Atoki. Mungu tunagira huko. Kemaru ile maita maigana. Hakuna watu tunaenda.
So here is where we stand. A driver with a bullet in his chest, a governor's motorcade left looking like a war zone, 2 senators and an MP who were to run for their lives mid-speech, and a country asking the same haunting question it asked after Kisumu just hours earlier. Who is sending these goons, and why does nobody in power seem able or willing to stop them? Police say the motive and identities remain unclear. Kenyans on the ground say the pattern could not be clearer. This is a developing story, and we will not blink until we get you the answers. Drop your thoughts below. Is this coordinated political sabotage, or is Kenya simply watching its democracy get breached one rally at a time? Subscribe, hit that bell, and stay locked in, because the next update could break at any moment. Newsroom, Maisha TV, reader Kering Chubet.
¿Quiere arreglar sus papeles, pero ha escuchado que no califica para nada? Soy la abogada Ángela Lisinski, abogada de inmigración dedicada a arreglar papeles para la mayor cantidad de personas posible.
Kisumu woke up to war drums today, except the war drums were rungus, pangas, bows and arrows, and a mob of hooded young men marching straight for a church, not a rally, not a stadium, a cathedral, Sunday mass, and sitting inside worshipping like any other Kenyan. Nairobi Senator Edwin Sifuna and Siaya Governor James Orengo, among other Linda Mwananchi leaders. Within minutes, tear gas was flying, worshippers were scattering, one person lay injured, and by nightfall, Babu Owino was posting photos of burnt motorbikes with a warning that should chill every goon for hire in this country. This is the story Kenya is waking up to, and by the time we are done, you'll understand exactly why goonism has taken over the country. Kenyans are asking, do they have a government in place?
Lakini kwa kawaida, mnajua baba akikufa kwa bomu, watu wanaanza kuingia wananyang'anya watoto yake vitu, si ndio?
Let's set the scene in Kisumu, Bikoson's SCK Cathedral, Milimani, Kisumu, a historic house of worship where Bishop Charles Onginjo was made summon, the kind of fire and brimstone summon that doesn't spare politicians. Outside, the ground began to shake, not literally, but politically. Hundreds teeth, with rungus and pangas and even bows and arrows, came rolling in, some on motorbikes, some walking, even swaying their pangas like a swarm of hornets that had just found their target. And their target, ladies and gentlemen, was a church service.
Polisi wako nao. Polisi ndio wako nao. Polisi ndio wako nao. Polisi ndio jogena jinokuwa. Polisi ndio wako nao.
Videos now show them advancing down the road in numbers thick enough to block traffic. A human wave with murder in its shopping list. Panic ripped through the congregation. Picture that for a second. You are kneeling in prayer, and outside, a mob armed like a medieval raiding party is trying to break down the gate. Police moved in with tear gas, dispersing the crowd before they could breach the compound. It is now confirmed that one person was injured in the chaos as goons attempted to force their way inside. Security was hurriedly beefed up. Sifuna and Orengo eventually walked out safely, but the message had already been sent, loud and clear, written in tear gas smoke over a house of God. Here's where it gets juicy. And here's where Kenyans on social media smells a rat the size of an elephant. Some of the very same videos show police standing shoulder to shoulder with machete-wielding goons while turning their tear gas canisters on unarmed Linda Mwananchi supporters. Think about that irony for a second. It is like a fire department showing up, watering the house that isn't burning and letting the actual fire rage the next door. Supporters on the ground were filmed shouting the obvious question: why are you harassing us when the men with pangas are standing right next to you?
Ni mnaanza wezi mnaenda na watu wetu bwana. Wewe simushike wale watu wengine. Simushike wale watu wengine. Wala mshike wale. Mshike wale. Bwana. Wenda tushike basi. Tushike. Jibu ya kanisa. Leo kanisa aje. Leo kanisa.
This isn't a one-off. It fits a pattern Kenyans have watched unfold for months, a pattern critics are calling goonism, the quiet weaponization of jobless young men on motorbikes to disrupt, intimidate, and terrorize anyone standing in the way of certain political interests. Kisii, Kakamega, Nyahururu, now Kisumu. Inside a cathedral, clergy across the country have started raising the alarm bells. In fact, it is not the first time, warning that if churches, the last supposedly neutral ground in Kenyan society, are no longer safe, then nowhere is. But here's the twist that had timelines burning almost as literally as the motorbikes did. Embakasi East MP Babu Owino, never one to whisper when he can roar, posted photographs of several torched motorbikes allegedly belonging to the attackers, and dropped a statement that hit like a thunderclap. The goons sent to attack Orengo and Sifuna, he said, had learnt their lessons the hard way, their bikes reduced to ash, and he vowed that if police won't protect Linda Mwananchi supporters, they'll defend themselves with consequences. In his words, better imagined than experienced. Now that's a mic drop line if there ever was one. The kind of sentence that sets both applause and alarm bells ringing in the same breath. Two hired goons who attacked ACK St. Stephen's Church in Kisumu were killed by locals and their motorbikes burnt down. Armed with machetes and bows, they tried to disrupt a service attended by leaders Edwin Sifuna and James Orengo. Supporters read it as proof that when the state looks away, the streets settle their own scores. Critics read it as a dangerous escalation, tit-for-tat politics that could spiral into something far uglier than burnt rubber and bent handlebars. Either way, it confirmed what many suspected. This isn't a one-way street of intimidation anymore. The lion, it seems, has started biting back. Zoom out, and this Kisumu Cathedral siege isn't an isolated Sunday scare. It's the latest chapter in a long bruising saga. Linda Mwananchi, the grassroots opposition movement fronted by Sifuna, Orengo, and Babu Owino, has been getting ambushed almost every time it steps into a new town. Stoned convoys in Kisii, blocked airports, disrupted rallies, even a senator hospitalized after an attack at a barber shop in Kisumu. Each time, the accusation follows like a shadow that elements linked to the government are quietly mobilizing these gangs to choke the opposition before it can even find its voice. The government, for its part, has publicly condemned goonism, but critics say condemning it on camera and quietly enabling it on the ground are two very different things, and Kenyans aren't fools who confuse a smokescreen for a solution.
Wanyoroshwe kiboko kwa sababu na watafutwe wale wenye kulipa hawa watoto. Yes, watafutwe kwa sababu huwezi kuacha mtoto yako nyumbani, unaenda kulipa mtoto ya mwingine, unampatia mawe, unampatia panga, rungu, aende apigane na watu wengine. Why? Na sisi ni nchi ambayo tuko na taratibu, tuko na heshima, tunafuata sheria. Sisi ni watu ambao wanaamini demokrasia. So,
and now the goons have crossed a line that even hardened political watchers call sacred, storming churches. Bishop Onginjo Cathedral wasn't just by accident. His summons have long rattled cages in high places, and turning a place of worship into a battlefield sends a message darker than any press statement could. It says, nowhere is off limits anymore, not even your rally. Not even your convoy, not even your Sunday prayer. Kenya is burning and headed in the very wrong direction. So where does this leave Kenya? Police have yet to name a single attacker or confirm any arrests, even as burnt motorbikes smolder and worshippers nurse their fright. Sifuna and Orengo walked away safe this time, but this time is starting to feel like a phrase Kenyans use far too often these days. As one Kenyan put it on X, Kisumu is starting to look less like a city and more like a chessboard. And it's not just Kisumu alone. Ordinary Kenyans are now being caught between the king and the pawns. The real question burning through timelines tonight isn't just who sent the goons. It's how many more Sundays, how many more rallies, how many more burnt motorbikes, how many more lives, how many more injuries it will take before somebody in power actually answers for it. What do you think? Drop your comments. Newsroom, Maisha TV, Bushabi Jr.
Hello, my name is Adam Ferrari, the Chief Executive Officer of Phoenix Energy. I look forward to you joining us at our next investor webinar, where you can drill deeper into our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and see how our company has become an emerging leader in the oil and gas industry. In 2024, Phoenix Energy rose to become the 11th most prolific oil and gas operator in the Williston Basin, one of America's top producing regions. We are now right alongside industry giants like ConocoPhillips and EOG and plan to continue rising in the rankings. Our daily production rates have risen as high as 18,000 barrels of oil per day. We've sold more than 4 million barrels, and we're just getting started. We hope to see you at our brief webinar. In less than 1 hour, you will learn more about our 9 to 13% annual interest rate bond offerings and the U.S. oil and gas sector. These Regulation D 506E bond offerings are open to accredited investors. Our team will guide you through the details of how to get started. Sign up for the webinar and start your journey with Phoenix Energy today.
Nyine ngai wandeithirie
Kĩrĩmbĩ nĩ kĩrũgamĩrĩire
nĩ ngai ni
na
wandeithirie
tũragia ciũria citũ.
nĩ ngai wandeithirie ndabangĩte njũragĩrwo gwĩtima niĩ ngĩthiĩ kwa inspector general wa borithi we mwene kanja kwao nĩ harĩa hetagwo Gĩthũngũ ndamwarĩirie Gĩkũyũ tondũ ndionaga ta araigua ngĩmũria mũndũ witũ nĩkĩ watũma borithi ĩyo yo nĩ mĩkora na we nĩwe mũnene wa borithi nĩkĩ borithi iroka kwanyu Nyĩrĩ kũrĩa ũciarĩirwo ikenda kũraga andũ kanitha-inĩ na gũtirĩ hatu ũngĩoya tũkĩmũnengera marĩtwa ma borithi icio ciothe na nĩciũĩkaine na mbica na maũndũ mothe gũtirĩ ũndũ areka maita macio hũrĩtwo twendwani gũtirĩ ũndũ areka rĩu niĩ ũranjĩkaga no kwanĩrĩra ndĩrerĩte Kang'ata ndamwĩra arauga nĩ magũka na Linda Mwananchi Karau ndĩrarĩ na riboti tondũ niĩ ndĩ andũ aingĩ mũno manjĩraga reke ngwĩre mũcoki twĩna andũ ega mũno thĩinĩ wa Kenya thĩinĩ wa borithi kũrĩ andũ ega mũno tarĩu nĩo marahũragĩra hwaĩ makanjĩra ndũkagerie gũka kũu marenda andũ moragwo nĩgetha gĩthurano gĩtĩre ndũkagerie gũka niĩ ngĩrwo marenda kũrehe ngahĩa weekend ngĩtũma senator wa Mũrang'a etagwo Nyũtũ ngĩmwĩra caria Kang'ata wacaria Kang'ata ũmwĩre atĩrĩrĩ gĩthurano gĩkĩ gĩa Karau rĩ niĩ mwene ndiĩ ndĩrathiĩ tondũ ndĩraigua ũrĩa kũbange tigana nakĩo tigai gũka Karau tondũ wona mwoka rĩ makũhũthĩra mweke ũcio tondũ Linda Mwananchi ĩrarĩ Gĩthii ĩrahũrwo Linda Mwananchi yarĩ Kakamega ĩkĩhũrwo ndĩratũmanĩra Kang'ata ndĩramwĩra mwĩre atĩrĩrĩ matigane na ũhoro ũcio gĩthurano kĩu niĩ na mwene na nĩ mwene kĩama kĩa DCP rĩ candidate wakwa niĩ ndathiĩ kũmwĩkĩra campaign na nĩ ndĩramenya ũrĩa marabanga no ndanaigua aga kũigua ndĩramũkania publicly na tiguo ndĩrendaga wĩka tondũ ndĩramũtũmanĩire ta mũthuri anake acio acibuna nĩ andũ ega mũno na Babu na mũthenya ũngĩ mokĩte Thĩka ngĩra andũ maumĩre mamamũkĩre na tũrutaga wĩra nao no kũndũ gũkũ Karau nĩ ũndũ wa gĩthurano gĩkĩ Ruto na andũ ake maracaria kanya ga kũrehe ngahĩha rĩu thigari icio ciĩ Karau rĩ nĩcio thire ciakora Kang'ata kũrĩa kũndũ gũgwĩtwo Nyahururu na thigari icio ciatũhũrire wĩtima makwendaga kũratha Kang'ata Ngai amũteithia maratha ndereba wake koguo rĩ harĩa tũkinyĩte mũcoki rĩ aya Gĩthumo rĩu rĩ Mũkomen augaga atĩ ngũĩ ibangagwo nĩ Gachagua arĩ wa Mũnyoro auma kũbanga ngahĩa kũrĩa Gĩthumo nguci icio waciĩrora rĩ ibangagwo nĩ PS wĩtagwo Raymond Omolo no na ciũria ciakĩonio na ngwĩciria rĩu hau nĩho tũgĩkinyĩte ona gũkũ tondũ niĩ nĩ ngoretwo ngĩthaitha anake aitũ mũno ngamera atĩrĩrĩ ngamera mũtikarwe ndikwenda Mũgĩkũyũ arũe na Mũgĩkũyũ onokorwo Agĩkũyũ nĩ maraheo mbeca mahũrĩ Agĩkũyũ arĩa angĩ ngamathaitha mũno matikarũe no rĩu kũu Gĩthumo rĩ arĩa makũbangĩtwo makahũre Sifuna na Orengo rĩ kibire ciothe magũkĩte nĩcio ciothe nĩ ciacinwo ona rĩu bũrũri witũ harĩa ũkinyĩte mũndũ gwĩtwo Mũcoki rĩ Ruto rĩrĩa aramenyire andũ a Kenya nĩ mamwehereire rĩ aratuire itua na arera mũndũ ũcio wake wĩtagwo Mũkomen na mũndũ wĩtagwo DIG Lang'at agwathana na gĩthũri na agwathana na goons na gũtirĩ mũndũ ũmũkararagia ũkarekwo agĩe na mũcemanio wa thayũ rĩu rĩ wanjĩra niĩ ndingĩoya ikinya rĩrĩkũ niĩ ndakwĩra ũrĩtũ maitha 21 rĩgathi wa Gachagua na gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtoĩ thiĩte nginya kwa inspector general ngatwara barua rĩu ndingĩka atĩa
rĩrĩa wagweta maabitha ciothe thirikari-inĩ rĩ wagweta president wagweta mũnene wa borithi wagweta minister wa ũgitĩri wagweta PS wa ũgitĩri no ũraigua ta wĩna ũma ati nio matafanĩtie maũndũ macio
mũno tondũ rĩrĩ
ũira ũcio wĩnaguo mũhecimiwa
ona gũtirĩ ũira ũramenyekana.
Tũkĩrĩ na rĩrĩ mũhecimiwa magoti na rũhonge rwa magoti nĩruo rũtũigananagia ithuothe angĩkorwo wĩna ũira ũcio wothe.
Inspector wa borithi rĩ agũtwarwo igoti-inĩ nũ? Borithi iria iratũhũrire wĩtima rĩ ikũnyitwo nũ? Evidence ĩrĩho handũ ha kũnyitwo rĩ borithi ciatũhũrire wĩtima rĩ nĩ madaraka ciongereirwo. Ũmũthĩ ũyũ irĩ Karau ndĩraiguire DIG Lang'ati akiuga nĩ gũkorwo na thayũ. Borithi icio ira rĩ iranyitĩrĩrwo ria DCP nĩ wamĩonire irahũrwo rithathi, andũ marahũrwo marakomithio thĩ na gũtirĩ itua gũtirĩ ikinya rĩoetwo. Private sector wako wetagwo mũnene wa mũmbirĩ arakorirwo mũkawa-inĩ Karau nĩ thigari icio cia wĩtima itongoragio nĩ mũjumbe wa gũkũ wa Mathĩra wĩtagwo wa Mũmbi na Mũka. Marahũra wa Mũmbi maramũtunya thimũ yake ĩna wa Mũmbi ũyũ mwemcimwa nĩwe wĩna thimũ ya mũnene wa Mũmbi wakwa nĩwe ũkoragwo nayo nginya niĩ nĩandũmĩra message kuma thimũ-inĩ ĩyo. Rĩu rĩ andũ aya mahetwo madaraka nĩ Ruto. Ruto oete ciana icio wa Mũmbi na Mũka akamahe matharaita ma mbara kwanza mũno manyamarie Mũgĩkũyũ tondũ gũkũ Gĩkũyũ nĩkuo mena hinya mũno tondũ rĩrĩ ũngĩũria atĩrĩrĩ mũjumbe rĩ arutĩte hinya kwa gũthiaga na thigari 15 mũcoki ũrĩkio ndĩrakwĩra nĩ president tondũ rĩrĩ mũjumbe wa gũthurwo rĩ angĩkorwo na kikosi gĩa thigari 15 arutĩte kũ tiga nĩ president ũmũhete. Ningĩ rĩ thigari icio tondũ nĩ cionekire na mbica ciĩkuo na video ciĩkuo rĩ na andũ nĩ maciũĩ nginya marĩtwa rĩ maũndũ maya mothe tondũ tũrakĩrĩ na thirikari ya Uhuru wa Kenya regirwo nĩ andũ mũno gũkũ kĩrĩma-inĩ na we aratua matua make atĩ agwathana na gĩthũri. Rĩu arahũra andũ nginya mbara ya mwĩrĩ. Rĩu rĩ nĩ maũndũ ma kũmakania tondũ maũndũ maya mũcoki manjirie kũrĩa gwĩtagwo Haiti na mĩkora ĩno ũkũmĩrũgamia Kariũka kũmĩhoria nĩ wĩra mũritũ mũno. Tau ndona ndarũmĩrwo video nĩ mũndũ ũmũthĩ gwĩ saluni makũingĩrĩte Nairobi mabora andũ mathiĩ mũthenya ũngĩ maraingĩrire ba kũrĩa Nairobi kũrĩa General Mathenge Drive marabora andũ marathiĩ. Andũ aya nĩ ũrona rĩrĩa president yarĩ Nairobi makoragwo nake mũcabara-inĩ wake makabora andũ magathiĩ. Rĩu rĩ bũrũri ũyũ rĩ ũtuĩkĩte wa
nĩ amwandũ wao. Mũkenya wa kawaida ũragũthikĩrĩria ekũrora nakũ?
Gũtirĩ Mũkenya wa kawaida agweterera ũgĩthurano gũtirĩ ũndũ ũngĩ rwangĩka harĩa tũkinyĩte tondũ rĩrĩ mũndũ ũyũ gwĩtwo Ruto rĩ akĩrĩ na matharaita mothe ma mbara nĩwe twaheire wathani na kura citũ. Arahũra andũ arĩa mamũikĩirie kura nĩ warahũra na ndarona tarĩ ũndũ na ndaramaka areka ũrĩa kwenda agacoka nĩ arucire control ya thirikari akĩrekereria mbunge mekaga ũrĩa makwenda. Rĩrĩa twĩrĩgĩte Gĩkũyũ rĩ Kĩmani wa Icũng'wa nĩwe watũhũraga akahũra andũ a Gĩkũyũ arĩa mamũthurire ena birithi. Gũtirĩ mũjumbe ũtarĩ na birithi ciake 15 mathiaga na tear gas na mĩcinga. Rĩu rĩ Mũkomeni ena thigari ciake cia kũhũra andũ, Kĩmani wa Icũng'wa na thigari ciake cia kũhũra andũ, Betty Maina na thigari ciake 15 cia kũhũra andũ, wa Mũmbia na ciake cia kũhũra andũ. Rĩu rĩ Ruto nĩ arucire control ya bũrũri tondũ rĩrĩa andũ mamũkararirie rĩ ambunge ya rĩu nĩyo ehokete na ũrĩa wothe makwenda nĩguo ekaga na ndarĩ na power. Kenya nĩ arucire power.
Nake minister wa ũgitĩri Kipchumba Murkomen akoretwo akiuga nĩwe ũkoretwo ũkĩrehe
rĩu rĩ agakũnyita nĩ kĩathite atindaga akiuga Gachagua nĩ akũnyitwo. Rĩrĩa ndarĩ Amerika augĩte ndakinya kĩwanja kĩa ndege nĩ akũnyita kuma ndauma Amerika nĩ mwaka mũgima. Angĩkorwo rĩgari wa Gachagua kwĩ mahĩtia ekĩte mũcokire wewe minister atinde ũkĩgamba kĩ ũrera andũ meke atĩa? We nĩ we na power ya kũnyita mũndũ ũrĩa mwaganu kana ũrĩa ũhĩtĩtie. Angĩkorwo rĩgari wa Gachagua kwĩ mũndũ ahũrĩte rĩ ndanyitwo twarwo igoti-inĩ. Rĩgathi wa Gachagua nĩ kũhũrwo ahũrĩtwo handũ he anyite andũ arĩa mahũrĩte rĩgathi wa Gachagua rĩ rĩu arenda kũndua Bogeyman nĩ ũrĩa twatũraga hĩndĩ ya Raila o kaũndũ koneka nĩ Raila no areciria andũ a Kenya nĩ andũ akĩgu. Rĩu tondũ andũ nĩ mahũrwo Gĩthumo rĩ nĩ rĩgathi wa Gachagua uma Gĩthumo araugire atĩ wĩra wake nĩ kũrũmĩrĩra rĩgathi wa Gachagua. riu urumirire gathi wa Gachagua Nyahururu ri andu acio mahurwo Githumo ri ukuga atia urumirire gathi wa Gachagua ri andu amaraingera nduka makabora andu ri ukuga atia urumirire gathi wa Gachagua ri muborithi ni aratha ndereba wa Kang'ata ucio ni muthigari wandikitwo ni thirikari na Murkomen niwe munene wa thigari icio mwanake ucio ndarora mena Ruto ni magucina bururi uyu ni ndarora mucoki tondu ndanona maundu maingi ri uria turathie uria bururi uyu urathie uria bururi uyu ni ndirona ugithie mundu uyu gwitwo Ruto na mundu ucio gwitwo Murkomen na ciana ici gwitwo wa Mumbi na Beti na Ichung'wa mahetwo hinya muingi muno ni Ruto wa thigari cia micii
Joe, tutawireta
tondu andu marikinya handu mauge ni marega
ni vile
kubangitwo yenda kuragirwo kuu ni andu na kibikibi ciothe
Joe ijakuwa inoro itazasaidia
ni ndimathaithite muno ngamera atiriri Ruto ni agukena muno.
Joe, wewe ndio umekaa sana bila kukuja kwa show. You just come to the show and I will stop it and I will go because I don't have somebody in the show. I'm just allowing the interview to move on. Then after we finish the interview, I will give an overall approach ya kile alisema. So it is not a matter of ati kuifanya inoro. So relax bwana. Na mko na mambo mingi. We ongeanga na Keshi hapo in the meantime. Sawa, bwana Joe, Innocent. Ingia kwa hiyo discussion ya kina Kesha, Ruf hapo, Karige, and they are having a wonderful. So, hii channel sasa imekuwa Inoro channel. Those of us who do not understand Kikuyu tutadu, I will interpret, so relax, bwana Ruf. Okay? Please, give it time, wacha aongee. I will be on it.
Mugikuyu akirwa na Mugikuyu tondu guo niguo endaga akahe Mugikuyu hinya akanengera munene wa borithi ni Mugikuyu akamutunya hinya akanengera Murkomen hau ni flower girl nigetha Gikuyu kianegena ni kirahurwo akauga munene wa borithi akiri Mugikuyu muranegena niki agacoka guku Gikuyu-ini ri akanyita ambunge ya Gikuyu oya ibesha oya ibirithi ye muhure andu anyu ni ndirirwo no rimu uria ni nyonete mucoki kuma rira ndaciarirwo ati andu aitu nio maranengerwo mbeca ni Ruto makanengerwo matharaita muthie muhure andu anyu ni horo cio umakitie ni ona ndakimakire ria ndarutirwo bici tondu ndarutirwo ni andu aitu tondu ndurire ici ingi ni ciaugire atiriri haya kai mangigata mundu wao makirwo ni Ruto makiuga ni mambe masaine angikuwa ni mwambire gusaina ni ngimakara andu makimaka haya ucio ni wakihitukire ni ndietikitie maisha-ini makwa ati kwi Mugikuyu ungenengerwo mbeca ni Ruto na nengerwo birithi erwo athie ahure andu ao netikire ni uhoro cio ni uramakia muno.
Haya tucoke guku all kalau kuria githurano gitanyitwo gukorwo kihandika na gutuika tutere ABC ehane morekera wa muthie muthenya wa rucio. Commission ya ABC mweshimiwa nayo ni ikoretwo ikiheana mwerekera na igikumithia ngahiha iria cikoretwo ku ikinyukitie kuri mubunge ukunyitaga mbaru
Gikuyu ungenengerwo mbeca ni Ruto na nengerwo birithi erwo athie ahure andu ao netikire ni uhoro cio ni uramakia muno.
Haya miena yeri yoneke tiragarara mawatho maria mahagikitwo na ABC ma ithurano kwa muhiano mĩario ĩngĩrehe ngũĩ gũtuthũra ngahiha gatagatĩ ka maũndũ mangĩ tondu magwetetwo marĩ erĩ nĩ IBC nĩ kuonania nĩ mĩena ĩrĩ
IBC ona ĩngĩgweta mũndũ gũtirĩ ũndũ ĩreka tondu rĩrĩ kwarĩ ngahiha maraba na gũtirĩ ikinya moire ona matiaririe ndeto icio kwarĩ ngahiha nene mũno mbere minister wĩtagwo Rukwa akĩingĩra agĩthũkia gĩthurano andũ makĩhũrwo mbara nene mũno ndaririe andũ moragirwo Kasipul Kabondo ndaririe Narok niĩ mwene nĩ ndahũrirwo na andũ makĩhũrwo ndaririe araririe Wanjiku wa Mũhearia na Wanjiku wa Mũhearia gũtirĩ araugire mũndũ araugire atĩrĩrĩ kũrĩ andũ maragũra ibandĩ gũkũ na nĩ igũrĩtwo mũno nĩ andũ a UDA macaria andũ moke maikie kura gũkũ tutigetĩkĩria andũ matarĩ akarau maikie kura gũkũ mwĩbange andũ 10 tondu andũ nĩ moyaine mũtikanetĩkĩrie mũndũ ũtarĩ wa gũkũ aikie kura gũtirĩ ũndũ araugĩte mahĩtia andũ arĩa makoretwo makiuna watho Karau nĩ minister wĩtagwo Kaboko matũraga kũu makĩhaka andũ minister wĩtagwo Rebecca Meano matũraga kũu makĩhaka andũ ihaki nĩ rĩo rĩrathiĩ na mbere kũu ambunge andũ makaheo nginya mũgithi makaheo nginya tũtarũ makaheo miringiti makaheo matrici cia GOK riria thibitari gutari miuto ya andu gukomera ri makaheo miuto ya andu gukomera na ni kwenda mutigarere muri matrici icio ri kuria JM hospital ri gutiri matrici ya mundu gukomera iragirwo handu haiga kumerwo ni arwaru makomage thimiti-ini andu akarau makaheo matrici nigetha maikirie mundu wa UDA kura nie ngwire atiri we woete matrici yo Ngai uyu uturaga iguru ri ni watha nyingi no ndukamugerie we uroya thibitari uroya mukondoro wa mundu murwaru na we nduri murwaru ukomagire we mwathani no akurwarie we uthie thibitari yo gakome ukomagire thi na ndirakenira andu ni maranjirie gucokia mikondoro yo na ni ngwenda kuria andu akarau mumbunge mweru uri ugathurwo muthenya wa kana gwitwo Ngotho Kamau mikondoro we othe mucokie tondu riri we uraigua atia we gwaku mucii wina mukondoro na we wi mundu wina moko ngirota kwirutira wira arabu andu aria mena thina thibitari wa JM hospital makomete thi tondu gutire mikondoro ona aria maukomera mikondoro yo magie ciana ri ciana icio itihota guciarwo ciana ciena wathe tondu ni murathetha Ngai ni guthetha murathetha Ngai riu ri andu acio ri gutire mundu no moretirwo gikaria aretirwo tondu andu ni manegena muno ama minister macio maria meku marauna watho wa githurano ni magirwo ni kuohwo mundu miaka 2 miaka 6 gutiri wititwo no umwe koguo ri mundu uyu gwitwo thokoni ni mundu biased tondu na Wanjiku wa muhea ri 1 ndaheirwo kahinda ga kwiaria makiri make matietikirwo mamurugamirire kamitiri ya muthikiriirie ri ti gazetted fine era maraheanirwo ndiri watho-ini na nturerire Wanjiku wa muhea mbeca icio ndakuriha na ndakwandika gucunga muhera tondu ndahititie ni turathie high court appeal nigetha nyamu yeteanirio mundu uyu gwitwo thokoni niete ma minister ete Churchill ete mundu gwitwo Kabogo ete Rebecca Meano ete PSU gwitwo Wachiro ratitha kuwa gikira ikingi ete PSU gwitwo muthoni urari kuhe andu ndawa kamenja ibande getha mahe ndawa andu acio nio maunite mawatho
andu acio wagweta ri tondu ni wamagweta na marito koguo ni moikaine ri ni mutwarite mateta mau kana makaya
mbere
ya IBC
kiama kia DCP ni kiandikite marua na ona na iguru wa marua maria twandikite ri gutire mundu utoi na video ciekuo ngatheti ciekuo no andu wa IBC ri ni aruto na njira IBC nye ndarora ri nye ndarora
mweshimiwa urauga ai
nikiandikite marua na ona na iguru wa marua maria twandikite ri gutire mundu utoi na video ciekuo ngatheti ciekuo no andu wa IBC ri ni aruto na njira IBC nye ndarora ri
mweshimiwa urauga ai no ya independent
agutire kindu ta kiu tondu riri tondu maundu maria mothe mekikite by election ciothe iria ciikikite ri makoragwo mwena wa UDA na mationaga mahitia maraugaga ati ni magukanja Karau na nirutwo merite makanje tondu ndangihotana na maraugaga magukanja ati kwina bara na gutirari bara iyo ni ndagiririo muthi tige umuthi ni Ngai andeithirie ndohiga
wina wira wa kuonania ati president niwe urera IBC
niwe tondu mundu ucio wetagwo thokoni ri ari county attorney wa na Nokri niwe deputy chief of staff wa Ruto na warora maundu maria areka mothe ni maguteithia Ruto tondu ri ma minister macio ma Ruto ri marahaka andu open agite kumeta niki ma PS macio ma Ruto ri agite kumeta niki arendaga ukanja githurano kia Karau ni kia Kenia Ruto na gutirari na thina uri urari kuo ni andu Ruto marahaka handu wa kuga ni ukanja githurano andu marahaka ri ndete andu acio mathitangi acio marahaka andu nigetha matige ngahi agutira kurari maundu meri andu acio mwanake omwe wahurirwo hau mukawa-ini na andu aria mamuhurire ri statement yarikirwo borithi matire moya hatua riu urenda kuherithia andu Karau ni kihandu andu aria mareka mahĩtia ma gĩthurano riu ri makubangite mbara umuthi ndamithararia na rucio na ndamithararia tondu tutiguthie kuo gutire undu mangika riu ri IBC athie na mbere na gĩthurano twenda kuga atiriri andu Karau ni andu athayo muno na njire andu Karau atiriri maroke tene maikie kura gutire thina na matikererio guoya ni mundu mibango ĩrĩa ndakora kuo tondu ni kuo ndaire na ndoka na icio ingi anake ni mebangite wega muno maikie kura marangire atumia marangire athuri maikie andu akarau matirenda mbara. In fact aria me DCP na UDA they are friends othe marenda thayo tondu marauga atiriri githurano giki giathira ri tugutiguoko
na ona UDA matirenda githurano giki gitirio
marenda gitirio
maraugire matirenda gitirio
ni kwiyugithia ni kwiyugithia marenda gitirio tondu one matire na kura, number two ni marenda mbeca iria maheagwo ni Ruto muthenya ni marona giathira ni ikurenga urona na nikio maraumire hwae gutirari mundu wa UDA ku maminista mothe ni marathire andu othe marauma tondu makwendaga kugie mbara Rigathi wa Gachagua arathwo kugie mbara kugie ngahi andu bari thina ethukoni ruciete press conference mbara iri karauri githurano gigitingikande nyamu iyo Ngai andeithia na nie ndiracokeria Ngai ngatho tondu ni acokete kunyonia maundu ugwati ugiuka ngawona Ngai ni arandeithia na ndiracokia Ngai ndiramucokeria ngatho tondu ni ndirona maundu maya na njira nene muno taru ni ndirete kangata kamwira tigana mutikare linda mwananchi guku ni wona riu ura gwathie tondu nie ni Ngai ni aranyonetia akanyonia atiriri kundu guku ni kurabangwo mbara ningiri ndina borithi iranjira taru borithi iranjaririe hwae iracaria njira nginya iranjira we borithi ni ciukire na iria nyingiri ni irarega wira ucio wa kuhura andu. In fact borithi iria ciekarauri ni cia kabira ya Ruto icio ciurite ku icio no cio cie tayari kuhura andu na itirenda kuhura irenda kuhura atongoria uguo ngwenda kwira andu akarawa atiriri meharirie guikia kura ni matuite matua mao ni mahakitwo ni mekitwo maundu maingi muno ni barugamite na matua mao na nie ni njui ni magwika uria kwagirire mokire tene mahure kura na nie ihoya riakwa ni kura iyo igikinya thaa ithano ikorwo irikite nyuma kuo na ndakora anake mebangite muno manjira muthenya wa gatatu ni mararaja anake matigakoma makararaja anake manjira ni magurite biringi magokeria andu thaa kenda ni ikahuo biringi koguo maigua biringi mumenye ni anake a DCP marahua mundu wothe okire macoke mahue ringi thaa ikumi ingira guku ngore gukuona gutemengeri gutiri kundu ndingitwara
itari na rutha
induri utari na rutha riu andu akarau marauga atiriri githurano ni gia karau
no ni gutiri mundu ugiritio guthii gicigo kingi oro
gio kia muthenya wa githurano ni gia karau we mundu wa mathira totana kia guku mathira ni maratwarirwo ni wa Mombi anake 40 anake ndirakimenya ri ndamera macoke tondu ndathikiriria anake a karau marauga atiriri ngui ino iri kwao ni ikoragwo na urume na marauga mundu ndangikihurwo na iro no kihurwo kwao anake acia guthu
You'll never miss a comeback if you never leave the couch. Lock in with a free cheesy gordita crunch from Taco Bell. Order in so you can lock in. Free cheesy gordita crunch for a limited time on Uber Eats.
na mĩcinga moke marehe ta rĩu kwabangwo atĩrĩrĩ to no wega ngwĩre Ichung'wa nĩ acokanĩria mbunge 91 nginya akarĩnjiri na arĩa angĩ othe 91 na Ruto aruta mbeca milioni 200 na ira Ichung'wa nĩaretete macibu ma assistant chief na nyumba 10 kurabangwo gũgathio nyumba kwa nyumba o mũndũ akaheo ciringi 5,000 athiĩ aikie kura ngenda kwĩra andũ akarago atĩrĩrĩ
hau ũhoro ũcio nĩ mwandĩkĩte marũa kũrĩ IEBC igũrũ tondũ ũrauga tũratarĩria mahaki
mahaki macio rĩ Ethekon araugire nĩ kũrahakanwo nĩ tumwandĩkĩire marũa na tũgũthiĩ na mbere na
harĩ marũa macio ihaki nĩ mamwe ma mateta marĩa mwĩnamo
twĩ namo mahaki tumwandĩkĩire marũa na no ngwandĩka mangĩ nginya rũciũ tũgũthiĩ na mbere na kũmwandĩkĩra rĩu rĩ njĩre andũ atĩrĩrĩ kuma rĩrĩa campaign ĩno yanjĩrĩire mahetwo mbeca ciringi bilioni 1 na matiraigua makauga nĩ mbeca tũrarĩa tũgaikia kura gwĩka mau kwenda kwĩra andũ akarago atĩrĩrĩ mbeca rĩrĩa iokorwo nĩ mũkũnengerwo no wĩikie kura kũrĩa ngoro yaku ĩrĩ na ndĩmere kura ya ihaki ya gĩthurano ndĩrĩ thirĩ na ndĩrĩ rĩthiti na gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩgũtwara gwa cibũ kana igoti-inĩ tondũ nĩ ihaki nĩ mbeca nume na ti mbeca njega nĩ marahenio makerwo atĩrĩrĩ wa gũikia rĩ nĩ gũgakorwo na kamera kũrĩa kĩrathi-inĩ nĩ kuona ndũnaikia gũtirĩ kamera ciĩkuo macio nĩ maheni wathiĩ kũrĩa rĩ nĩ ũkahũra mbica ũrĩa waikia nĩgetha ũka wongererwo mbeca gũtirĩ mbica ikahũrwo njĩre andũ akarago atĩrĩrĩ 5,000 na nĩ nini
ũmenyete na kĩ nĩ bilioni 1
tũtikĩrĩ gũkũ thirikari-inĩ tũtikĩrĩ na andũ aingĩ mũno mbeca ici nĩ cia thirikari nginya kũrĩa irutagwo bengi no tũkĩũĩ gũtirĩ kĩndũ tũtoĩ mũndũ ũngĩ tũmũcoki ndarĩ deputy president na thirikari ĩno ndĩmĩũĩ nginya gũkĩra Ruto tondũ akoragwo busy mũno na maũndũ ma biacara ndĩna information nyingĩ nginya kũmũkĩra njĩre andũ aitũ atĩrĩrĩ Agĩkũyũ a Narok gĩthurano kĩarĩ kuo kĩa DCP maheirwo mũndũ ciringi 10,000 makĩrĩa magĩthiĩ magĩikĩria mũndũ wa DCP gũtirĩ mũndũ ũrĩa wamarũmĩrĩra gũtirĩ mũndũ ũrĩa wamoria kĩũria mbeca cia ihaki rĩa gũthura mũndũ itirĩ rithiti itirĩ thirĩ nĩ kĩũrĩra nda tondũ no kũiywo ciĩtwo rĩ ona we kũiya Ruto mbeca rĩ hatirĩ mahĩtia meho tondũ mbeca ici nĩ kũiya iyĩte cia arwaru kũrĩa Kenyatta National Hospital cia SHA koguo njĩre andũ acio makaheo 5,000 atĩrĩrĩ we waheo 5,000 rĩ ndũkerwo nĩ mũndũ atĩ no nginya wĩikie atĩ nĩ ũkũrũmĩrĩrwo gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩkũrũmĩrĩra ndũkahenio atĩ kwĩna kamera atĩ gakuoya mbica ũgĩikia macio nĩ maheni ndũkahenio atĩ kwĩ mũndũ wakorwo akĩrora atĩ ũrĩa gathandũkũ kaigĩtwo rĩ atĩ tondũ kama wĩ hara kĩanda rĩ woneka ũgĩikia hara kĩanda nĩ ũkũmenyeka ndũnaikio no ũrũmĩrĩrwo gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩkũrũmĩrĩra mbeca icio ciothe nĩ cia wĩici nĩ mbeca cia ihaki gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩkorokera gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩthiĩ gwa cibũ gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩgũtwara igoti-inĩ gĩthurano gĩathira rĩ ndeto icio ciothe nĩ ciathira koguo njĩre macibũ atĩrĩrĩ na nyumu akĩnengerwo mbeca rĩ mũgĩkinyĩria andũ mũtigagĩthiĩ nacio mbeca ici nĩ nyingĩ mwerwo mũkinyĩria andũ othe mũndũ 5,000 mũtikĩmatwarĩre nao makĩrĩe inene kesi andũ marauga atĩrĩrĩ ndamoria mbeca ici mũrarĩa cia kĩ nĩ twaigĩrie Ruto kura 2022 na gũtirĩ andũ atũheire nĩ mũcara aratũhe wa 2022 no gĩkĩ tũtikũmũhe tondũ nĩ atũhene
na rĩrĩa wauga atĩ mbeca ici nĩ cia ũici wauga president acirutaga gwa SHA na kũrĩa kũngĩ rĩ o rĩngĩ nĩ gũkũria mheshimiwa mwagaga gũthiĩ igoti-inĩ nĩkĩ na ona gũtuĩka ũrauga borithi itingĩmũnyita rĩ kwĩna honge ciĩrũgamĩrĩire ta rĩu rũhonge rwa EACC gũthuthuria ungumania na ũici gũkũ bũrũri-inĩ rũhonge rwa DCI ndĩnama rũngĩrutĩrwo watho hihi nĩ igoti tondũ rĩrĩa weta president mũici hatarĩ na ũira rĩ mũingĩ nĩ ũrigagwo ũrakiuga atĩa kwĩna ũici kana nĩ mũici no gũtirĩ makinya maragĩkinyũkio nĩgetha ũhoro ũcio ũthuthurio
president wa Kenya rĩ katiba ya Kenya yugĩte ndũngĩtwara igoti-inĩ he is above the law ndawa ya president no kũingatwo
no impeach no
impeach na
ũngĩkorwo na ũira
abunge aya rĩ
nĩ iyĩte toguo
abunge aya rĩ nĩ ake marĩaga mbeca nake rĩu mbeca icio iranengerwo Ichung'wa no akĩmũ impeach nĩ andũ ake andũ aya othe makunyanĩire rũrĩrĩ matindaga na Ruto rĩ nĩ mbeca ciake moyaga iria iyaga nake akamarengera gũtirĩ mũici na mũcũthĩrĩria gũtirĩ kũndũ mangĩmũtwara president ndũngĩmũtwara igoti-inĩ he is above the law agatwarwo igoti-inĩ auma gĩtĩ-inĩ as long as arĩ gĩtĩ-inĩ gũtirĩ kũndũ ũngĩmũtwara rĩu nĩguo naguo
no ndarĩ above the law
he is above the law on criminal matters he is above the law you cannot sue a sitting president on any criminal matter when he is in
no
office.
tikuga nweke maundu uria wothe
No,
ekwenda
no nweke uria no mutwarire igoti-ini auma obici. Koguo ri nikio turauga
ndakiri iguru ria watho tondu ni akiehera gituro-ini
kiu. Nikio turauga kahinda gaka ri ni wanjuria twara kumutwara igoti-ini niki. Gutiri kundu tungimutwara.
Ni maracokanĩria mahĩtia macio nĩgetha
me tayari. Gutiri mundu tamoe. Make mahĩtia ni maingi ta njoi ya mutu. Mothe me tayari. No riu na kiuria kiria kinene kihorio no gutariria ri. Ni ndiramaka muno. Ni ndire na thina tondu njui andu aitu matingĩendia rũrĩrĩ, andũ a Karau na itungati no nĩ marathiĩ kũgĩra mbeca kwa Ruto. Morio mũragĩra mbeca nĩkĩ makauga no kũrĩa tũrarĩa no nĩ tũgatua matua marĩa magĩrĩire. Ndaigua na thĩna mũnene mũno tondũ atongoria akwa nĩ mandokeire. Mwanake wakwa ũgĩtwo John Methũri andokeire tene mena mũtumia yake, ngoro yake inamĩte mũno. Anjĩra rĩu mũnene rĩ, niĩ nguaga na nyũmba ĩno itũ na niĩ ngũhũrĩtwo nginya ngahũrwo mbara ya mwĩrĩ kũrĩa gwĩtagwo Ngoda, kũrĩa Gilgil, ngakua na nyũmba ĩno itũ. Niĩ ndaheirwo mirioni 30 kũingata obici ngĩrega. Andũ a Ruto manjĩtĩire mirioni 400 ndigane na rũrĩrĩ thiĩ mwena wa Ruto ngarega. Rĩu ndĩrakũria atĩrĩ mũnene, andũ aya aitũ tũtongoragia tũkuaga nĩo rĩ, hihi tũkuaga nĩo macoke matwendie tondu maretu kũrĩa makahanyũka, twamoria rĩ makauga no kũrĩa mararĩa no magekora kwagĩrĩire. Kaĩ mũnene ithuĩ tangĩgĩtũhe rũtho na ithuĩ tũgĩthiĩ tũkĩgĩre mbeca icio twetagĩrwo nĩ Ruto no kahinda gakinya tũgatua matua mekĩtete. Mwanake ũcio auma ngoro yake nĩkũinamĩte mũno. Mũtumia yake anjũria atĩrĩ na niĩ ona ndiĩ ndakona ihinda iritũ ta ũmũthĩ nĩ harĩ mĩaka ĩrĩa njikarĩte kwĩ mũthenya ndĩ ndaritũhĩrwo nĩ cira nĩ ũmũthĩ. Mũtumia wa Methũa anjũria rĩu rĩ, mũtongoria witũ mwanake wakwa nĩ ndakũnengerire nĩ ngenaga nĩ ũrĩa ũmwendete na ũrĩa ũmwakĩte. No rĩu tondũ ndĩrona ũrĩa ahĩtirwo arahĩtwo ta thia rĩ, mwanake ũyũ ndamũria akauga arakua nĩ ũndũ wa rũrĩrĩ rũu ndĩrona rũthiĩte kwa Ruto kũgĩra mbeca rĩ. Mũthuri ũyũ wakwa nĩ angĩkua na oragwo na ndĩna twana tũnini ndigwo ndĩ mũtumia wa ndigwa ndatigwo na kĩndakua kĩ mũtumia ũcio akũrĩragĩra mokire kũngora rũcinĩ amakĩte mũno akanjĩra rĩu niĩ rĩ agwĩtwo nyina wa Njeri niĩ rĩu anjĩra ithe wa Gachagua niĩ rĩ niĩ tonga mwanake ũyũ nĩ ndakũnengerire. Aragia tu ndeto cia rũrĩrĩ mũkĩaria nake mwaragia cia rũrĩrĩ rũrĩrĩ mũthuri wakwa akuagĩra rĩ ithe ti rũrũ ndĩrona rũthiĩte kũrĩa Akacia kũgĩra mbeca.
Ndĩrona twambe tũikĩrie mheshimiwa no tũgĩikĩria rĩ ngwenda gũkũria rĩrĩa kwarĩ mũnini wa president wĩ deputy president rĩ na arĩa hihi makoretwo magĩgũcerera gũkũ wa Mũnyoro rĩ, kũrĩ ageni waheaga kanyamũ rĩrĩa magũceragĩra wĩ deputy president? Mokaga
nĩkĩo ndahũri mbunge mahũraga tondũ ndĩrutaga mbeca. Ruto maheaga mbeca makauga niĩ ndĩ mũthuru niĩ tondũ gũtirĩ mbeca njiyĩte. Ũngĩruta kũ mbeca cia kũhe andũ mũcoki mũcara wa mũndũ ciringi 500 ũkĩhe andũ igana. Niĩ ndirĩ kĩndũ ndaheanaga tondũ niĩ ndirĩ mũici na gũtirĩ kĩndũ njiyĩte. Gũkũ gwakwa andũ matindaga ona hema ici ĩno hema nĩ andũ 1000 ĩrĩa nĩ andũ 1000 haha hena andũ ĩno nĩ andũ 200 ĩhau ya 500 gũkũ gũtũraga andũ mokaga na mbũri magoka na waru magoka na marigũ irio iria marĩaga nĩo mokaga nacio tondũ rĩu niĩ rĩ niĩ ndirĩ mũcara niĩ rĩ niĩ ndirĩ mũici gũtirĩ kĩndũ njiyĩte ndiyĩte mbeca cia SHA ndiyĩte cia capitation niĩ gũtirĩ biacara ndarutire na thirikari ya Ruto niĩ rĩ ona iria nyendagia twenda nyina Gachagua. Rĩu rĩ wonaga haha ngĩhũrwo mbica ndĩhagĩrwo nĩ andũ mbũri ngareherwo ng'ombe ngareherwo marigũ ngareherwo mũcere andũ a Kĩrĩnyaga rĩu gũkũ gwakwa gũtũraga ndĩa no niĩ ti niĩ nĩ andũ mokaga andũ aingĩ matũraga gũkũ no niĩ to gũtirĩ kĩndũ njiyĩte rĩ ona Karau rĩ mwanake ũcio etagwo Kamau rĩ ndarĩ kĩndũ araheana ndarĩ kĩndũ gũtirĩ kĩndũ aiyĩte. Rĩu aya ũyũ wa Ruto rĩ maiyĩte indo cia mbeca cia bũrũri nĩcio marahe andũ.
Tũikĩrie ngatho cia mwanya mũheshimiwa nĩ gũthiĩ na mbere na kũnyitana tũkamba tũikĩrie ũkĩnya hau tũkinyĩte ririkana harĩ mohoro megũkorwo magũkinyĩra wona ciahanda thaa ithatũ Karau kana nginya Nyahururu.
Thengio mũcoki wa mbere kĩrĩmbĩ gĩkĩ tũgũrũ nĩ gwĩkĩra kũrĩa Mũgumo thĩinĩ wa Karau kũrĩa gwa Senator John Methũ twagĩcenjia twarehe gũkũ wa Mũnyoro na nĩ ngwenda kwĩra andũ a Mũgumo arĩa makũnjetereire na andũ a Karau poleni sana tũcenjirie ndagĩka ya mũico na gĩtũmi kĩrĩa gĩtũmire tũcenjie hihi nĩ gĩgũcokia kĩrĩa kĩu woria kũndũ kũrĩa gwĩtagwo Karau gĩthurano nĩ kĩhiũhire mũno na andũ a Ruto andũ a UDA makinya mũico makaruta mbeca mageka maundu mothe andu makarega na thirikari ikera chairman wa IBC atirie githurano na muthenya wa kana ni atangathire akiuga ati kwagia ngahiha o Kalau kana andu mathie na mbere na kuoya mahaki ni akurugamia githurano. Twacokire kumenya ni kwirwo ritu auge uguo tondu arerwo atirie githurano kiu ni UDA tondu ndingihotana nigetha heo kahinda ihote guthie na mbere, na nirio twakimenyire ati agikira thirikari githurano gitingihota gutirika gutari gitumi gia kuigana, nawe mwene akiheana gitumi akiuga kungigia ngahiha na gutikoretwo ngahiha Kalau gukoretwo tumaundu tunini akiuga kungigia ngahiha. Nirio twakimenyire ni kubangitwo bunjo munene muno Kalau muthenya wa muthi na rucio nigetha githurano giki gitirio, na kuretereirwo nie tondu ndirathiaga gathi wa Gachagua kuria kundu gwitagwo Ngurika na thie kanitha gwa Kiongo, thigari ciekirite nguo cia raia ciuka ithukie na irokire hwai na ciatinda kuu Ngurika. Ungeria andu a Ngurika ni magukwira ciuma kuu ciekirite nyamu cietagwo hood ati muthigari turamuona ahiana atia. Riria ndirakinyire Nyahururu hwai tondu hindi ndirakinyire Nyahururu hwai ni ndaugite ndiguthie tondu no ndamenyete ndeto icio no munini wa Inspector General wetagwo Langat akiruta statement ya kiuga niguo kugia na thayo. Ni ndingimwitikia tondu ndimuwi na ni njui ruto wega no methu na mwana kio gwitwo Kamau uri urarugama marathaitha muno maranjira andu a Kalau ni marenda kuigua kiugo kia muco kuma kuri nie na maranjira thie Kalau na ndirauma guku hwai ndirakinya hwai-ini. Gukinya kuu turakora thigari cia nguo cia raia iria ikireho na marori na ciekirite mask na cirakibangwo kuria guothe ndirathie moke kuu mahure andu na nie mwene kungihoteka kamandathe no matikanjurage korwo ni kuguru kana ni guoko nigetha andu a Kalau ndingirathwo mabaruke mahinge bara marehe thina kugie githagathago nigetha muthenya wa Jumatatu chairman wa IBC atirie githurano. Riu riria ndiramenyire uguo hwai utuku kindu thaa thita cia utuku ri ndirauga tutingika micemanio iyo tondu tutingitikira kuhe thirikari gitumi gia gutiria githurano kiriko giki. Riu nie ndirauga ndiguthie mucemanio nie ngweterera njike kiririmbi hwai-ini. Riu riria njagira guthie ri tondu no ndirakirumirirwo kuria andu mona ndinathie kuria ngwetereirwo ri nigetha kurutwo bara na andu a thirikari othe ma minister ma PS ma MP andu aria othe marekaga siasa ya UDA othe marauma Kalau hwai tondu kurenda guhurwo ndathwo utari mundu wa thirikari ona umwe gucoke riu kugie na ngahiha nene muno andu marehe thina tondu gathi wa Gachagua angituika ni arathwo utingeikarika maroro othe marauma Kalau na hindi riu maracoka ndio na hindi riu maracoka riu riria gukinyire thaa cigana na mona ndinathie kanitha ri kwamenyeka ndatira gwagituika tondu ndireka kiririmbi ri kuya gwikira kiririmbi kuria mugumo guke kuhurwo guke gwikio tia gas kuhurwo rithathi andu mahurwo kiririmbi kiharaganio nigetha andu marakare nigetha kwanjie ngui nigetha githurano gitirio. Riu riu hurire thimu kuri anene anyu era mundu wakwa hure thimu oria na gitio tondu tuona uria kubangitwo kiririmbi kiu handu ha gwikira mugumo tuhe andu acia thirikari mweke wa kuhura andu wa kurehe ngahiha nigetha kume bara nigetha githurano gitirio. Tariu kwanza kungihurwo kwina kiririmbi riu andu othe nimamenya kundu kuu ni kuru nigetha riu chairman wa IBC atirie ki githurano na riu nirio tucenjirie na ndeona ni mugukinyite Kalau na ni pole sana ndakiuga ndahoya na gitio ndauga atiriri handu githurano giki gitirio na tutirenda gitirio tondu ni kiegari na andu ni anogu ni campaign ri andu marenda guthurana macoke marĩ-inĩ mao ri ndoria na gitio tuke riu ri ni kiuria kiria kuragia kuma ngahiha githumo
no mbere atukinyite hau hari ngahiha icio cia githumo mheshimiwa ngahiha icio wagweta uhoro wacio ri muthenya wa Jumamothi ni waheanite mukana ukauga kwaya gukorwo ni kubangitwo ngahiha kuria kaunti-ini ya Nyandarua na ni ukoretwo ukiheana ndumirite ici mbere ya undu ucio hanikite no mheshimiwa gutire ikinyo gikinyukia nigetha riboti ici wina cio mbere ya uhoro uhanikite ri hihi makinya make watho makinyukio kana nginya guthio igoti-ini iri ta njira kurigiriria
kana nginya ikwira na borithi nicio irarehe ngahiha nie huritwo maita 21 njiguaga minister ucio warutwo akiuga ati ni ithuĩ turahura nai ati ithuĩ tubathaga kuhura ithuĩ ni kuhurwo tuhuritwo nie huritwo ngihurwo rimuru.
Real career transitions need deeper learning. 23-week comprehensive PG program in AIML from Texas McCombs is designed to help you build expertise across machine learning fundamentals, Gen AI, and agentic AI systems. Learn from global industry experts and work on real-world AI projects. Get hands-on exposure with 30+ tools and technologies used across AI workflows. Create an e-portfolio that makes your skills visible and earn a globally recognized credential from Texas McCombs. Make a successful career transition into AI. Get started now.
Rutu atumanite njuragirwo rimuru ngai akindeithia ndiakuire agitumana kanitha-ini mwiki wa PCA ngihurwo kanitha-ini thiini ngai akihonokia ndiakuire ngihurwo kanitha-ini wa Kariobangi PCA ndiakuire ngihurirwo airport ngiuma Rwaya mukomeni abangite bus ndendaga kura gimukiwanja kia ndege ndiakuire Rutu agitumana witima thigari cietagwo na Robi Sierra na nicio cirikana nicio ciaratha muthi nicio ciaratha ndereva wa Kangata thigari icio citongoragio ni mubunge wa gwetagwo wa Mumbi na ni arete aranywa njohi akauga ati ni akuhurire thimu ati akunengera ciuria unjurie mubunge wakwa nawe niguo arauga akinywa njohi girigiri handu ari mukawa-ini ati ni ahurire mucoki thimu ati ni ana ciuria njurio no ndamenya no wabibi riu ri witima mucoki ni ngai wandeithirie ni ngai ni wandeithirie ni ngai wandeithirie ndabangite njuragirwo witima nie ngithie kwa inspector general wa borithi we mwene kaja kwao ni hara hetagwo ndamwaririe gikuyu tondu ndionaga taraigua ngimuria mundu witu niki watuma borithi iyo ni mikora na we ni munene wa borithi niki borithi iroka kwanyu nyiri kuri uciarirwo ikenda kuraga andu kanitha na gutiri hatu ngioya tukimunengera marito ma borithi icio ciothe na nicio kaine na mbica na maundu mothe gutiri ndu areka maita macio huritwo twendu wani gutiri ndu areka riu ni urajikaga no kwanirira ndirite Kang'ata ndamwira arauga ni maguka na linda mwananchi karau ndirari na riboti tondu ni ndi andu ingi muno manjiraga reke ngwire mucoki tuna andu ega muno thiini wa Kenya thiini wa borithi kuri andu ega muno tondu niyo marahuagira huai makanjira ndukagerie guka kuu marenda andu moragwo nigetha githurano gitire ndukagerie guka ni ndurwo marenda kurehe ngahia weekend gituma senator wa Murang'a etagwo Nyutu ngimwira caria Kang'ata wacaria Kang'ata umwire atiriri githurano giki gia karauri ni mwene ndie ndirathie tondu ndiraigua ra kubange tigana nakio tigai guka karau tondu wona mwoka ri makuhuthira mweke ucio tondu linda mwananchi irari githi irahurwo linda mwananchi yari Kakamega ikihurwo ndiratumana Kang'ata ndiramwira mwire atiriri matigana na uhoro ucio githurano kiu ni na mwene na ni mwene kiama kia DCP ri candidate wakwa ni ndathi kumwikira campaign na ndiramenya ora marabanga no ndanaigua aga kuigua ndiramukania publicly na tiguo ndirendaga wika tondu ndiramutumanira muthuri anake acio acivuna ni andu ega muno na babu na muthenya ungi mokite thika ngira andu maumbire mamamukire na turutaga wira nao no kundu guku karau ni undu wa githurano giki Ruto na andu ake maracaria kanya gakurehe ngahiha riu thigari icio cie karauri nicio thire ciakora Kang'ata kuria kundu gugwitwo Nyahuru na thigari icio ciatuhurire witima makwenda kuratha Kang'ata ngai amuteithia maratha ndereva wake koguo ri hara tukinyite mucokire aya githumo riu ri mukomenia uga ati ngui bagagwo ni Gachagua ari wa Munyoro auma kubanga ngahia kuria githumo nguci icio wacirora ri ibagagwo ni PS witagwo Raymond Moro no na ciura cia kionio na ngwiciria riu hau no tugikinyite ona guku tondu nini ngoretwo ngithaithana kiaitu muno ngamera atiriri ngamera mutikarwe ndikwenda mugikuyu na mugikuyu orokorwo agikuyu no maraheo mbeca mahuri agikuyu aria ngamathaitha muno matikarwe no riu kuu githumo ri aria makubangitwo makahure Sifuna na Orengo ri kibire ciothe magukire ni ciothe ni cia cino ona riu bururi witu hari ukinyite mundu gwito mucokire Ruto riria aramenyire andu a Kenya ni mamwehereire ri aratuire itua na arera mundu ucio aketagwo Murkomen na mundu wetagwo DIG Langat agwathana na githuri na agwathana na goons na gutiri mundu umukararagia ukarekwo agie na mucemanio wa thayo riu wanjira ndi ndigwa ikinya riri kuni ndakwira uri tuma 21 rigathi wa Gachagua na gutiri mundu utoi ndiete nginya kwa inspector general ugatwara barua riu ndigika ate
riria wagweta maabitha acio othe thirikari-inĩ rĩ wagweta president wagweta munene wa borithi wagweta minister wa ugitiri wagweta PS wa ugitiri no raigua ta wina uma ati nio matabanĩtie maundu macio
muno tondu riri
wira ucio wina guo muheshimiwa
ona gutiri wira urandikana
tukiri na riri muheshimiwa magoti na ruhonge rwa magoti nĩruo rũtũigananagia ithuothe angĩkorwo wĩna ũira ũcio wothe
inspector wa borithi rĩ agũtwarwo igoti-inĩ no borithi iria iratũhũrire wĩtima rĩ ikunyitwo no evidence ĩrĩho handu ha kũnyitwo rĩ polisi atũhũrire wĩtima rĩ nĩ madaraka ciongereirwo ũmũthĩ ũyũ irĩ karau ndĩraiguire DIG Langat akiuga nĩ gũkorwo na thayũ borithi icio ira rĩ iranyitĩrĩrwo DCP nĩ ũramĩonire irahurwo rithathi andu marahurwo marakomithio thi na gutire itua gutire ikinya rioetwo private sector wako wetagwo munene wa Mumbiri arakorirwo mukawa-ini karau ni thigari icio cia witima itongoragio ni mujumbe wa guku wa mathira wetagwo wa Mumbi na Muka marahura wa Mumbi maramutunya thimu yake ina wa Mumbi uyu mwemshimiwa niwe wina thimu ya munene wa Mumbi wakwa niwe ukoragwo nayo nginya ni arumira message kuma thimu-ini yo riu ri andu aya mahetwo madaraka ni Ruto oete ciana icio wa Mumbi na Muka akamahe matharaita ma bara kwanza muno manyamarie Mugikuyu tondu guku Gikuyu ni kuo mena hinya muno tondu riri ungiuria atiriri mujumbe ri arutite hinya kwa uthia na thigari 15 mucoki rinto ndirakwira ni president tondu riri mujumbe wa guthurwo ri angikorwo na kikosi gia thigari 15 arutite ku tigane president umuhete ningi ri thigari icio tondu ni cionekire na mbica cieku na video cieku ri na andu ni macio nginya maritwa ri maundu urani ni jetereire kuona atiriri ni mwene ni jetereire kuona atiriri na andu aingi nugu ni metereire kuona andu aya itu maugaga ni marikire na Ruto na UDA ni uhoro wama tukwenda tukamenya muthenya wa kana namba 2 mundu gwitwo Ruto twamuthurire agitugaruka agitunyarira agithukia economy agithukia githomo.
You, just you, building your app on base 44. Describe it. And it's real. One thought leads to more thoughts. Layer by layer, taking shape. When you need your tools, bring them in. They just click. Okay, kick it up a notch. Create something smarter, something powerful. Style counts, so give it your touch. Big or small. Next idea hits at 2 a.m. Of course it does. Keep building.
Kanya ni konekete ga kuga atiriri tutikenete niwe na njira imwe ya kuga tutikenete niwe ri ni twareka mundu wako namba ithatu ni turenda kumenya atiriri uguo Ruto arauga ri agatucambia kwi nduriri iria ingi ati tutiri murugamo ri ati twendago mbeca ri ati mundu ona angiona mbeca Mugikuyu ni wendie nyina ri ni turenda kumenya piu ka niguo
ariuga uguo
president andu ake ni makuruma andu akwa muno kuria bunge makumaruma muno bakimeraga inyuĩ muri andu akigu muno andu amwe mbeca ta andu aria angi ta icungwa no wona matongire na kiunjuri muratinda mukirumirira ati uhoro wa ruriri rwa thaa cigana na andu acio tukumahe mbeca maingirie mundu wa UDA uguo niguo marauga kuria bunge riu andu akora ni amakutuma na amethu makoria ati munene andu aya matukuaga na uguo piu tukarega mbeca tukahurwo nginya ya mwiri hihi tukorwo tukuaga nao macoke maheo mbeca matugaruruke kaundu kau andu aingi ni marenda kuona andu marahurira thimu kuma Lamu kuma Londiani kuma Loitoktok Kiambu Murang'a Kirinyaga Nyeri Embu Meru marauga andu akarau mamateithie gucokia gitio kia nyumba itu tondu andu aya matunyararire muno ni matwagire gitio ni matuherithirie muno na kanya ni koneka kandu akarau koguo nio mararugamirira nyumba itu yothe gutucokeria gitio na tuonanie biu ati Ruto tukimuthura ri tutire mbeca tuhete no guo arauga ati angihe andu aitu mbeca gutire undu matangika ri ndeto icio niturenda kuona no ni ndaro uria poll hiana tondu tureka scientific poll andu aitu marugamite kirete riu kiria gitigarite ni 5,000 iroka muthenya wa mwisho mahituka kigerio kiu ri nyumba ino itu ri arugama na ni ona ni tari gathi wa Gachagua ri andu aitu mangihituka kigerio giki kia gatatu gia kuheo 5,000 ri moe na mage guikiria mundu wa UDA ri nie mwene ni manjikira hinya ni manyongerera majira ni matuma amenye biu ati ruriri ruru nguaga naruo hena gitumi na ni andu ega ni andu ehokeku na ni njagirwo ni guthii na mbere na kumaruirira ni ndirutire nginya moyo wakwa ngahurwo nginya bara ya mwiri ngatunywo indo ciakwa ngagithio thayo gitunywo gitendecariirie ni rwa kurugama na nyumba ino itu andu akarau handu ha ruriri ruothe ri no tukwenda na ithuĩ matunyitie mburiki cia ngoro matucokie na mucii niĩ na general iria ingĩ ciothe turutagira ruriri wĩra ri tuone mani twika uria kwagĩrĩire tondu tuma na atongoria kwothe na ngona ta marakua ngoro ino marakua ngoro tondu imwana ciakwa nĩciĩrĩgĩte kũnjũkia na nona nyina Gachagua andeithirie rĩrĩa ndahurirwo mũno ngiuma America makĩnjũria mwanake ũyũ ndiamwĩra hihi nyina Njeri mwanake ũyũ nĩ wakwa na nĩ mwega na nĩ ndiramwĩhoka nĩ atwarithĩtie campaign ĩno wega na nĩ nyonaga no ndĩmũnengere rũrĩrĩ rũrũ reke arũĩrĩre rũrĩrĩ rũrũ rĩu twagĩcira na nyina Njeri na matũauga atĩrĩrĩ twarie wa gatano kũngĩgĩtuĩka biũ rũrĩrĩ rũrũ nĩ rwarũgama na ithuĩ biũ rĩ njĩre metho tũthiĩ na mbere kũngĩgĩtuĩka biũ rũrĩrĩ rũrũ tũrũgamagĩrĩra gwagĩtuĩka atĩ biũ mangĩkĩona mbeca ona matikĩrĩ na bata na rũrĩrĩ rĩ tũngĩgĩka atĩa
no uga atĩrĩrĩ ũgĩtarĩria hau nĩ wagweta atĩ kũrĩ andũ makũhũrĩire thimũ kuma icigo itiganĩte magĩkwĩra mena mwĩhoko andũ akarau nĩ magatua matua marĩa magakorwo makĩmateithia no ningĩ mheshimiwa harĩa kabere ningĩ nĩ ũkugĩte mũndũ ũtarĩ wa karau ndagathiĩ kuo
ndũĩ rĩu kwendera mũndũ wega ti kuga ũthiĩ kuo marathiĩ gwĩka atĩ matirĩ na kura
ngũrani hatondu aya marathiĩ kuo mena interest na karau arĩa marakũhũrĩra thimũ mena interest na karau oro ĩno
nĩ rũrĩrĩ rũu nĩ rũrĩrĩ rũraria rũrĩrĩ ona mwanake ũcio wĩtagwo Kamau to ndarĩ mbeca cia poster cia ngari ahetwo nĩ andũ a rũrĩrĩ na akahũthĩrwo mbeca nyingĩ mũno nĩ andũ kwenda rũrĩrĩ na kuona nĩ rũhinyĩrĩirio na nĩ rũkũnidi gwĩcarĩria gĩtĩo na niĩ ngĩrĩkia njuge atĩrĩrĩ tondũ nĩ wega tũrĩkie ngwenda kwĩra andũ makaumĩra na gũtirĩ thĩna na matikenderio guoya nĩ mũndũ Kenya nĩ bũrũri witũ na gũtirĩ mũndũ ũtarĩ na rũtha gũthura mũndũ ũrĩa arenda rĩai mbeca ũkire ũthiĩ ũikie kura ngwenda kwĩra andũ magokĩra kwahuo biringi thaa 11 makorainĩ turenda gwikinya thaa 5 tukorwo turĩkĩtie gĩthurano
na magacarithie thayũ
na maige thayũ na imwana citũ nĩ njega nĩ cigũkorwo na atimia na anake na gũtirĩ problem nĩ ngwenda kũria andũ arĩa mena mbaa nĩ ndamathaitha mũno andũ a karau mũthenya wa gatatũ mũkahinga mbaa tene thaa 1 ya hwainĩ anake mainũke arĩa manyuĩte njohi makorwo marĩ ũkũ na ndamathaitha mũthenya wa kana wa gĩthurano matikanahingũre mbaa nĩgetha andũ aitũ makorwo marĩ soba mathiĩ maikie kura ona nĩ kaba baiti arĩa mangĩgagĩthondeka mwena ũcio manjagie tũkĩgayane nĩ ngwenda kwĩra andũ aitũ he mũtego wĩho kwĩ delegation ĩrabangwo nĩ Faith wa Gĩtaũ gũthiĩ State House mũthenya wa gatatũ ya andũ 15,000 na njĩre andũ aitũ atĩrĩrĩ mũtigathiĩ tondũ mũngĩthiĩ kũu mũtige ibandĩ ngĩti-inĩ rĩ mwage gũcokerio mũtigathurana mũngĩthiĩ kũu mũhingĩrĩrio na nĩ kũndũ kũnene mwĩrwo mũtikũinũka rĩ mũtigathurana mũngĩthiĩ kũu mũhingĩrĩrio bara ciothe ihingwo mũrekererio kĩroko rĩ mũgakora mũcereirwo ningĩ mũririkane atĩrĩ andũ aitũ kũrĩa Uganda mũndũ wetagwo Amin akuire andũ na marori akĩmera athiĩ kũmacereria wĩra agĩthiĩ akĩmaitĩrĩra iria-inĩ rĩa Lake Victoria ngwenda kwĩra andũ aitũ matigathiĩ haya kwĩ nyamũ ĩngĩ irabangwo kesha nĩ mũndũ wetagwo Paul Waiganjo mũthenya wa gatatũ atĩ andũ marare hamwe makĩhoya macio nĩ maheni ĩyo nĩ njĩra ndikiuma
takĩrĩ njũru
no kesha ĩkagwo wa gatano kesha nĩ ũrabangwo wa gatatũ rĩ nĩ ya gwĩkĩra andũ hamwe nĩgetha marare magĩconfusewo atĩ marũgamĩrĩrwo magũthiĩ gũikia kura Paul Waiganjo
kanitha ũmwe kana nĩ
no arabanga gwake ũndũ gwĩtagwo kanjuĩrĩ atĩ andũ mekĩrwo hema-inĩ atĩ marare kesha marare hamwe njĩre andũ aitũ mũtigetĩkĩre tondũ one mwahota gũka hau mũtunywo ibandĩ nĩ thigari mwage gũikia kura namba 2 mwahota gũka hau mũheo kĩndũ mũrĩe ndaithũke muthukirwo ni nda mwaga guthia kura mwahota guka hau muheo kindu munywe muchunge mwaga guthia kura kesha waiga banga muthenya wa gatano ya kesha ibangago ino ya gatatu ndera andu akarau matigetikire ona hanini hari atimia na athuri aria maheagwo mbeca cia andu akuru ciringi 2,000 matumirwo macibu makama t-shirt ma gwikiria mundu wa UDA mbeca icio matigocoka kuheo
na mweshimwa ndera tuthi hau hangi ni ndu wa mathaa
macio ni maheni mutigetikire twari kuu rurie na andu acio mbeca ciao itiarugamio koguo ndimere atiriri cibu ndagakuhenie ati no age kuheo mbeca cia cash transfer mbeca icio ni ciaku ihitukitio ni mbunge ni cia thirikari na ndungiaga kuheo mbeca ciaku ni undu wake wakwa gwikiria UDA kura koguo ngirikia njire andu akaraga atiriri maige thayo na maikie kura na mokire tene na matikamake kura andu aitu ni makurangira gutire kura yawe kurira njire andu aria maiko makibangwo kurehe ngahia kuma nja mundu aikare kwao na goke kara ukurehe ngahia njire andu amatatu aria magikomborwo kurehe mikora kuthukia githurano matige gukomborithia ngari ciao ndendera andu akara wega na nini njui ni magwika uria kwagirire ni njui andu akara ni itungatire ciana cia mau ni njui matingiedia ruriri ni njui matingiedia kura nda ciao tondu andu akara wono ngimahe mboco na mucere mucoki ni kumaruma tondu nio mari maidio cia Kenya.
Haya reke tweterere matwitu aria muthie muthenya wa aramithi mweshimwa tuke hari ngwataniro ya ciama cia mung'ethaniro kana United Opposition kuria makoretwo magikirira urumwe wa inyui atongoria mung'ethaniro nganja na nganja ici ikoretwo igikirirwo kuma na mamwe ma maundu maria makoretwo makihanika kuria Karau ciama itiganite cia mung'ethaniro o kiama gikarugamia mundu wao Jubilee ikarugamia mundu PNU ikarugamia mundu DCP ikarugamia mundu urumwe wanyu uroneka na kuri makoretwo makiuga uroneka toroneka muingi-ini none ta gukoretwo na ngarari gatagati kanyu kuri na ngarari oro cio
gutire ngarari ciekuo na gutire na ihenya Mwai wake bake mugathe amurirwo gutuika muhuraniri wa gite kia upinzani wiki mweri 14 mweri wa 10 githurano kiri kia mweri 27 December 2002 hari mieri iri na thiku 13 tutikitie mwaka hatiri haraka na ningi no nginya tu mundu ambe acokanirie kura ciake taru nie ndi guku thiku 45 ndiracokaniria kura ciakwa ciothe cia kirima cia Nyairobi na cia Mathai-ini njokanirie ciothe njuge ndinacio ni njega tukera mundu etagwo Matiang'i thiĩ ũcokanirie kura ciaku ciothe gĩthii na kuria kũngĩkũhota ni ciega Sifuna nĩ ndona mũthĩ akĩaria wega tondu nĩguo siasa ya Kenya thiaga auga nĩ agũcokaniria kura cia Western na rĩu nĩ ndona ndamwarĩirie mũno nĩ mwanake mwega ndamwĩre ko ũguo ambuthi ũcokanirie kura kuria mũciĩ tondu nĩguo siasa ya Kenya thiaga mũndũ ndagakwĩre atĩ ũtinde gũkũ kiurua Kenya ng'ima amũcokanirie charity begins at home mundu etagwo Kalonzo nĩ acokanirie ciake rĩngĩ nĩ aracokaniria twacokaniria kura ici ciothe rĩ tuke tuikara tuturia atiriri
Yeah, so Innocent, you wanted to come. I'm here now. Usikue tu ni yule mtu ambaye alikuwa anaweka tu joto hapa. So kama kuna mtu anataka kuingia studio, you can meet me here and we progress with the discussion. So I've just finished making my meal. So kama kuna mtu anataka kukuja to discuss, you can now discuss. Otherwise mkiniweka tu hapa bure nitaenda tu. Because mimi nilimaliza narrative. So I'm preparing for the end week to start the week. So sina story mingi. So nimerusha link kama kuna mtu anataka kuja saa hii. Please, huh? So I've just done a chicken and ugali. Ugali here. And some chicken here. Yeah. It's quite late. Naona ni around 12 right now. So Ana Kesha roof karibu. Nani ataka? Nataka ugali. Unajua nimeona watu wengi sana wako wanataka video. So Innocent, where are you? So mimi nitawapea dakika 5. Hii video icheze for 5 minutes. If I will not see any, nikiona mtu kwa studio nitatoa video. Hata kama iko kwa Kikuyu. So if I don't see anyone, I'll just do a small interpretation na nifunge.
Kura ici ciothe twacokanĩrĩria cia kũingata Ruto rĩ, tuone gũkĩinũka rĩ, andũ aitũ magũtongorio no rĩu tũkenje kwaria tũkĩiguithanie. Niĩ ndikĩrĩ ho, Kalonzo ndakĩrĩ ho, Matiang'i ndakĩrĩ ho, Wamalwa ndakĩrĩ ho, Natembeya ndarĩ ho, Sifuna ndarĩ ho, Martha Wangari witũ ndakĩrĩ ho. Tũthiĩ gũkĩiguithania. Andũ nĩ matige gũtũhanyũkia.
Kang'ata nake. Kang'ata.
Ndigwĩte kana enda gĩtĩ gĩa president.
Mwaho-inĩ oro ũcio wa
no ndiĩ ndaigua kana enda gĩtĩ gĩa president. Agĩkiuga nĩ arĩ no nake ndagũgĩũka gĩa na andũ arĩkũ. Gũkĩarĩrĩrio. Auge kĩama gĩake nĩ kĩrĩkũ. Ndimũiguĩte. Niĩ mũndũ ũrĩa njiguĩte nĩ Sifuna. Nĩ njiguĩte mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Natembeya. Nĩ njiguĩte Injinia Wamalwa. Nĩ njiguĩte JB Mũturi. Nĩ njiguĩte Martha Karũa. Nĩ njiguĩte mũndũ ũgwĩtwo Matiang'i. Nĩ njiguĩte Kalonzo. Nĩ njiguĩte Rigathi wa Gachagua. Onake gũkũ Kang'ata nĩ arenda ndoke. Agĩcokanĩrĩria andũ ake oke twarie. Ithuĩ twĩ kĩndũ kĩmwe na gũtirĩ thĩna. Ũhoro wa Karaũ rĩ, gũtirĩ problem tondũ icio nĩ ciana cia nyina ũmwe irarũa. Na kura ciakwa cia DCP na cia Jubilee na cia itingĩtũma UDA cinde. Nĩ twekire assessment. Bara ĩrĩ kũrĩa Karaũ na ona ũngĩũria rĩ, gatagatĩ ga DCP na UDA. Icio nĩcio rĩu mbarathi iria irahanyũkania. Rĩu hatirĩ thĩna.
Aya angĩ nĩ kũrega maregire kwaga kũrehe ahũranĩri kuo nĩgetha makinyite mbaru mũtongoria ũyũ wa DCP. Ũrĩa ũrarĩ na ũhotekeku mũnene wa kũhotana.
Ndiatindanĩire na ũhoro ũcio mũno tondũ ndionire wĩna bata. Tondũ niĩ njũĩ DCP nĩkĩo kĩama kĩrĩa kĩrarĩa. Karaũ na Nyandarua na gũkũ kĩrĩma. Ũguo nĩguo njũĩ. No korwo ndikĩrĩ right nĩtũkamenya mũthenya wa kana kĩama kĩrĩa kĩrarĩa nĩ kĩrĩkũ. Koguo rĩ na gũkũ kĩrĩma gũkoragwo kĩama kĩrĩa kĩrarĩa one at a time. Kĩama kĩrĩa rĩu kĩrarĩa right now rĩ niĩ ũrĩa njũĩ rĩ nĩ gĩkĩ kĩa DCP. Na nĩkĩo ona gĩkĩhũrwo nĩ UDA. Matirahũra ciama icio ingĩ. Marahũra DCP tondũ nĩo ina hinya. Ngwĩciria mũthenya wa kana rĩ ndũrĩ haraihu tũtigũkĩmenya.
Mũtongoria wa kĩama kĩa DP Mheshimiwa Justin Muturi we nĩ araugire ona angĩkorwo hatirĩ itua rĩtuĩtwo rĩ candidate ũrĩa we angĩũrio araugire maoni make angĩũrio rĩ angiuga nĩ Kalonzo Musyoka.
Nĩ gũtirĩ mũndũ tarĩ maoni make mũcoki. Gũtirĩ mũndũ tarĩ maoni make ona Peter Munyari nĩ erĩgĩte kuuga nake orio arona Matiang'i nĩ erĩgĩte nĩwe wagĩrĩire. Niĩ ndĩrona nĩ njagĩrĩire koguo ndingiuga he mũndũ ũngĩ wagĩrĩire ona Martha arauga nĩwe wagĩrĩire. Rĩu Mũturi tondũ niĩ no ndĩrakĩaria na andũ tondũ niĩ ndirĩ na mũrũgamo wakwa niĩ ta Rigathi wa Gachagua. Andũ aya niĩ ndongoragia ya kĩrĩma rĩ ndĩmoĩ mũno 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 na nginya Uhuru wa Kenyatta my friend nĩ amemanyete. Andũ aya no nginya mathikĩrĩrie nderagwo nĩ mũtongoria kũrĩa mũndũ wa kĩrĩma no uga kũrĩa arenda gũthiĩ mũtongoria akamũtwara kũu arenda gũthiĩ. Mĩario ĩno yothe ũrona ndĩ nayo gũkũ rĩ nĩ ũhoro ũcio ndĩrarĩrĩria nao tũgakĩaria kũhiana atĩa nĩ ndĩrenda gĩtĩ gĩkĩ angĩkorwo ti niĩ magoka andũ a kũndũ kũngĩ ndĩrenda makanjĩra we nĩwe tũrenda no tondũ no gũthiĩ gũtuĩke tiri nĩ mũndũ ũngĩ rĩ harĩa acio twĩ nao rĩ nĩ ũrĩkũ mũrona hihi mwega makanjĩra nĩ
makwĩrĩte atĩa
rĩu bado tondũ ndĩragĩthikĩrĩria tondũ ndĩrakĩoya maoni ndarĩkia kuoya maoni ma andũ aya othe rĩ njoke njica wei nyongore Uhuru wa Kenyatta njoe maoni make tondũ nake nĩ mũtongoria no mũthuri tũkahe gĩtĩo na tũkaheana gĩtĩo mũno tondũ nake wana rũmenya no njikwamba kũmũkora gĩtambĩte kuoya maoni mothe na ndĩkĩmwĩre atĩrĩrĩ mũthuri nĩ ndoka andũ manjĩrĩte no werĩ harĩ ũmanjĩrĩte rĩ na ũrĩa wĩkoro-inĩ waku ũrona atĩa nĩgetha ithuothe rĩ mũcoki rita rĩrĩ rĩ tũthiĩ twĩ hamwe. Last election ndatongoretie andũ 3.7 million magĩthiĩ kwa Ruto. Uhuru agĩtongoria andũ 1.3 magĩthiĩ kwa Raila, icio nĩ milioni 5. Andũ 1.6 rĩ makĩrega Ruto na makĩrega Raila na they were right, acio nĩo mamenya ũrĩa mareka. Aya angĩ tũtĩtũrĩte ithuothe Uhuru nĩ ũrĩte Raila nĩũrĩte acio 1.6 maugire Ruto ti mwega na Raila ti mwega rĩ acio nĩo marĩ raini. Niĩ nĩ ndorĩte raini ona Uhuru nĩ ũrĩte raini ngĩnjũria. Rĩu rĩ arĩa marĩ akwa twarĩ kwa Ruto rĩ tũraria ũndũ ũmwe. Arĩa marĩ Uhuru kwa Raila rĩ tũraria ũndũ ũmwe. aya 1.6 maugire matirenda eri turari undu umwe right now tutari na turogerera kure yiro kare andu almost 7 million turari rugeno mwe no ni ndigitikira guthii gutamuka kanwa wakwa njugi ati andu ndira maroria guku ndira maroria ku ndiu itamoriti no nginya ndimorie na ni gwiro uri wa andu guku na ndi guku ndi gwiciria ndi kwa 20 na kindu na ndiraikara ha guthikiriria ni tikwaria na guthikiriria mabishopu ni mokite makanjira atu apia biashara ni mokite retired civil servants ni mokite abuga ni mokite MCA ni mokite ara mari daiturwa ni mokite agency ni mokite atimia ni mokite na andu no marathie na mbere na guka na nginyoka kiura ari guko wa naroko ukabiura gaburu ni roka ukabiura kajira ni roka gutiri andu mataguka guko nigetha ona nie ngithie metha-ini ri ngikoro na mandate kuri andu ara majirite ora marona kwagirire
mbere atuhete mohoro mweke nigetha tucokererie itena ria muthia ria kurikiriria ri tutue ni mwahotana mungihotana mungigayana atia ituro itiganite thirikari-ini inyuothe hatekugia na ngarari ni mugakorwo na ngirimiti mbere ya githurano hihi nigetha
ngirimiti
na ngucanio
ngirimiti no nginya nie irima riria ndi na nyumba itu twathirio hiki na ngari ene twakinya rugi tukirwo tumbe riu hau ni twambite tukaruga twina ngari itu itagwo DCP ndiro federa ya Kenya ri gutariria horo wa DCP no na federa no ya Kenya no rangi uyu muiru ri uyu ni mundu muiru rangi uyu mutune ri ni thakame ria twaithire tukirura wiathi rangi uyu mweru ri ni thayo rangi uyu green uyu niguo wa DCP uyu ni utonga wa bururi uyu ni unuru wa migunda yitu uyu ni ururu wa green maundu maria mothe mega maria mundu eriragiria ri ni green riria green ye njega uguo niguo ng'ombe ikenaga riria mugunda wi green niguo mundu akenaga riria uthiete kuhura ngobu ukona green niguo akenaga utonga wa bururi maundu maria mega maria mundu eriragiria ri ni green riu ri niyo riu ino niyo DCP ithuĩ tũrĩ andũ airũ nĩtwaikire thakame tũkĩrũĩra wĩyathi nĩtwendete thayũ tũracaria ũtonga wa bũrũri na wa mũndũ wothe rĩu rĩ kĩrĩa gĩatũmire tuone thĩna rĩ mũndũ wĩtagwo Ruto nĩ ndamwĩtĩkirie tondũ okĩte na kĩrĩkanĩro na Demokristiano na nĩ mũtumia yakwa nĩ pastor rĩu niĩ ũngĩũka ũnjĩre bwana asifiwe njugaga wamina no rĩu nĩ njenjetie ũngĩnjĩra bwana asifiwe nyambaga kũrora na ũcio ũranjĩra tondũ mũndũ okire nĩ ngarĩ ĩhumbĩte rwaro rwa mbũri agĩtũhenia na kĩrĩkanĩro tũtiandĩkanĩire twaririe na kanua agĩthiĩ agĩtũrũga agĩtũhenia maũndũ marĩa mothe twaiguithanirie agĩtũhenia yuraga ĩkĩaga nyũmba ĩno itũ ya kĩrĩma gũtirĩ hĩndĩ ĩgathiĩ gĩthurano ĩtarĩ na kĩama kĩa nyũmba itũ tondũ no nginya tũkorwo na thigari cia rũrĩrĩ na nĩguo ndĩrera andũ a Karagũ atĩrĩrĩ mũtikĩnyongerere mũthigari niĩ rĩ ndĩna thigari 18 kũrũĩrĩra nyũmba ĩno itũ kanya gakoneka rĩ mũtinyongerere mũthigari mwathura mũndũ wa Ruto rĩ arĩthiaga akahĩtũkia finance bill ya kũmũhatĩrĩria arĩthiaga akahĩtũkia kĩndũ kĩngĩ gĩa kũmũhatĩrĩria tondũ andũ arĩa othe makoragwo na Ruto rĩ mahĩtũkagia matho ma kũhatĩrĩria andũ nĩkĩo ndĩrauga atĩrĩrĩ ngera andũ a Karagũ atĩrĩrĩ niĩ ngetetera kũrĩ andũ a Karagũ Ruto nĩ ngeretie kũrũĩra nyũmba ĩno itũ na ndĩna mathĩna maingĩ mũno rĩ mũtikĩnyongerere kahinya ĩ mũkĩnyongerere gĩtungati kĩmwe ĩ ona thĩinĩ wa Nyandarũa Metho na wa Mũhĩa rĩ magiĩ mũndũ ningĩ ũguo matuĩke atatũ na yo timu yakwa ĩtuĩke andũ 19 rĩu rĩ ithuĩ nĩ tũgakorwo na ngirimiti na arĩa tũkaiguithanĩria thirikari nĩ nene mũcoki na Kenya ĩno nĩ nene
na kũrĩ na ngirimiti ingĩ cianekanĩrĩrwo hau kabere igacoka ikahana ta ciakua kana cia
rĩu niĩ rĩ rĩu ndakeugaga atĩrĩrĩ mũndũ wanarũmwo nĩ nyamũ njirũ rĩ onaga kamũkwa akora rita rĩrĩ ndĩ mũũgĩ mũno mathĩna maya ndĩragereire na maya rũrĩrĩ rũragereire rĩ nĩ matũhĩgĩtie mũno na njuge in fact nĩ wega tuonire thĩna tondũ rĩu rĩ tũtikahĩngĩcwo rĩngĩ nĩ mũndũ gũtirĩ mũndũ tũgetĩkia onaũ gũtirĩ niĩ mũndũ ndingĩtĩkia onaũ ũtarĩ witũ onaũ ngĩũkahiana atĩa ndingĩmwĩtĩkia tondũ Ruto nĩ atũhenirie okaga gũkũ kanitha aumaga gũkũ thaa 8 cia ũtukũ haha mũtĩ-inĩ twanaikara nake haha okaga gũkakarĩria akauma thaa 10 cia ũtukũ tũkĩaria ngamwĩtĩkia agĩcoka agĩtũhenia agĩcoka agĩtũcariti agĩcoka agĩtũhũra agĩtũnyarira agĩtũtunya indo citũ agĩũka akĩbuta andũ aitũ wĩra ma-OCS akĩbuta andũ gwa KRA agĩtũigĩrĩra magoti rĩu aratũhũra nginya mbara ya mwĩrĩ kũrĩa Karagũ na kũrĩa kũngĩ niĩ yuraga ĩkĩaga gũtirĩ mũndũ ũngĩ ngetĩkia ona ĩmwega atĩa no nginya ndĩmũthũrime na ndĩkĩo ndĩraria na nyũmba ĩno yakwa kũmoria atĩrĩ mũrona atĩa no nginya gũkorwo na maandĩko kari mũno mũndũ atangĩrũga na nĩgetha maandĩko macio mahotekeke rĩ na mahote kuhinga ri no nginya tukorwo twina bunge aingi ega ni Ruto ahotire kuhota na ruriri ruru tondu twanjirie kurwa nake ni undu wa ruriri agituhatiriria agitutunya indo citu akivuta andu itu mawira agithukia kahua agithukia macani ndageria kung'ang'ana nake ri ngiaga bunge akundeithia abunge aria mathuritwo ri akimagura makioya mbeca ciake magitiga ruriri makindiganiria na magitiga ruriri nginya uyu baturaga nake
ikungithi uguo ringi maguru ringi ona rita riri
riu ni ngurira gwa atiriri kwaritie na andu akona niyo merire roka guku andu no nginya kai mathurimu ndirari hana athuri kiama ndirari hana atungatiri rita riri tukiuga we ona ukiendagwo ni andu ona andu magikwendaga no nginya tumenye wikanyo ni muthemba u
tuikirie
tumenye maituguo ri no wa CW ka no wa Ngirudi ka no wa Mothers Council.
Thank you. Asante. Toka matuikirie ukinya hau tukinyite nigetha twambe tukuhe nawe mweke nigetha utaukirwo ni maria matinde makigariura kuma riria gugithererukire nginya ithaa ricirekerio ga kwihanda thaa 3 nigetha twataukirwo ni maria matinde makihanika tucokererie itena ria muthia na Mheshimiwa Rigathi Gachagua mutongoria wa kiama kia DCP. Horo wakorwo wahanika muthenya umuthi mathaa ma miaraho kuri mwana wa Nyahururu na kuma na ngahi horo ta icio kuria kaunti-ini ya Githumo na Mheshimiwa kuri andu thirikari-ini makoretwo magikugwetania na ngahiha umwe wa minister wa ugitiri guku bururi-ini Mheshimiwa Kipchumba Murkomen ni hutaniti na njira oro yothe na ngahiha oro ciothe Karau kana nginya Nyahururu.
Thank you Mucoki. Wa mbere kirimbe giki tuguga riu ni gwikira kuria Mugumo thiini wa Karau kuria gwa Senator John Methu twagicenjia twarehe guku wa Munyoro na ni ngwenda kwira andu a Mugumo aria makunjetereire na andu a Karau poleni sana tucenjirie ndagika ya mwisho na gitumi kiria gitumire tucenjie hihi ni gigucokia kiria kiworia kundu kuria gwitagwo Karau githurano ni kihiuhire muno na andu aruto andu a UDA makinya mwisho makaruta mbeca magika maundu mothe andu makarega na thirikari ikera chairman wa IBC atirie githurano na muthenya wa kana ni atangathire akiuga ati kwagia ngahiha o Karau kana andu mathii na mbere na kwaya mahaki ni akurugamia githurano twacokire kumenya ni kwirwo ritwo auge uguo tondu arerwo atirie githurano kiu ni UDA tondu ndingihotana nigethe heo kahinda ihote guthii na mbere na nirio twakimenyire ati agikira thirikari githurano gitingihota gutirika gutari gitumi gia kuigana nawe mwene akiheana gitumi akiuga kungigia ngahiha na gutikoretwo ngahiha Karau gukoretwo tumaundu tunini akiuga kungigia ngahiha nirio twakimenyire ni kubangitwo bunjo munene muno Karau muthenya wa muthi na rucio nigetha githurano giki gitirio na kuretereirwo nie tondu ndirathiaga Rigathi wa Gachagua kuria kundu gwitagwo Ngurika na thii kanitha gwa Kiongo thigari ciikirite nguo cia raia cioka ithukie na irokire hwai na ciatinda kuu Ngurika ungiria andu a Ngurika ni magukwira ciuma kuu ciikirite nyamu cietagwo hood ati muthigari turamuona ahiana atia riria ndirakinyire Nyahururu hwai tondu hindi ndirakinyire Nyahururu hwai ni ndaugite ndiguthii tondu ndamenyete ndeto icio no munini wa Inspector General witagwo na Ng'at akiruta statement akiuga ndugu kugia na thayo ni ndingimwitikia tondu ndimui na ni njui Ruto wega no Methu na mwana kio gwitwo Kamau urarugama marathaitha muno maranjira andu a Karau ni marenda kuigua kiugo kia mwisho kuma kuri nie na maranjira thii Karau na ndirauma guku hwai ndirakinya hwai-ini gukinya kuu turakora thigari cia nguo cia raia iria ikireho na marori na ciikirite mask na cirakibangwo kuria guothe ndirathii moke kuu mahure andu na nie mwene kungihotekeka mandathe no matikanjurage korwo ni kuguru kana ni guoko nigetha andu a Karau ndingirathwo mambaruke mahinge bara marehe thina kugie githagathago nigetha muthenya wa Jumatatu chairman wa IBC aterie githurano. Riu riria ndiramenyire uguo hwayo tuko kindu thaa thita cio tuko ri ndirauga tutingika micemanio yo tondu tutingitikira kuhe thirikari gitumi gia guteria githurano kiriko giki. Riu nie ndirauga ndiguthie mucemanio nie ngweterera njike kiririmbi hwaini. Riu riria njagire guthie ri tondu no ndirakirumirirwo kuria andu mona ndinathie kuria ngwetereirwo ri nigetha kurutwo bara na andu a thirikari othe ma minister ma PS ma MP andu aria othe marekaga siasa ya UDA othe marauma karau hwai tondu kurenda guhurwo ndavu gutari mundu wa thirikari ona umwe gucokeru kugie na gahi hanene muno andu marehe thina tondu igathi wa Gachagua angituika ni aratho utingeikarika maroro othe marauma karau na hindi riu maracoka ndio na hindi riu maracoka riu riria gukinyiria thaa cigana na mona ndinathie kanithari kwamenyeka ndatira gwagituika tondu ndireka kiririmbi ri kuria gwikira kiririmbi kuria mugumo guke kuhurwo guke gwikio tia gas kuhurwo rithathi andu mahurwo kiririmbi kiharaganio nigetha andu marakare nigetha kwanjie ngui nigetha githurano gitirio. Riu riu hurire thimu kuria anene anyu era mundu wakwa hure thimu orie na gitio tondu nituona uria kubangitwo kiririmbi kiu handu ha gwikira mugumo tuhe andu acio thirikari mweke wa kuhura andu wa kurehe gahiha nigetha kume bara nigetha githurano gitirio. Tariu kwanza kungihurirwo kwina kiririmbi riu andu othe nimamenya kundu kuu ni kuru nigetha riu chairman wa IBC atirie ki githurano na riu nirio tucenjirie na nderona ni mugukinyite karau na ni pole ni sana ndakiuga ndahoya na gitio ndauga atiriri handu githurano giki gitirio na tutirenda gitirio tondu ni kiega ri na andu ni anogu ni campaign ri andu marenda guthurana macoke marine mao ri ndoria na gitio tuke riu ri ni kiuria kiria kuragia kuma gahe ya githumo
no mbere atukinyita hau hari gahe icio cia githumo mheshimiwa gahe icio wagweta uhoro wacio ri muthenya wa Jumamothi ni waheanite mukana ukauga kwaya gukorwo ni kubangitwo gaheha kuria kaunti-ini ya Nyandarua na ni ukoretwo ukiheana ndumirite ici mbere undu ucio hanikite no mheshimiwa gutire ikinyo gikinyukia nigetha riboti ici wina cio mbere uhoro uhanikite ri hihi makinya make watho makinyukio kana nginya guthio igoti-ini itagira kurigiriria nguraro kana nginya
ikwirau na borithi nicio irarehe gaheha ni huritwo maita 21 njiguaga minister ucio warutwo akiuga ati ni ithuĩ turahura nai ati ithuĩ tubaga kuhura ithuĩ ni kuhurwo tuhuritwo ni huritwo ngihurwo Limuru rutwa tumanite njuragirwo Limuru Ngai akindeithia ndiakuire agituma na kanitha-ini mwiki wa PCA ngihurwo kanitha-ini thiini Ngai akihonokia ndiakuire ngihurwo kanitha-ini wa Kariobangi PCA ndiakuire ngihurirwo airport ngiuma Rwaya mukomeni abangite goons ndendaga kuragirwo kiwanja kia ndege ndiakuire rutwa agituma na witima thigari cietagwo Nairobi Sierra na nicio icio cirikana nicio ciaratha muthi nicio ciaratha ndereva wa Kagata thigari icio citongoragio ni mumbunge wa gwetagwo wa Mumbi na ni arete aranywa njohi akauga ati ni akuhurire thimu ati akunengera ciuria unjurie mumbunge wakwa nawe niguo arauga akinywa njohi ku girigiri handu ari mukawa-ini ati ni ahurire mucoki thimu ati ni ana ciuria njurio no ndamenya no wabibi riu ri witima mucoki ni Ngai wandeithirie ni Ngai ni wandeithirie ni Ngai wandeithirie ndabangite njuragirwo witima nie ngithie kwa inspector general wa borithi we mwene kaja kwao ni hara hetagwo borithi ndamwaririe gikuyu tondu ndionaga taraigua ngimuria mundu witu niki watuma borithi iyo yo ni mikora na we ni munene wa borithi niki borithi iroka kwanyu nyiri kuri uciarirwo ikenda kuraga andu kanitha na gutiri hatu ongioya tukimunengera marito ma borithi icio ciothe na nicio kaine na mbica na maundu mothe gutiri undu areka maita macio huritwo tu andu ari gutiri undu areka riu ni urajikaga no kwanirira ndirite Kang'ata ndamwira arauga ni maguka na linda mwananchi karau ndirari na report tondu ni ndi andu ingi muno manjiraga reke ngwire mucoki twina andu ega muno thiini wa Kenya thiini wa borithi kuri andu ega muno taru niyo marahuragira hwai makanjira ndukagerie guka kuu marenda andu moragwo nigetha githurano gitire ndukagerie guka ni ndirwo marenda kurehe ngahia weekend gituma senator wa Murang'a etagwo Nyutu ngimwira caria Kang'ata wacaria Kang'ata umwire atiriri githurano giki gia Karauri ni mwene ndie ndirathie tondu ndiraigua kubange tigana nakio tiga iguka Karau tondu wona mwoka ri makuhuthira mweke ucio tondu leader mwananchi irari githi irahurwo leader mwananchi yari Kakamega ikihurwo ndiratumana Kang'ata ndiramwira mwire atiriri matigana na uhoro ucio githurano kiu ni na mwene na ni mwene kiama kia DCP ri candidate wakwa ni ndathi kumikira campaign na ni ndiramenya ora marabanga no ndanaigua aga kuigua ndiramukania publicly na tugo ndirenda gabika tu ndiramutumanira muthuri anake acio acibuna ni andu ega muno na babu na muthenya ungi mokite thika ngira andu maumbire mamamukire na turutaga wira nao no kundu guku Karauri undu wa githurano giki Ruto na andu ake maracaria kanya ga kurehe ngahiha riu thigari icio cie Karauri nicio thire ciakora Kang'ata kuria kundu gugwitwo Nyahururu na thigari icio cia tuhurire witima makwenda kuratha Kang'ata ngai amuteithia maratha ndereba wake koguo ri hara tukinyite mucokire aya githumo riu ri mukomenia gwa ati ngui baga gona Gachagua ari wa Munyoro auma kubanga ngahia kuria kuria githumo ngurusi icio wacirora ri ibaga gone PS witagwo Raymond Moro no na ciore cia kionio na gwiciria riu hau no tugikinyite ona guku tondu ni ngoretwo ngithaithana keitu muno ngamera atiriri ngamera mutikarwe ndikwenda mugikuyu arwe na mugikuyu onokorwa gikuyu maraheo mbeca mahuri ya gikuyu aria ngamathaitha muno matikarwe no riu ku githumo ri aria makubangitwo makahure Sifuna na Orengo ri kibire ciothe magukithe ni ciothe ni cia cino ona riu bururi witu hari ukinyite mundu gwitwo Mucokire Ruto riria aramenyire andu a Kenya ni mamwehereire ri aratuire itua na rera mundu cio aketagwo Murkomen na mundu witagwo DIG Lang'at agwathana na githuri na agwathana na goons na gutiri mundu umukararagia ukarekwo agie na mucemanio wa thayu riu wajira ndi ndigwa ikinyarire kuninda kwira uritu maitha 21 rigathi wa Gachagua na gutiri mundu utoi ndipendi na kwa inspector general ugatwara barua riu ndigikate riria